At the end of the Ice Age, I accumulated tens of billions of supplies. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276, The Support of Zoo Family Town. Knowing that he was in great danger here, Uncle Yu still wanted to help without hesitation, which warmed Zhang Yi's heart. Uncle Yu, thank you. But don't come here for now. There are many soldiers guarding around. If you come, you will definitely have a conflict with them. A good man can't stand up to a pack of wolves. They have a large number of people, excellent weapons, and several strangers. I'm afraid you will be in danger. But Uncle Yu said, you saved my life back then, and you gave me such a stable life now. I can't watch you fall into danger and ignore it. Don't worry, no matter what, I worked hard in the army for many years. I'm not bragging to you. I was a serious soldier in the past. Now these child soldiers, I really don't pay attention to them. Seeing that Uncle Yu's kindness was hard to come by, Zhang Yi thought for a while before saying, let's do it, Uncle Yu. I'm still safe, and they can't get in. But I may launch a counterattack later. You wait for my attack. Muse, I will notify you when I need your help, and let you be a surprise soldier. What do you think? Hearing this, Uncle Yu nodded and agreed. Okay, I'll wait for your news. But Zhang Yi, if you encounter any problems, please remember to tell me. Don't treat Uncle Yu as an outsider. Zhang Yi couldn't help feeling warm in his heart. Uncle Yu is a sincere person. That's a must. Uncle Yu is an ability user of the body strengthening system. Zhang Yi has seen his ability before. He can catch Uahua's full speed impact after transforming with his bare hands. Ordinary firearms cannot harm him. This kind of powerful close combat player can play a huge role, only if he is placed in the right position. I don't need it yet. Defensive and counter-attack. I have to defend first. Zhang Yi leaned against Zhao Ke's soft chest, squinted his eyes, enjoying and thinking at the same time. Lihuahua jumped onto his lap, scratched his trouser legs twice, then narrowed his eyes, and sat down with his feet nestled together in a snoring and hello. Zhang Yi stroked its soft fur. Uncle Yu, and the demon cat Uahua, the three strangers are a formidable fighting force. The other party didn't know the existence of Uahua and Uncle Yu, which was also his hidden card. However, it would be even better if Fatty Zoo could also join in this battle. No hurry, it's just a matter of time. Zhang Yi smiled and stroked Uahua's head, his right hand along its forehead all the way to its tail, and its tail was raised high comfortably. I don't believe that the soldiers at Zishan base can live in harmony with the villagers of Zujia town. Ling Feng took his men back to transport the explosives, and most of the rest remained in Zudong village. Because Ling Feng had ordered to prepare for a long battle, Shi Daong called Fatty Zoo and Zudong Tang over. He ordered the two of them, we will live here for a while, and you can spare some houses for us to live in. Also, remember to prepare meals for 65 people every day. Fatty Zoo felt a thump in his heart. Meal for 65 people. He has seen the appearance of these big soldiers eating. That one is more edible than the other. Under the apocalypse, the villagers in their Zujia town only want food and clothing, and dare not waste a little food, just to be able to survive for a while. But according to the food intake of these 65 soldiers, at least one person can eat the food for 5 of them. If things go on like this, their Zujia town really can't afford to entertain them. Zudong Tang's eyes also changed again and again. He thought for a moment, then smiled and said, naturally. It is an honor for our Zujia town that all the superiors are here to guide you. It's just that I don't know when we can subdue Zhang Yi, that murderous maniac. What Zudong Tang originally thought was that these soldiers from Zishan base were here to deal with Zhang Yi. As long as Zhang Yi is resolved, they will leave. He never expected that Zhang Yi could withstand their attack. Now he only hopes that the soldiers at the Zishan base will attack faster. Shi Daong's attitude towards Zudong Tang is relatively cold. How to act and how long to act, these are our military secrets. Don't ask if you have nothing to do. You villagers just need to provide us with food and accommodation as required. After all, we are also helping you to avenge, aren't we? Shi Daong's voice and figure were very oppressive. Zhu Dongtang didn't dare to fart in front of him, so he could only nod his head in agreement. After Shi Daong left, Zhu Dongtang straightened his back and told Fatty Zhu, "Chunlei, hurry up and build the snow house. These houses are for the leaders of the Zishan base. You must put your heart into it." After ordering Fatty Zhu, Zhu Dongtang called the village chiefs of each village and asked them to prepare food and offer it to the soldiers. After listening to the crowd, they didn't think much about it. They just thought that the soldiers at the Zishan base would leave after a day or two and rushed to present good things from the village, hoping to leave a good impression on them. Only in this way can they seek an official position in the future. Fatty Zhu looked at this scene, feeling very worried in his heart. But now he has learned to be smart, and he didn't say a word again. Because he knows that no matter what he says now, these people will not wake up. In their eyes, no matter how strong I am, I'm just a useless fat house. Fatty Zhu smiled self-deprecatingly and didn't bother to care about it so much. He only hopes to protect himself and Zulila's family. On Zhang Yi's side, in order to prevent soldiers from the Zishan base from sneaking up on him while he was sleeping, he arranged 4 people to take turns guarding the monitoring equipment. He concluded that the opponent's next attack must be in the same position as last time, so he locked the direction of the short mountain. Although the ultra-clear camera cannot clearly capture images to kilometers away in the snow, but when the other party wants to transport heavy explosives, there will be more obvious movements, which will be observed by the camera. In order to prevent the women from not observing carefully enough, Zhang Yi assigned Lu Karen, the most reliable of the 4, to take charge of this task. He even asked Tuahua to accompany her. The cat's insight ability is much better than that of a human. Flowers can understand human nature. Zhang Yi used a few boxes of dried fish as the price and successfully got him to accept the job. At other times, Zhang Yi himself is in charge of guarding. But that night, the Zishan base did not take any action against the shelter. Although night raiders are a very good choice. But the upper and lower floors of the shelter have been emptied, and there will be no light. Ling Feng and Shi Daong had amazing physical fitness, but they couldn't accurately throw the explosives to the last position in the dark. Chapter 277 I Kill Myself. In the early morning of the next day, Zhang Yi was woken up by Huahua's voice. Zhang Yi suddenly opened his eyes and got up from the sofa. For the past few days, he has been sleeping in his clothes, just to be able to deal with emergencies at any time. He walked to the front of the monitor and saw that there was movement on the other side of the short mountain. "You want to launch an attack while I'm sleeping? What a chicken thief." In the early hours of the morning, everyone was sleeping very dead. Ling Feng planned to take advantage of Zhang Yi's sleeping loophole to launch an attack. Although he didn't know if this method would work, it was worth a try after all. Zhang Yi noticed the movement over there and immediately ran upstairs. It takes a certain amount of time to bundle such a large bundle of explosives. After all, it was 500 kilograms of explosives. If anything went wrong, the dozens of people on the scene would be blown to ashes in an instant. The people in the blasting team were also extra careful. Each person carried 50 kilograms of explosives on their backs, and then put them down to start assembly, and then installed the detonator and set the timed detonation. "We have to throw it more accurately," Ling Feng jokingly said to Shi Daong next to him. "If I miss the throw, I will have to run several times to go back to get the explosives." Shi Daong laughed. "Don't worry, head. When we competed in the military region, I won the #1 in throwing grenades." The expressions of the two are relatively relaxed. Finding a way to deal with that shelter is tantamount to grabbing Zhang Yi's lifeline. As long as the tortoise shell is broken, Zhang Yi inside the shell will become a mollusk in their eyes. After all, they are all top fighters in close combat, and they are not afraid of failure in action. Once they make a mistake, they can make a second, third, fourth time, until they completely capture this shelter. Zhang Yi came to the second floor of the shelter, took out the binoculars, and observed the side of the short mountain. With the cover of one-way glass, Ling Feng and others saw that the shelter was pitch black, and they couldn't see anything inside, nor could they find Zhang Yi's location. But Zhang Yi could see their positions. The straight line distance is about 2400 meters. They knew that Zhang Yi was a sniper with terrible marksmanship, so they kept a safe distance. But they didn't know that Zhang Yi's marksmanship was more than just accurate. With the power blessing, his attack distance and power will be greatly improved. At this time, Zhang Yi's dimensional gate has been completely repaired, and he can fight back with confidence. But he was not in a hurry. He didn't dare to open the window rashly now. Otherwise, the subsequent explosion may cause greater damage to the wall. He is waiting for the opponent to make the first move. Zhang Yi waited and watched the movement on the side of the short mountain behind the glass. Ling Feng's eyes suddenly froze, and he turned his head to look here. Through the one-way glass, the eyes of the two seemed to collide in the air. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes. What a terrifying intuition. Ling Feng also folded his arms and said with a playful face, "He's looking at us." Shi Daong and Zheng Zurong followed Ling Feng's gaze. Ling Feng's intuition was always accurate and terrifying. It's just that they didn't expect that from such a long distance. He could feel someone commenting on him. What is he doing? Waiting to die? Or do you want to make a final struggle in despair? Zheng Zurong said lightly. Her eyes are a strange ice blue. If it is not for the appearance of a yellow race, it is easy to make people think that she is of mixed race. Never mind him. Probably afraid. But what's the use of that? Shi Daong chuckled, putting his two strong arms in his pockets. The ability he relies on can't resist the explosion of TNT. What can he do except watch us blow up his house? At this time, Ling Feng said, if possible, I really hope that he can be included in our team. After all, his ability is very promising. Although it was only a short fight, Zhang Yi's ability aroused Ling Feng's strong interest. Shi Daong heard the words, frowned slightly and asked, then what about our dead brother? It is a destiny for soldiers to die on the battlefield. This person was named by the leader to be captured alive. He understands how important a powerful alien is to the organization now. Ling Feng said lightly. When the word leader was mentioned, Shi Daong immediately shut his mouth, not daring to have any rebuttal opinions. He looked at the explosives that the blasting team was assembling and secretly prayed in his heart that it would be best for Zhang Yi to be killed directly. After some preparations by the blasting team, a bundled giant explosive was finally assembled. Several people followed suit, hoping to blow up part of the shelter like yesterday. Shi Daong turned into a nice giant ape, and Ling Feng and the two picked up the explosives and threw them far away towards the shelter. Zhang Yi looked at the giant explosives flying from a distance, took a deep breath, and then opened his right hand in front of him. The explosives had just flown half the distance, and Zhang Yi didn't plan to wait any longer. Because if you get any closer, it will explode. He didn't want to take such a big risk. The gate of the dimension. Zhang Yiting yelled in the second grade, but fortunately there was no one around, otherwise he would have died on the spot. A huge door appeared above the shelter, invisible and intangible, but Zhang Yi could clearly feel its existence. Only this time, he didn't want to collect the explosives. Experiments have proved that the different space cannot withstand the explosion energy produced by such a large equivalent of explosives. However, he can be released. Most of the power from the previous explosion was still in the different space, and Zhang Yi reserved that unstable energy for use at this time. Boom. There was an earth-shattering explosion. However, this force was not produced by the explosion of the explosive, but spewed out from a different space. Under the influence of the huge shockwave, the explosives that were supposed to fall towards the shelter were swept upside down and flew out. And the direction of flying back is of course the direction where the members of the special forces are. The smiles on the faces of Ling Feng and the others quickly disappeared. Hidden. He let out a roar and then quickly fell to the ground. The 500 kilograms of explosives were pushed back to the side of the short mountain by the turbulent airwaves in midair, and then rolled quickly on the ground for a certain distance. The stability of TNT is very good. Even after receiving such an impact, it did not explode in midair. But a few seconds later, when the set time is up, it will be detonated by the detonator. The next moment, the soaring flames flooded everything in front of them, and the violent explosion melted the snow in a radius of 1,000 meters. The heat wave rushed to the top of the short mountain in an instant, blowing away a few people who hadn't had time to hide. And they were lucky. Because behind a large bunker under the mountain, there are still many soldiers lurking, waiting to attack the shelter at any time. They were only a few hundred meters away from the explosion point of the 500 kilograms of explosives. The flames soared into the sky, and the ruthless flames and shockwaves swept away quickly with the explosion point as the center. Those soldiers who didn't know the situation were engulfed by the high temperature of thousands of degrees in the blink of an eye. What kind of special combat uniforms, body armor, and weapons were directly burned under such high temperatures? Their skin and flesh were also scorched in an instant call. Flames swept across all directions, ambushing at the foot of the mountain. Almost all the special forces waiting to attack were wiped out. Zhang Yi looked at the fire from a distance, and because the effect was so good, he was so happy that he couldn't stop laughing. Originally, he just wanted to use the absorbed energy to deflect the bomb and prevent it from harming his shelter. But judging by the effect, it must have killed a lot of those special forces. Hot weapons are really powerful. Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh with emotion. I'm better than them. Zhang Yi only released part of the energy, but the main damage was actually caused by the huge explosive. The success of this experiment marks that they can continue to use this method to deal with them in the future. Unless they are not afraid of killing more people, this method of throwing can no longer be used. The temperature in the direction of the low mountain has risen to an unimaginable level. A large area of ground below the foot of the mountain became charred. Behind the short mountain, a huge ice surface suddenly cracked. Zheng Zurang stood up with a weak face. Fortunately, she built a block of ice in time to block most of the heat, otherwise they would have been killed or injured. But constantly maintaining the ice surface is also very exhausting for her. Ling Feng broke through the ice and walked up to the short mountain. Seeing the terrifying scene at the foot of the mountain, he was numb. Other people also climbed out one after another to check the scene of the explosion. Everyone was dumbfounded, and they didn't know what to say to describe the scene in front of them. They just saw that the explosives that were supposed to fall in front of the shelter according to the plan were pushed back in front of them by a strange force while still in mid-air. With such a long distance, the power of the explosion is completely different. Relying solely on the power of the shockwave can't affect the shelter at all. Instead, it was their direction that withstood most of the force of the explosion. This time the operation failed. Not only did it fail, but it was also a fiasco, causing a large number of special forces soldiers to die under their own explosives. The people who were still full of confidence had blank and frustrated expressions on their faces. The sudden change, no one understands what happened. They don't even have extra brains to feel anger. Ling Feng, the captain of the special forces, looked at the charred corpses below, his body trembling slightly. These people are his life and death brothers. A group of people finally survived to the end of the world, and everyone was still chatting and laughing a few minutes ago. But in the blink of an eye, these brothers were all dead because of their own plans. Do not. Ling Feng roared in pain. His eyes were about to burst, and he looked like a madman. Shi Daong also knelt on the ground in pain and smashed the ground angrily. Ah. He didn't know what to say, but his heart was pierced. One can't resent your opponent for being too cruel during a war, right? It was their method to deal with Zhang Yi, and Zhang Yi dealt with them in turn. If they really want to resent, they can only resent themselves for being too stupid to think of such a method. However, how could they have imagined that Zhang Yi would fight back in this way? Chapter 278 The Strength of the Captain Level Alien. In the battle just now, a total of 3 fighters from the Ace Special Forces team were killed, including 23 remodelers. It is very ridiculous to say. Each of them is the elite of the elite, and they are impeccable in both individual combat and coordinated combat capabilities. Such a character should have accomplished a lot in the last days. In the end, he died under the explosion of the explosives thrown by his own people in an extremely funny way. Until the end, they didn't even know what Zhang Yi looked like. Human life is so fragile. No matter what kind of peerless genius you are, or what kind of noble person you are, when you die, you will be a worthless corpse. Zhang Yi looked at this place from a distance. Since the flames were soaring, he couldn't confirm how much damage the explosion had caused to the people in the Zishan base. Only by waiting to see if they have the next move can they make a basic judgment. For Ling Feng and the others, the atmosphere on the scene was terribly oppressive. Ling Feng looked as if he was about to eat people. His eyes were more terrifying than a wounded beast. What was that power just now? Ling Feng frowned and looked at Academician Wu. He tried his best to maintain a calm expression, but everyone could feel that his heart was almost unable to restrain his anger at this moment. The captain of the Ace Special Forces team at the dignified Zishan base personally led the team, but he couldn't win a shelter for several days. Not only that, but also caused the death of a large number of elite fighters under his command. Each of these people is a valuable combat power of the Zishan base. It is extremely difficult to make up for one death. His face is almost gone. Anyone can feel that Ling Feng's patience has reached its limit. He boasted so much at the beginning that the battle was over within 3 hours and Zhang Yi was captured alive. But it's been a day, not to mention capturing Zhang Yi alive. He hasn't even breached the opponent's shelter. But now that their latest method has also been cracked by Zhang Yi, what else can they do? Is it really necessary to use people to detonate explosives? That's pretty stupid. If a person wants to get close to the shelter, Zhang Yi's counterattack method is not a display. Besides, no one wants to die. Academician Wu pushed his glasses and analyzed. According to our previous speculation, his space can accommodate the opponent's attack and then bounce back. Shen Hang and others have been dealt with like this before. And he also charged part of the energy of the last explosion. By releasing this part of the power, the explosives thrown in the past will be impacted away. Ling Feng took a deep breath. I'm asking now, what should we do to avoid being affected by his ability? Being stared at by Ling Feng so hard, Academician Wu coughed in embarrassment. According to my calculations, most of the energy from yesterday's explosion was actually absorbed. Otherwise, with the energy of 500 kilograms of TNT explosives, it would definitely destroy a wall. In other words, he may still have some energy stored. He may have only used part of the explosive force just now. After all, his purpose was not to attack us, but to shake off the explosives thrown in the past. So, continuing this plan basically won't work. Although Ling Feng had expected it in his heart, he still couldn't help the corners of his eyes twitching violently when he heard what the professionals said. The faces of the others were also quite weird. This doesn't work. That doesn't work. Is this Zhang Yi so difficult to deal with? Ling Feng took 2 deep breaths, trying to calm himself down. Now he only hated that he didn't have a missile in his hand. Otherwise he would shoot directly at Zhang Yi's shelter, and it would be over in one go. But he may not know that even ordinary missiles can only destroy the buildings on the surface at one time. Ling Feng remained silent. He was controlling his anger. He thought hard. What else could he do to destroy this shelter? Then kill Zhang Yi with the most brutal means. To avenge his dead brothers. Gun. Useless gun. Large caliber ones cannot be shipped, and small caliber ones are useless. Then can we attack from underground through geotechnical excavation? Ling Feng came up with another idea. Dig to the bottom of the shelter, then pile up a lot of explosives, and send them directly to heaven. Academician Wu said helplessly, Captain, generally speaking, this kind of doomsday shelter is built underground. So, the part below the surface will only be stronger than the one above the surface. Because there is no need to consider lighting and aesthetics below the surface, it only needs to be strong enough. So if we can't break through from above, below, that's even more difficult. Ling Feng stared at him and said word by word, what we are afraid of is not the difficulty. It is the failure of the mission. Academician Wu bowed his head in silence for a moment, and then slowly said to him, but with the conditions we have now, we can't do this at all. The tools they have now are more difficult than they were hundreds of years ago. At least at that time, steam locomotives or cattle and horses could be used. And what about them? To dig tunnels can only be done manually. Let's just break the thick layer of frozen soil on the ground, so you can dig one out by hand and show me. Even if you are not afraid of hard work, digging through the permafrost layer, you have to transport the soil out to dig forward, right? Working underground, need ventilation? Tunneling requires concealment, and it is useless if Zhang Yi finds out, because it is easier to destroy than to build. Based on various conditions, tunneling and blasting from the ground is also a dream. Shi Daong suddenly said sadly, isn't there still more than 1,000 people in Zujia town? Let them come and work. Academician Wu asked back, even if there are many of them, but in such an extremely cold and low temperature state, asking them to dig with primitive means is tantamount to letting them die. With so many people, if they are not well organized, it is easy to make a big commotion. Do you think Zhang Yi is blind and can't see anything? Shi Daong suddenly didn't know what to say. He could only clench his fists tightly and looked in the direction of the shelter with resentment on his face. Only Ling Feng, with a bright light in his eyes, seemed to have not completely given up on this plan. There is only one thing in his eyes, and that is to complete the task assigned by the leader. As long as the mission is successful, even some sacrifices are worth it. At this time, the smoke and dust from the explosion outside slowly dissipated. Zhang Yi looked out the window. At this time, the snow on the ground had melted completely, and many houses and frozen trees behind were burning. The surrounding air must be unusually warm. The ice and snow did not turn into a swamp after melting. The thousands of degrees Celsius, even the high temperature of tens of thousands of degrees Celsius at the center of the explosion caused the water to evaporate into steam. More than half of the most luxurious villa area in Xianhai City, Yonk Manor, was destroyed by these explosions. There are only a few villas left standing alone. After your turn is over, it's my turn. After confirming that the opponent's attack was ineffective, Zhang Yi let go of the last trace of fear in his heart. He is not one to let others attack and not fight back. The gate of the dimension, open. Zhang Yi blocked the gate of the dimension on the window and then ordered Zhao Ai to open the window inward quickly. And he himself set up the heavy sniper that had just been modified and aimed at the few people on the short hill 2 kilometers away. Ling Feng and the others were distraught and were thinking about how to break through the shelter. Suddenly, the sniper's urgent voice came from the intercom. Captain, he is aiming at you with a sniper rifle. Ling Feng's pupils shrank slightly and he felt a gust of wind. He looked forward and the time in his field of vision seemed to slow down and a bullet mixed with supernatural power shot at the center of his eyebrows. Whoosh! Ling Feng tilted his head and the bullet passed by his ear. Nothing happened. He turned his head to look at the shelter, and then he saw Zhang Yi behind the window. The blood in Ling Feng's eyes became more intense. It was an unforgettable hatred. Zhang Yi. When Zhang Yi saw this scene, his eyes became more dignified. It really deserves to be their head. Although he was a bit regretful that he didn't kill him, Zhang Yi wasn't too surprised. In the Zishan base, many fighters have the ability to increase physical strength. Some are speed, some are strength. He has seen this before from Liu Ziang, Shen Hong and others. However, he upgraded the firearms he used, and his abilities were more powerful than before. But Zhang Yi was still surprised by how easily the leader dodged his bullets. Obviously, Ling Feng's strength is much stronger than Liu Ziang, Shen Hong and others. A ruthless man. Zhang Yi didn't beep too much and immediately turned his gun and shot towards the ice giant ape who was the most obvious target next to him. After Ling Feng dodged the bullet, he opened his mouth to remind the people around him, be careful, there are snipers. No one can imagine that they are 2 kilometers away and the opponent can snipe to this distance. It was just because they didn't understand Zhang Yi's ability. They judged the range of the sniper rifle based on conventional theory. Everyone got Ling Feng's warning and instinctively avoided quickly. But Shi Daong is not an agile alien. He was about to dodge when he was shot between the eyebrows. Blood spattered and his head was thrown back. However, Zhang Yi did not see him fall. It hurts, bastard. Shi Daong's forehead was covered with blood. He angrily took off a bullet and remained on the ground, his eyes fixed on the direction of the shelter. Sure enough, they are all combat type aliens. The defense is really amazing. Zhang Yi also couldn't help feeling emotional. That monster's defense is comparable to that of a chariot. These people are the core figures of the Zishan operation force, and none of them are easy to deal with. From the looks of it, it would be difficult for ordinary thermal weapons to cause damage to aliens in the future. But Zhang Yi is not qualified to talk about others. His ability is even more perverted. It was too late for Zhang Yi to fire the third shot, and those people had already evaded and disappeared from Zhang Yi's sight. Whizzing. There were 2 sharp sounds of piercing through the air. They were 2 sniper bullets, which were fired at Zhang Yi from 2 different directions. Then he fell into Zhang Yi's different space. There are snipers. Without even thinking about it, Zhang Yi immediately reversed the vector direction of their bullets and counterattacked back the same way. The 2 snipers are top-notch, so their marksmanship is very accurate. But the bullets fired back were just as accurate. Because of the influence of gravity, the bullet did not return to the barrel, but shot into their chest cavity. Neither man knew until the moment of their death that the bullets that killed them had been fired from their own guns. Chapter 279 Extraordinary Physique. Zhang Yi is still looking for prey with a sniper rifle. However, this group of fighters were the elite among the elite, and as soon as they discovered that Zhang Yi was attacking them, they immediately began to hide. After all, Ling Feng reminded them before that Zhang Yi's marksmanship is very powerful. The only misjudgment was the common sense of soldiers, which made them not expect that Zhang Yi's sniper rifle could shoot 2 kilometers away and still maintain a strong lethality. After some inspections, Zhang Yi did not find other targets. He was a little disappointed in his heart. But this disappointment is not because more people were not killed. Ordinary miscellaneous soldiers can't pose any threat to him. What he really wanted to kill was the alien who led the team. It's a pity that of the 2 bullets, one was dodged by the short captain, and the other was carried alive by the animalized ice giant ape. Although it is a heavy sniper, the power of the bullet is still too much weakened when attacking at a distance of more than 2,000 meters. But if it's not a long-range attack, I'm not willing to fight with them at close quarters. In a one-on-one fight, Zhang Yi will not be afraid of anyone. There is the gate of dimension. Anyone who wants to rush over to give him a blow will be easily dragged into a different space by Zhang Yi. Just shut him down for a while, and even a foreigner will be suffocated to death. Perhaps because of a mental breakdown in the extremely slow passage of time. But there were many people on the other side, so he chose to hang on. Just as Zhang Yi was thinking about how to kill the opponent's alien, suddenly his eyes blurred. Okay. Zhang Yi looked at the ground in the distance. A cloud of smoke suddenly shot up Laogao, as if something was rushing towards him at a high speed. Zhang Yi couldn't see what it was, but he could feel that it must exist. That speed is so fast that it is difficult for the naked eye to catch it. What the hell? The moment Zhang Yi was talking to himself, that thing suddenly came to the wall of his shelter, and then it slammed into it without slowing down. Boom. A loud bang came. Zhang Yi lay on the window, so he felt a slight vibration. However, it is obviously extremely difficult to shake such a solid shelter. Zhang Yi lowered his head, only then did he see clearly what it was. Not exactly a thing, but a person. A dark-skinned man in a white combat uniform with a crew cut. 6 seconds ago, Zhang Yi's sniper rifle aimed at his head. What a pervert. Zhang Yi looked down at him and said such a sentence. Ling Feng raised his head and met Zhang Yi's gaze. Zhang Yi saw anger and arrogance in his eyes. But Ling Feng saw indifference and boredom in Zhang Yi's eyes, as if everything that had happened so far was a game within his grasp. Then Zhang Yi turned the gun and pointed it at Ling Feng's head. At such a short distance, even if his head was made of steel plates, he would be blown apart. But before Zhang Yi pulled the trigger, Ling Feng disappeared in place like a ghost. That speed is faster than Zhang Yi's imagination of animals. Probably only comparable to insects. In Zhang Yi's ear, there was a reminder from the shelter's artificial intelligence Zhao AI. The wall of the shelter was damaged, with a damage level of 0.028%. Zhang Yi couldn't help but look deeply at Ling Feng in front of the shelter. This kid is indeed a pervert. In addition to having a super high speed, he also has a perverted power. Sure enough, he is the captain of the Zishan base action team. Ling Feng looked at Zhang Yi from a distance, pointed at him and said coldly, "I will smash your turtle shell sooner or later." Zhang Yi sneered, "Come here if you have the guts." Pointing the gun at Ling Feng, he fired again. Ling Feng's speed was really too fast. When he moved, he looked like a ghost. What the naked eye could see was blurry, and he couldn't catch his position at all. Zhang Yi was also very vigilant in his heart. Fortunately, he was inside the shelter. Otherwise, if he met this person outside, it would be very dangerous. This is not to say that Zhang Yi can't beat Ling Feng. Ling Feng's fast speed is both an advantage and a disadvantage. As long as Zhang Yi judged the direction of his attack and opened the gate of dimension along the path, then Ling Feng who entered the different space could only be slaughtered by Zhang Yi. However, if Ling Feng avoids the direction of the gate of dimension, then the loser is likely to be Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi believes that in a life and death confrontation between two people, the outcome is between an. However, what reason does Zhang Yi have to leave the shelter? As long as he doesn't go out, he is invincible. Zhang Yi didn't stop attacking and continued to shoot at Ling Feng one by one. He knew he couldn't kill Ling Feng, but he wanted to see how long Ling Feng's ability could last. After evading a few times, Ling Feng seemed to understand Zhang Yi's intentions. He raised his head and gave Zhang Yi a fierce look, then disappeared in front of the shelter in a flash. Zhang Yi held a sniper rifle, wanting to continue searching for a few enemies to kill. However, the members of the Ace Special Forces team have all received the news and will not show up easily, so he did not find this a good opportunity. Run. Or are you waiting for the next opportunity to attack? Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows. He only knew that after the opponent had experienced this failure, it was basically impossible for the opponent to use the same means to attack again. The two sides are trying to overthrow each other, and he also wants to see what other powerful means the other side has. But for Zhang Yi, he is not afraid of time consuming. He can stay in this shelter for a lifetime. But how long can the Zishan base continue to put a large number of troops into the shelter? Aozan, it depends on who can't survive first. Zhang Yi lay on the window, changed into a comfortable position, and then adjusted the distance of the optical sight. He set his sights on the charred corpses of soldiers at the foot of the short hill. If someone from the special forces went to collect the corpse, they had to be prepared to die. With so many corpses, if Ling Feng collected them in the past, would the energy in his body be able to last that long? After Ling Feng returned, he gave the command to the special forces to retreat, go back to Zujia town, to rest for a while, and then discuss the battle plan again. The failure of today's mission has already caused him a huge blow. But he can be the captain. Obviously he is not a reckless man who only knows how to use his emotions. The battle situation is unfavorable, and there is no point in continuing to consume it. The battle plan must be reconsidered. Zheng Zurong breathed a sigh of relief and said, I was scared to death. When I saw you rushing over just now, I thought you were out of breath. Ling Feng shook his head and said, do you really think that I just rushed over because I was out of my mind? I just wanted to confirm how strong the walls of the shelter are. He raised his fist and said to everyone, I found a new way to cause damage to that wall. Zheng Zurong's eyes widened and she said speechlessly, Captain, you don't mean your own fist, do you? Ling Feng's fists are indeed terrifying. This is a fact recognized by the Zishan base. But if you punch through the thick walls of the shelter, you have to wait until the year of the monkey? Ling Feng lowered his voice and said, any possible method, we must try. Because guns and explosives have lost their effect on him. Perhaps the most primitive means of attack is the most effective. Why don't you think about it? When the blasting team placed the explosives in the past, he didn't take the people from the blasting team in together with the explosives. Everyone showed a thoughtful look when they heard the words. Indeed, if his ability is so easy to use, and he can collect everything, then he could have swallowed up our entire blasting team at that time. Academician Wu analyzed seriously, but he didn't do that. Instead, he waited until we left, before collecting the explosives. In other words, is his ability limited to creatures like humans? Ling Feng said, I just went there for two purposes. One is to confirm the defensive power of the wall, and the other is to test whether his abilities have other attack methods. He sneered. Facts have proved that his space system ability has no active attack effect. It can only cause damage through sniper rifles and rebound attacks. So it is entirely feasible to destroy his house by manpower. Zhang Yi's ability was quickly analyzed by the special forces. After all, compared to Zhang Yi, they are experts in the field of supernatural power research. In the Zishan base, there is even an institution specializing in the study of aliens. Shi Daong said excitedly, this will be easy to handle. We have no shortage of strength enhancing aliens. Let's take turns to smash his wall. Shi Daong looked at Liang Yu who had been silent all this time. Mr. Liang, your swordsmanship is also very powerful. When the time comes, the three of us will fight together. Liang Yu raised her eyebrows slightly and said softly, it's fine for you to make up your mind. I have no objection. She already had an idea in her mind. But in front of Ling Feng and others, she still had to show that she cooperated with her work. Academician Wu hurriedly said, guys, don't you take it seriously? Even though you are all aliens and powerful, But if you want to break through that wall with your fists and swords, I'm afraid it will take years and months of hard work. Ling Feng narrowed his eyes, looked at the standing black shelter, and murmured, if that's the only way that works, then we'll do it. Whether it's for the future of the entire Zishan base, or to avenge the dead brothers. Ling Feng knew what a huge resource Zhang Yi held in his hands. As long as it can be obtained, the material crisis of the Zishan base can be greatly alleviated. So even the slightest possibility, he will not let it go. Let's go back. Ling Feng touched his stomach. He was very hungry now. What about the remains of the brothers? Shi Daong couldn't bear it. Those soldiers who just died were all his brother's pados. Ling Feng said cautiously, now we will only be rescued by corpses in the past. Don't be impatient. Wait until we capture the shelter and collect the corpses for them. Chapter 280 New information. Ling Feng returned to Zudong village with the members of the special forces. How high-spirited they were when they left. How embarrassed they were when they came back. When the group returned to the village, Zhu Dongtang and others rushed over to greet them. Zhu Dongtang said with a flattering face, Captain Ling, did you win a big victory? Did you kill that villain Zhang Yi? A group of people from various villages behind him also echoed, yes, yes, I just heard such a loud explosion, must have blown up his house. Has Zhang Yi been blown to ashes? As expected of Captain Ling, it's a big victory with one shot. It's really amazing. Captain Ling is mighty. Our Zishan organization is mighty. A bunch of worthless rainbow farts spewed out. But the more people in the special forces team heard, the more ugly their expressions became. They had just failed in their mission and nearly half of Brother Paos had been killed, so they were already in a bad mood. So listening to the flattery of the villagers in Zujia town at this time, it felt like a mockery. Shi Daong reprimanded coldly, shut up. His voice was very loud, and this roar made everyone look at him in astonishment. At this time Zhu Dongtang also reacted. These soldiers don't look like they've won a battle. The big guy shut his mouth, and didn't dare to speak much. Ling Feng stepped forward, and said to Zhu Dongtang and others, we are a little hungry, prepare more food. More than usual. After speaking, Ling Feng walked towards the temporary house. Shi Daong stared fiercely at Zhu Dongtang and the others, and said, we fought hard today, and we prepared better meals. Remember? Ah, yes. How dare a group of people go against their will? After all, everyone in the special forces is carrying a gun. But after they walked away, the villagers couldn't help, but started to mutter. It looks like you've lost the battle. Ah, no way. These soldiers can't deal with Zhang Yi. Oh, hello, how can this be accurate? Zhang Yi is a vicious devil, and his methods are vicious. But they are at least a regular army. Look at this equipment, it's armed to the teeth. So many people can't do one person, it's a bit shameful. The villagers' discussions were not loud, but the hearing of these soldiers was different from that of ordinary people, and they all listened to them. Their expressions were extremely ashamed and indignant, but they could only pretend not to hear. After all, it is a fact that the battle has been defeated, and to argue with others is to slap yourself in the face. Shi Daong said to Ling Feng gloomily, aren't these villagers too young? Let me teach them a lesson. Ling Feng glanced at him, and said coldly, no need. Keep them, and they can still provide us with food and labor. If you really want to deal with them, you have to wait until you finish beating Zhang Yi. Ling Feng walked into the igloo and said lightly, the base also needs to replenish some labor force. When the time comes, let them go and contribute to the organization. Shi Daong nodded after listening. Good luck to them. If it was in the past, according to my temper, I would have killed a few of them a long time ago. Every soldier at the Zishan base has come across the line of life and death. Although none of them had been on the battlefield in peacetime, it is not a joke to say that they killed countless people. In the early days of the end of the world, many people around the Zishan base got the news and wanted to break into the shelter. What can be done to deal with these people? In order to survive, everyone is doing everything they can. Some people even want to attack by force. As for Ling Feng and the others, they were all cold machines. When Chen Xinian gave an order, they killed all those who tried to break in. Later, because of the unfair distribution of resources in the Zishan base, there were also riots in the Fourth Life warehouse. They were still the ones who suppressed it. To this day, they don't know how many people's blood has been stained in their hands. In their eyes, killing people is no different from killing fish. On the other side, Zudongtang was surrounded by many villagers. Now the villagers have begun to feel a little anxious. Meh, didn't you say before that they stayed for 2 days before leaving? It's been several days now. I don't think it's that simple. They lost the battle, and the battle has to continue. I don't know when it will end. But these soldiers also eat too much food. One person's daily food intake is equivalent to our family of 4. If this goes on like this, our Zujia town won't be able to afford it. Zudongtang frowned, and his heart was a little churn. However, in order to maintain the situation, he can only appease the villagers in each village and let everyone not worry. Among the crowd, Fatty Zu watched this scene, and could only sigh helplessly. What Zhang Yi said back then is becoming true step by step. Zudongtang greeted these Zishan-based soldiers beamingly, fearing that it would be easier to ask the gods than send them away, so he finally included himself in it. However, hearing that Zishan base failed to attack Zhang Yi's shelter, Fatty Zu was determined to follow Zhang Yi. Fatty Zu ran back to his home, and took out his mobile phone to contact Zhang Yi. Boss, those people from the Zishan base have come back in disgrace. I think the number of people has been reduced by half compared to when they went. Did you kill them? Through Fatty Zu's situation, Zhang Yi knew that the soldiers at Zishan base had all retreated. He put away his sniper rifle and closed the window. I beat them away. How do they look now? Are they in a normal state of mind? Through the expression of the other party, you can judge whether they have a plan for the next step. It is very important to grasp the mentality of the opponent. They looked like wild dogs who had lost a battle, and each of them looked more gloomy than the other. And as soon as I came back, I yelled for food. Bah, how shameless. Fatty Zu also loves the food of the villagers. Although Zujia town is known as an important agricultural and fishery town, the food storage of every household will not be too much. At best it will last for a year or so. But now they have to feed a group of big soldiers who can eat, and they have to eat well when they open their mouths and shut their mouths. The villagers are also overwhelmed. Zhang Yi said, where is this going? Now it's just the beginning stage, and they will still be polite to you. Slowly, maybe people won't treat you as human beings. A smirk appeared on the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth. Fatty, how is your history? So. Fatty Zu scratched his head. Boss, why are you asking this? Zhang Yi said indifferently, I just want to remind you that these soldiers at the Zishan base are all people with countless blood on their hands and disregard for life. In ancient history, this kind of extreme food shortage happened from time to time, and those who served as soldiers usually arrested people to use as rations. There are many living people in your Zujia town, right? I would like to call it a large meat joint factory. Zhang Yi's words made Fatty Zu's hair stand on end in fright. Fuck, boss, don't talk about it. It's too infiltrating. They shouldn't be able to do this, right? Fatty Zu looked at the meat on his body. It was fat and plentiful, and he couldn't help but associate it with the pigs in the meat factory. Zhang Yi restrained his playful smile, but he thought of the month he spent in Ulu community in his mind. The kind of cruelty is unimaginable to the villagers of Zujia town who have enough food. When people are in a state of extreme hunger, they can do anything. I don't know if it will go to that point. It's just that, if I were in your environment. A sneer appeared on the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth. I must have slipped away long ago. Silly fat man, you have such a powerful ability. No matter where you go, you can live a good life. Why are you guarding this bunch of idiot villagers? Fatty Zu swallowed his saliva, still hesitating in his heart. Zhang Yi comforted him and said, don't worry, you have supernatural powers. They should be reluctant to touch you. If one day you really feel that the situation is wrong, come to me. I will protect you. Zhang Yi now hopes that Fatty Zu will stay calm and serve as an undercover agent for him. So you have to give him a booster first. After getting Zhang Yi's promise, Fatty Zu felt more at ease. Okay, boss. I'll listen to you. If there is such a day, you must help me. Of course. You pay attention to their movements and report to me if there is any trouble. Remember? Must. After Zhang Yi hung up the phone, he asked Zhao AI to show him the 3D structure diagram of the entire shelter. How's the external damage today? Zhao AI showed him a certain place on the wall. When attacked by firearms, the damage level is 0.00001%. When hit by an unknown object, the damage level is 0.028%. Zhang Yi retrieved the part where the unknown object hit. The 3D image showed that it was a shallow fist mark. Is that Ling Feng? What a monster. Zhang Yi once again expressed such emotion. At Zishan base, Ling Feng, captain of the Ace Special Forces, and Fatty Zhu told Zhang Yi his name. However, seeing his strength with his own eyes, Zhang Yi was also greatly shocked. There is no doubt that this is the most powerful alien Zhang Yi has ever seen so far. Whether it is speed or strength, they have reached the level of monsters. Could it be that the Zishan base has special means that can help other people improve their strength? Zhang Yi thought of Liu Xiang, who had been dissected. Liu Xiang is an ordinary person who was forcibly catalyzed to mutate, which gave him great power. But that also comes at a price. Due to the mutation, his body has terrible hidden injuries. Gaining power comes at the expense of health and even longevity. I just don't know if this Ling Feng's ability is so powerful. Is it born like this, or has it undergone some kind of transformation? Zhang Yi had a strong interest in Zishan base in his heart. If there is such a method, he also wants to try it. But the thought was fleeting. He doesn't take risks to make himself stronger. If it wasn't for his own safety, he would rather be an ordinary person and live his life in peace and happiness. After Zhang Yi returned to the basement, Zhao Ke rushed up first. Zhang Yi, are you injured? She hastily checked his body for fear that something might happen to Zhang Yi. I'm fine, they are. Zhang Yi said with a smile. When he came back here to look at them, Zhang Yi's mood became happier. Facts have proved that it was a wise choice to accept them to live with him. After going through a big battle, he needs the comfort of the opposite sex very much, the physical second, and the most important thing is the spiritual. Zhao Ke checked Zhang Yi's body carefully, and after confirming that he was not damaged at all, he breathed a sigh of relief and pressed his head against his chest. Zhang Yi patted her on the back, then sat down on the sofa to rest. Yang Mi took out the beer and lo mein from the refrigerator for him. Zhang Yi looked at Lu Karen and asked, Karen, the outer wall of our shelter has been hit, and now part of the wall has fallen off. Is there a way to repair it? Lu Karen sat on the chair and rolled his eyes upwards. Well, I understand the production of this kind of rigid alloy, but some special materials are needed. And even if you get the materials out of the way, you still need to go out and fix the facade. At this time, it's impossible for you to go out to search for materials and repair the wall, right? Zhang Yi said with a smile. As long as you say it can be repaired, it will be easy. We are not in a hurry. It would be a pity if such a good shelter was destroyed like this. Zhang Yi also doesn't want to move around all the time. Hey, no one knows when they will fight. Yang Mi sighed, with a sad expression on her face. Then you have to be prepared for a protracted war. Zhang Yi poured a glass of beer and handed it to her. Yang Mi smiled and took it with both hands. Seeing this, several other girls also came over to ask for it. After the battle, it is rare for everyone to have a short leisure time. In fact, compared to Zhang Yi, the other 4 girls were more nervous. Zhang Yi knows his whole cards very well, so he doesn't have too much fear. The others can only hide in the basement, praying that Zhang Yi can win. Everyone enjoyed their lunch. The topic gradually became lighter, and they talked about other topics. After a while, Yang Xingxin's cell phone suddenly rang. The surrounding voices stopped abruptly, and everyone turned their attention to her. Because at this time, it is basically impossible for anyone from the outside world to contact them. And once someone gets in touch, it's usually not good news. Yang Xingxin calmly took out the phone. As a top hacker, she wasn't worried about someone hacking into the shelter's network through her phone. After she turned on the phone, she looked up at Zhang Yi, and then handed the phone over from the table in a sensible manner. You got news. Zhang Yi didn't pretend. He turned his phone around and looked over. Xingxin, I'm teacher Liang Yu. My classmates and I need your help now. Could you let me talk to Zhang Yi? When Zhang Yi saw the name Liang Yu, he couldn't help but think of the strange man he saw holding Tang Dao. Did she follow along? Zhang Yi was very vigilant in his heart. It seemed that, after he took Yang Xingxin away, Liang Yu and others contacted the Zishan base and joined it. Chapter 281 Liang Yui and -039 S cooperation request. Looking at the message from Liang Yu, Zhang Yi fell into deep thought. He still remembered that female warrior with sharp sword skills. At that time, she had been hungry and exhausted for a long time, and she was still able to strengthen her spirit and fight bloody battles. If it is in full bloom, her strength must be even stronger. Not long after she joined the Zishan base, she was able to follow the special forces to perform tasks. It can be imagined that her status in the Zishan base is not low. But, what did she mean by looking for Yang Xingxin? Need help? Zhang Yi didn't know what the Zishan base was like, let alone what Liang Yu was like. Nor can it be ruled out that this is a trap. For example, when Ling Feng and the others found that they couldn't get out of the storm shelter, they began to use tricks to lure Yang Xingxin to open the door for Liang Yu. Zhang Yi crossed his arms. Usually this posture represents a guarded mentality. He looked at Yang Xingxin and Lu Karen and asked seriously, "Can you talk to me about Liang Yu?" Lu Karen and Yang Xingxin immediately told everything they knew about Liang Yu. Liang Yu, 27 years old. He is a national martial arts master who is proficient in more than 300 kinds of martial arts and more than a dozen kinds of fighting techniques from various countries. He is best at swordsmanship and capture. He once served as the bodyguard of a certain sea and was the personal bodyguard of a certain female leader. Later, he was recruited by the board of directors of Shanking Academy with an annual salary of 300 million and worked as a martial arts teacher in the school. She is a woman who is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. Wait a minute. After Zhang Yi heard this adjective, he asked Lu Karen curiously, "Are you talking about physical characteristics or personality characteristics?" Lu Karen didn't understand and scratched his head curiously. "Clam?" Yang Xingxin said with a smile. "In terms of body, it's really hard to explain without trying it yourself. But Karen is probably talking about personality." Zhang Yi felt a little regretful. "Oh, then go ahead." Lu Karen and Yang Xingxin continued to add, "Liang Yu has practiced martial arts since she was a child and is a top martial artist, so her personality is relatively pure. This person has a good personality, but is a bit dead-headed. Still, it's clear she's a good person. Otherwise, when the end of the world came, she would be able to live on her own without having to bring the oil bottles with her." Yang Xingxin tilted her head and said, "If it weren't for the presence of teacher Liang, those people in our class would have become Huahua's dinner." Huaha, who was still sleeping during the day, opened her mouth wide and yawned in response to the occasion. Her mouth was full of fishy smell. Zhang Yi folded his arms and thought slowly. Both Yang Xingxin and Lu Karen had known Liang Yu for a long time. As a teacher, she didn't need to pretend her temperament for so long. Being able to pass the test of the end times is enough to prove that she has a good character. And Zhang Yi won't lose anything if he just chats with her. Then let's see what she has in mind. Maybe it will be beneficial to yourself. After Zhang Yi thought about it, he said to Yang Xingxin, "If I use your mobile phone to chat with her, is there a danger of her implanting a virus and destroying the network of the shelter?" Yang Xingxin said confidently, "Brother, don't worry about this. The defense level of my mobile phone is not inferior to that of the computer in the control room." Zhang Yi nodded. "That's good. I'll use your mobile phone to chat with her." Yang Xingxin said she has no comments. Zhang Yi took Yang Xingxin's cell phone and sent Liang Yu a message. "I'm Zhang Yi. What do you want to talk to me about?" At this time, Liang Yu was staying in her own room in Zudong village. As a captain level alien, she is also a woman, so she has a separate room. Fatty Zhu built it especially for her. After seeing Zhang Yi's strength, Liang Yu also made up her mind to cooperate with Zhang Yi. After all, time is not on her side. If it continues to drag on, students may be killed every day. Received Zhang Yi's reply, Liang Yu was extremely excited. She quickly replied, "Zhang Yi, I hope to cooperate with you. My students are now at the Zishan base, and their lives are in danger. I want you to help me." Zhang Yi remained vigilant and asked, "Let me help you? You should not have to worry about food and clothing at the Zishan base, right? Aren't the students of Shanking College all masters?" Zhang Yi's tone was slightly sarcastic. Because those who can enter the Shanking Academy, except for geniuses like Yang Xingxin and Lu Karen, are all top-notch young men and young ladies who are either rich or expensive. Liang Yu said, "You should know that at this time, the identity and status of the past are worthless. I really want to cooperate with you. Now I'm inside the Zishan base, as a captain of the special forces. I think you may need my help. In exchange, you help me, and my students escape from there. What do you think? Zhang Yi stroked his chin, analyzing the deep meaning of Liang Yu's words word by word. Liang Yu's words made him feel very strange. Very strange. Isn't the Zishan base a large underground shelter? How could their lives be in danger there? But I think Liang Yu is doing well now, and she is a powerful alien who can't even keep a group of students. Zhang Yi knew nothing about the internal conditions of the Zishan base, so he didn't understand, while Liang Yu asked her for help. But one thing is for sure, it is absolutely impossible for him to take the initiative to attack the Zishan base. With his strength, he can protect himself more than enough, but attacking a refuge with a strong armed force and complete industrialized facilities, the risk factor is too high. So Zhang Yi didn't rush to answer whether Liang Yu agreed. Instead, he asked, I don't know anything about the Zishan base. If you want me to help you, at least you have to tell me some internal conditions. Regardless of whether the deal is done or not, at least it would be nice to be able to get some information about the other party for free. Liang Yu thought about it. She did know some information about the Zishan base, but she was not sure if it would be useful to Zhang Yi. But in order to gain Zhang Yi's trust, she decided to speak out. Okay, I can tell you. You are able to risk your life to save Xingxin. I believe you are a kind person. Zhang Yi felt a little funny when he saw the news. If it wasn't because he needed an internet expert, he wouldn't have rescued 10 young Xingxins. Okay, tell me. Liang Yu then told Zhang Yi everything she had learned about the Zishan base during this period of time. She didn't think there were many secrets about those circumstances, and she can't touch the core secrets, so she doesn't have much to hide. When Zhang Yi and Liang Yu communicated, they didn't carry other people behind their backs. So everyone listened to Liang Yu's description of the Zishan base. During this process, the expressions of everyone changed again and again. The layout of the life warehouse on the 4th floor of the Zishan base is fairly normal. After all, there are so many people in the whole base. There are always people who need to be at the bottom, responsible for working to support the upper life warehouse. But when they heard that what these people ate was protein liquid made from cockroaches and corpses, they all showed disgusting expressions on their faces. Perhaps only Zhang Yi calmly listened to everything she said. There is no fluctuation in Zhang Yi's heart, because he has been peeling off cocoons, extracting useful information from Liang Yu's words. The 4th life warehouse of Zishan base needs to eat protein liquid. It is not uncommon to use cockroaches to make it, but it is a bit disgusting to make it with corpses. That is to say, the total amount of materials they store is not very sufficient. Those who claim to be in the upper class, even if their morals are not so good, in order to maintain their dignity, they will not abandon the bottom line of life so easily. Unless the conditions do not allow them to maintain their own quality of life, they will be squeezed downwards without a lower limit. The corpse that Liang Yu mentioned was what Zhang Yi was most concerned about. People in the 4th life warehouse will be taken out periodically and then disposed of. Liang Yu found that there was a mutation on the corpse, which seemed to be injected with drugs or stimulated by high radiation. In other words, is the other party doing experiments on mutants? Zhang Yi's eyes shook, and he couldn't help but think of the appearance of a strange person beside him. Both they and themselves have experienced strong stimulation, and even awakened, when they were on the verge of life and death. Probably the Zishan base used a large number of people for experiments, in order to obtain a powerful alien force. In this way, the question makes sense. Those lost students were taken away to do human experiments. It's ridiculous. The probability of aliens appearing is so low. It is estimated that few of the students who went there will come back. But they don't waste it, and the dead bodies are also high quality protein. Zhang Yi said with a sneer. Both Yang Mi and Zhao Keller approached Zhang Yi subconsciously. At this time, their hair was standing on end, and they were shivering with fright. This Zishan base is a hell. They treat the people in the 4th life warehouse like this, but if all the people in the 4th life warehouse die, who will work for them? Hearing their discussion, Zhang Yi smiled disapprovingly. Although there are very few living people outside, that's only compared to before the end of the world. Based on the population base of China, even if only 5% of the population survives, the population density is still among the highest in the world. Zhang Yi looked in the direction of Zujia town. Aren't there thousands of ready-made living people there? If I'm not wrong, a large part of these people will be taken away. Kindly let them experience the means of artificial mutation. The eyes of several women showed a look of rejoicing. If it wasn't for meeting Zhang Yi and being taken in, if they fell into the hands of such an organization, then what kind of fate would be to welcome them? Luke Karen couldn't help but murmured, I thought they would go to the Zishan base, and life would be easier. Now that I think about it, I might as well stay in Shinking College. In fact, if they didn't go to Zishan base, but stayed in Shinking College, their living standard would not be bad. After all, as soon as Yang Xingxin left, the demon Katuahu also left. But they don't know this. Everything is a coincidence. Zhang Yi understood, while Liang Yu begged him. However, he still said to Liang Yu, you are very clear about the security force of the Zishan base. It is not possible for a few people to rush in and rescue a bunch of helpless students. If you ask me to save people, you would think too highly of me. I can only protect myself. Although Liang Yu was a little disappointed, Zhang Yi's answer was within her expectation. After all, there is no relationship between Zhang Yi and them, and there is no reason for them to take risks for them. You can withstand the attack of the Zishan base, which proves that you have great strength. If I can show enough value, can I persuade you? Zhang Yi laughed lightly. I suggest you give up this idea. But you have realized the crux of the problem. Whether I help you and how much I help you depends on the value you provide me, she said. I understand. I will prove this and try to use my own strength to lead them to escape from the Zishan base. If possible, I hope you will give me some help when the time comes. If we escape, can you accept us and give us a place to live? Zhang Yi frowned with a look of disbelief. You mean to live in my shelter? Liang Yu said, your shelter is so big, it's no problem to accommodate dozens of people. I believe that you don't want to see these young children suffer torture in the Zishan base, right? Zhang Yi took a deep breath and slowly sat up straight. He said to Yang Xingxin and Luke Karen, I have learned how crazy your teacher's mind is. Zhao Ke laughed. She's really naive. That's right, the shelter can indeed accommodate dozens of people. But the question is, why? There may be many kind people in this world who are selfless enough to sacrifice part of their own interests for others. But there is absolutely no Zhang Yi's name among these people. Yang Xingxin and Luke Karen looked at each other. Yang Xingxin smiled, and Luke Karen scratched his head helplessly. This is indeed something their teachers can do. Zhang Yi picked up the phone and rejected Liang Yu straightforwardly. Sorry, my shelter won't let anyone in. After a while, Liang Yu sent another long text, trying to persuade Zhang Yi. We will not be your burden in the past, and we can help you do many things. These children of Shanking Academy have learned more knowledge and skills than ordinary people since they were young. They are very capable. Zhang Yi said, there is no need to discuss this matter. To be honest, Mr. Liang, we don't seem to have any friendship, right? I'm even less familiar with your students. It can even be said that there are still some conflicts between us. Why do you think I will take you in with good intentions? Zhang Yi still remembers that in Shinking College, he took away Liang Yu's Looming sword and killed several students who tried to kidnap Yang Xingxin. What do those people think of him? Anyway, it won't make a good impression. Seeing that Zhang Yi could not be persuaded, Liang Yu was not really a fool, so he could only slow down his tone. So, you can always provide us with shelter and some living supplies? Zhang Yi said with a smile. If it is these conditions, then there is still room for discussion. Zhang Yi looked at Yang Xingxin and asked with a smile, Xingxin, did you say before that, as long as you can implant the Trojan horse into the network of Zishan base, you can invade their entire network system? Yang Xingxin suddenly understood what Zhang Yi wanted to do. Brother, do you want to use Mr. Liang to counterattack the Zishan base? Zhang Yi said lightly, I can't always be passively beaten. At least after controlling their network, I can understand their true strength. In case I need to use it someday, this will become a very important hole card in my hand. Chapter 282 Choose to negotiate. Zhang Yi immediately discussed with Liang Yu and agreed to cooperate with her. But the condition is that Liang Yu has to assist him to secretly deal with the Zishan base. Naturally, this was not a problem for Liang Yu. She had long hated this evil place in her heart and wished for it to be destroyed. so the two hit it off. As for how Liang Yu brought those students out, that was her own business. At most, Zhang Yi would provide some assistance, and it was impossible to go there to help her save someone in person. However, Zhang Yi is also very curious, what exactly is Liang Yu planning to do? He repeatedly confirmed with Yang Xingxin and Lu Karen. How is your teacher Liang thinking? The two laughed and said, her IQ is still online. She shouldn't do stupid things. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows and said with a playful look, really? Then I'm somewhat looking forward to it. What method did she use to bring so many students out? Zujia Town. After receiving Zhang Yi's promise, Liang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. At the very least, she has arranged a way out for the students. The next thing to think about is how to take them out of the Zishan base. If it was 1 or 2 people, with her current status as the captain of the special operations team, it would not be difficult to take them out. After all, the people in the Fourth Life warehouse are just labor force and experimental products. But taking away more than 30 students in one breath is a bit more difficult. You have to find a suitable time. Liang Yu thought secretly. The best time is to shake the entire Zishan base. She can't be too impatient. It will be bad if things show up. She tucks her phone into her white boots. She has 2 mobile phones, which is a secret of hers. She had just entered the Zishan base, and the mobile phone was handed in for inspection. Liang Yu wondered if surveillance software had been implanted in it. Fortunately, she has 2 mobile phones. So she handed in one, but secretly hid the other one, which was Zhang Yi, who used this one to contact. On the other side, Ling Feng, Shi Daong and other cronies were in another igloo, discussing the next attack plan while eating. Both Ling Feng and Shi Daong belonged to relatively powerful ability users in the Zishan base. As top fighters, their physical fitness and combat quality are many times stronger than ordinary people. So after awakening, it becomes even more powerful. Coupled with the various technologies and ruthless assistance of the Zishan base, it has created a perfect super soldier like Ling Feng. But the only downside is that it consumes too much. Even though Ling Feng is not tall, he can usually eat as much as 4 soldiers by himself. But today, he ate even more. After all, he had used his ability for too long. Ling Feng grabbed a grilled fish, stuffed it into his mouth, and bit off most of his body in one bite. While eating, he said vaguely to the people around him, from the current point of view, ordinary attack methods are useless against that shelter. So put away your weapons for the time being, and just be responsible for the vigilance of the surrounding area. To deal with Zhang Yi, it's up to a few of us. Several soldiers heard the words and asked curiously, if we don't need to deal with Zhang Yi, then who do we need to guard against? Ling Feng looked at them, and said with a half smile, Qianhe City is more than just our Zishan refuge. We have made too much noise these days, and there may be other forces coming to join in the fun. Also, I think the villagers in Zujia town have started to have complaints about us. We have to guard against them. Several soldiers burst out laughing when they heard this. You mean these villagers? Captain, stop joking. Do they have the guts? Ling Feng said unhurriedly, these stupid people are easy to do stupid things when their brains are hot. So it is always right to be on guard. As long as they dare to resist, shoot and kill a few, and the rest will be honest. The soldiers nodded. It was not the first time they had done this kind of thing, and they were very skilled. At this moment, a female soldier came over suddenly. Captain, the leader wants to talk to you. Hearing the word leader, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly froze. They have been out for 2 days, and have received a large amount of explosives from the Zishan base. But in the end, the shelter was still intact, but they lost nearly half of the soldiers. Once this kind of result is reported, it will definitely make their leaders furious. Everyone couldn't help but sweat for Ling Feng. But Ling Feng put down the fishbone in his hand with a calm expression, got up and walked over calmly. It's not that he's not nervous, but as the person in charge of this operation, he has the consciousness to be responsible for it. Ling Feng came to the communicator next door. A communicator is a special computer device, but its functions are much more complicated than ordinary home computers. Through it, you can communicate with the Zishan base located hundreds of meters underground. Through the screen, Ling Feng saw Chen Xinian's gentle yet dignified face. Ling Feng gave a military salute. Leader. Chen Xinian nodded. Ling Feng, how are you doing with this mission? It's been 2 days. Is there any progress? Chen Xinian did not ask Ling Feng if he had completed the task, because according to Ling Feng's usual style, if the task was completed, he would have reported it as soon as possible. So Chen Xinian also knew that Ling Feng had encountered a difficult problem. With a square face like black iron, Ling Feng carefully reported the situation of the battle to Chen Xinian without any concealment, including the ability shown by Zhang Yi and the fact that more than 20 elite fighters were killed in battle. After hearing this information, the smile on Chen Xinian's face gradually subsided and a cold light flashed in his narrowed eyes. That's more than 20 members of the Special Forces team. Not ordinary fighters, but the elite of the elite. Among them there are even man-made aliens that have been transformed with great difficulty. Just got killed. This caused a serious loss of combat power in the entire Zishan base. Ling Feng knew that Chen Xinian must be very disappointed and angry. He quickly said, although we sacrificed a lot earlier, after these 2 days of exploration, we have figured out Zhang Yi's ability. Next we will be able to break his shelter. Please rest assured. Chen Xinian was silent for a moment. He had to calm himself down, otherwise he would definitely scold Ling Feng severely. But Chen Xinian couldn't scold the number 1 combat power of his subordinates. After all, he still had to be used. Even if you want to criticize, you have to wait until he completes the task and returns to the base. Chen Xinian asked, what are you going to do? Ling Feng said, ordinary thermal weapons won't work against him unless we can ask for help from the upper level military area and mobilize missiles to attack his shelter. Chen Xinian couldn't help but took a deep breath, stared at him and said, this plan is too difficult to implement, so I won't consider it for the time being. And as I said, what I want is a living Zhang Yi. What use is he for a dead person? What he wants is the massive supplies in Zhang Yi's space. But once Zhang Yi is killed, whether he can still get those supplies is completely unknown. Ling Feng also knew that Chen Xinian would answer in this way, so he unhurriedly put forward a second suggestion. The second suggestion is to use several of our captain level aliens to continuously attack Zhang Yi's shelter. The disadvantage may be that it takes a little longer. Chen Xinian asked calmly, how long will it take? Ling Feng pondered for a long time before slowly uttering 2 words. Half a year. Ling Feng wasn't sure about this number either, but he knew that Chen Xinian was very angry in his heart, so he didn't dare to say it any longer. However, the length of half a year already made Chen Xinian feel unbelievable. You mean, we need to spend half a year investing so many captain level aliens to attack that shelter? Doesn't that mean that the defensive strength of our Zishan base will be greatly weakened in the past 6 months? What if someone invades? What if there is internal turmoil? Can you support in time? Ling Feng said, leader, we are stationed in Zujia town, and we don't need the base to provide supplies. Moreover, we have confirmed that Zhang Yi is a space-type capable person. He must be the one who stole tens of billions of supplies from Walmart's warehouse. As long as we can take him down, we can keep the base running for at least 5 years. Chen Xinian leaned back against the sofa swivel chair and slowly tapped the table with his right hand. Not long after, he slowly said to Ling Feng, but have you ever thought about what will happen 5 years from now? Ling Feng was stunned for a moment. 5 years later? He really didn't think about such a long-term thing. After all, after the end of the world, most people can only live 1 day. Chen Xinian said, nowadays, supplies from the outside world are not scarce, but most of them are stored under ice and snow, and we have no ability to obtain them. But I'm very interested in Zhang Yi's ability. He is a natural warehouse. If we can let him join our base, it will definitely be of great benefit to the base. In the future, let alone 5 years, we can maintain it even for 50 years. Everyone knows that there are a lot of supplies buried under the ice and snow. After all, Huago's production capacity is very strong, and there are so many domestic materials that they must be exported to foreign countries. As long as the materials under the ice and snow can be dug out, many people can survive. The problem, however, is that the Ice Age has rendered many modern tools unusable. For example, a car. In the entire Zishan base, only one snowmobile can be used, but the loading capacity is not enough. It's not that they didn't send troops, to search the surrounding warehouses and large supermarkets. And even if the location is found, so what? What do they rely on to dig? After being excavated, how to transport it to the Zishan base more than 10 kilometers away, or even dozens of kilometers away. These problems are not a problem at all in modern society, but now they have become a big trouble for the Zishan base. Chen Xinian took a fancy to Zhang Yi's ability. He said to Ling Feng, "The supplies in Zhang Yi's hands are very precious, and I value him as well. If you can't take him down quickly by force, then in my opinion, it would be good to have a talk with him." Chen Xinian was unwilling to delay for another half a year. What's more, the half a year that Ling Feng said may not come true. You want to negotiate with him? The muscles on Ling Feng's face twitched, and there was a burning fire in his heart. Dozens of brothers died in their special forces team. Can this matter be passed lightly? Everything is for the development of the base. Ling Feng, we must focus on the overall situation. Chen Xinian put his hand in and said to Ling Feng in an irresistible tone. Ling Feng didn't dare to disobey Chen Xinian. After all, he was an old leader in his army, and now he is the leader of Zishan base. As a soldier, Ling Feng's discipline is very strict. Yes, I obey all your orders. Chen Xinian nodded in satisfaction. Okay, don't stop your attacks on Zhang Yi's shelter in the next few days, and increase your firepower. Get strong conditions for our negotiations. Of course, it is impossible for Chen Xinian to negotiate with Zhang Yi right now. Because Zhang Yi was the winner at this time, he went to find Zhang Yi, and he fell into a disadvantage in terms of momentum. Therefore, Ling Feng had to lead people to put enough pressure on him before he came forward to ask for safety. So in the next few days, instead of stopping the actions of the Ace Special Forces, they intensified their offensive efforts. They were divided into 3 teams and harassed the shelter 24 hours a day, throwing grenades, setting fire, and attacking with firearms. This attack has no substantial damage to Sanctuary, but it looks like they are determined to win the shelter at the Zishan base. What they didn't know was that Zhang Yi and the others were staying in the basement at this time. After the active noise reduction was turned on, all the movement outside was isolated. Unless he found that they had large-scale movements, Zhang Yi ignored ordinary gun attacks. He had Liang Yu and Fatty Zhu as internal support, and he already knew that the other party was bluffing. Because in the past few days of the attack, their captains took turns to supervise the battle, but they would not go into battle in person. What the hell are these people trying to do? What kind of conspiracy is there? Zhang Yi was not sure what the significance of what they did was. It's just that, compared to those special forces who are struggling to attack in the ice and snow, his life in the basement is very comfortable. A warm and comfortable room, accompanied by lovely sexy women, plenty of food, and hot showers. This is something that outsiders can't even imagine. As long as he thought of these, Zhang Yi's heart was filled with happiness. But 3 days later, Zhang Yi received a video call request from Zishan base. Dialogue means negotiation. Zhang Yi finally understood why the other party had to act as if they were stepping up their attack, even though they knew the attack was ineffective. After thinking twice and confirming to Yang Xingxin that the network security would not be affected, Zhang Yi connected the video call from Zishan base. A middle-aged man in a Chinese tunic suit with neatly combed hair appeared on the video screen. Chapter 283. This is the first meeting between Zhang Yi and Chen Xinian. However, Zhang Yi's personal information had already been sent to Chen Xinian's desk. So Chen Xinian knew Zhang Yi better. At least Chen Xinian was very clear about the information before the end of the world. Therefore, Chen Xinian, who has seen Zhang Yi's personal information, is very confident in recruiting him. From Chen Xinian's point of view, Zhang Yi is just an urban youth with average education level, some courage and vigor. He has no political experience, has never been a senior corporate leader, and is not even a white-collar worker. Such a character would not be qualified to contact Chen Xinian in the past. Chen Xinian's self-confidence is shown in his calm smile. As soon as he saw Zhang Yi, he greeted him with a gentle smile. "Hello, you are Zhang Yi, right?" Zhang Yi did not have a good impression of Chen Xinian. Although this middle-aged man looked kind. After hearing Liang Yu tell the inside story of the Zishan base, he understood how cruel the person in front of him was. "You are the leader of the Zishan base? I don't know how to call you." Zhang Yi's tone was flat, and he also had a warm smile on his face. My name is Chen Xinian. Mr. Chen Xinian, hello. I don't know if you come to me this time, what advice do you have? Zhang Yi asked with a smile. The smile on Chen Xinian's face grew stronger. He suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a trace of sharpness on his originally kind face, but just this look made Zhang Yi feel a chill. A while ago, 2 soldiers from our Zishan base went out to perform missions. Then they disappeared near your shelter. According to the information sent before they disappeared, the last person they had contact with was you. Mr. Zhang Yi, did you kill the people in our base? Chen Xinian began to question him as soon as he came up, and he wanted to suppress Zhang Yi first in terms of momentum. But Zhang Yi wasn't scared too much. The other party has been in the officialdom for many years and has a good way of playing power and interpersonal relationships. Zhang Yi will not be so stupid as to fight in the opponent's field. So he decided to break the opponent's rules and bring Chen Xinian into his own domain. Then rely on his rich experience to defeat Chen Xinian. Without saying a word, Zhang Yi directly took out a saber from the different space and stabbed it fiercely on the table. This move made Chen Xinian frown. Such a rude behavior is completely inconsistent with the negotiation methods he has always understood. Zhang Yi pointed to the saber and said, do you recognize this saber? It was your people who left it in my house. Even in peaceful times, this kind of behavior of breaking into a private house and leaving a murder weapon can be regarded as illegal invasion and killed directly. What's more, in the last days, everyone is in danger. Your people dare to threaten me, so what if I kill them? Zhang Yi's way of dealing with Chen Xinian is to be unruly. He is a young man, and he doesn't like the hidden words and intrigues of the old man and the officialdom. If you have to pretend to be deep, you will only be entangled by Chen Xinian in the end. Therefore, Zhang Yi simply put it badly. Yes, I did it. What about you? Anyway, everyone knows what's going on in their hearts, so it's better to play the cards. Seeing Zhang Yi's reckless appearance, Chen Xinian felt very contemptuous. He thought to himself, what is the difference between this kind of behavior and those blind people who don't know how to teach? Vulgar. Chen Xinian also tried to explain his reasoning to Zhang Yi. They didn't hurt you, they just greeted you that way. Lets you know there are other survivors around. In fact, our West Mountain base often helps the survivors of the discovery. The marking is for your peace of mind. This will make it easier for us to assist you in the future. How can you repay your kindness with hatred? Sigh. Looking at Chen Xinian's distressed appearance, Zhang Yi sneered in his heart. What happened to Liang Yu and those students has already proved how bad the Zishan base is. Chen Xinian, you really know how to act. Zhang Yi waved his hand. I don't want you to think. I want me to think. I said they are intruders, and they are intruders. How about it? I will kill them, as soon as I kill them. Zhang Yi put on a bad face, but Chen Xinian couldn't fix it. According to Chen Xinian's thinking, he should reason well with Zhang Yi, and then use his skillful tricks to get Zhang Yi involved. But what about Zhang Yi? Tell him directly that I killed the man. What are you going to do? I don't care what they want to do. In short, I say they are bad people. They are bad people. Don't even try to play moral kidnapping with me. As long as I have no morals, I won't be kidnapped by you. Chen Xinian's face darkened, and he said seriously, anyway, isn't it a mistake for you to kill people before you know the facts? Of course not. Zhang Yi said bluntly, I will kill if I want to, as long as I think they have the possibility of harming me. Even if there is only 1% of them, I will do it. As he said that, Zhang Yi pointed to Chen Xinian and said, it's true. It's just that a few people died, so there's no need to make such a fuss. Punch the old master to death. Zhang Yi's performance completely exceeded Chen Xinian's expectations. This kind of nonsense feeling almost drove Chen Xinian mad. He also lost his patience and said with a cold face, so, you are determined not to admit your mistakes? Zhang Yi also sneered and said, what's wrong with me? You have already sent a large force to my door. Every day you keep attacking my house with guns and explosives, and now you are saying that I'm at fault. You can't be so shameless as a human being, can you? Zhang Yi has no plans to make peace with Zishan base, because he knew that the initiative to make peace between the two parties had always been in Chen Xinian's hands. Zhang Yi is only on the defensive side. If the other side withdraws its troops, peace will come. And according to Liang Yu, Zhang Yi also understands that Chen Zinian is a person with a smiley face and a black heart through and through. It is impossible to have any hope for this kind of person, and you must not be moved by his sugar-coated bullets. The reason for accepting the conditions of the call is just to take the opportunity to test the other party and see how many whole cards they have not used. Chen Zinian put away the smirk on his face, leaned on the sofa swivel chair, crossed his hands, and looked at Zhang Yi with that kind of cold and indifferent eyes. It was a look that disgusted Zhang Yi very much. I remember when I was working before, the big leaders in the company looked at him with this kind of eyes. The feeling of being high above and looking down on him made him sick. What are you arrogant about? It's the end of the world, and you still have your leadership style. Zhang Yi had a disdainful expression on his face, and his legs suddenly turned up on the table. From Chen Zinian's perspective, 2 big feet in black socks hit his face. Chen Zinian was furious. When had he ever been insulted like this? Zhang Yi said lightly, "You guys better go back to me quickly. Otherwise, I will make it impossible for any of these people from the Zishan base to survive. And I will also contact other forces in Xianhe City and tell them that the Zishan base is empty of defense. Do you think they will take the opportunity to go over and do something?" What Zhang Yi said was just a bluff. In fact, he didn't know anyone from other forces in Xianhe City. But Zhang Yi knew that in a city as big as Xianhe City with a population of more than 2,000 million, there must still be survivors. Chen Zinian knew this very clearly. He couldn't help feeling a little nervous. But on the surface, Chen Zinian still pretended to be calm. "Oh, Zhang Yi, you are so young." Pointing at Zhang Yi, Chen Zinian sighed, "I want to solve everything in a rough way. In fact, I came to you hoping to have peace talks. I know that all the materials in Walmart's South China warehouse were in your hands back then. There are so many materials. You can't use them up in 10 lifetimes, so why keep them in your hands?" Zhang Yi immediately denied it decisively. I didn't do it. Don't talk nonsense. Even if the evidence for this kind of thing is solid, he will not admit it to death. If you have a good thing, just enjoy it secretly. Don't make it public. People are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being strong. Chen Zinian chuckled. "I already know it, and it doesn't make any sense for you to hide it. I just hope you can think about the big picture. There are still thousands of survivors in our Zishan base. If you can provide these materials, you can keep these thousands of people alive for many years." Zhang Yi sneered in his heart. Feelings, the official is using himself as a second coin. Liang Yu once said that the 4 life warehouses in the Zishan base are for different classes. The higher you go, the higher the quality of life. And the 4th life chamber on the lowest level can only eat protein liquid made by cockroaches and corpses. What materials are not enough? It's just an uneven distribution. If everyone eats protein liquid, he believes that the Zishan base will support twice as many people without any pressure. Every day, I enjoy delicacies from mountains and seas, enjoy the young and beautiful female students, but come to talk to Zhang Yi about dedication? How ridiculous. However, Zhang Yi did not say these words. Because once he said that, Chen Zinian knew that someone at Zishan base had contacted him. Zhang Yi just said lightly, "What does that have to do with me? I'm sorry, I'm not that great, and the life and death of others has nothing to do with me. So many people died in the last days. This is natural selection. Survival of the fittest." Chen Zinian frowned. "Oh, you. How could you have such selfish and superficial thoughts? Has the country's years of education for you been wasted? Sacrificing oneself for the public service, contributing to the country and the people, this is the duty of every citizen. What's more, you are still an adult male. Do you know how many old and weak women and children live in the Zishan base, and it is difficult for them to even have enough food? What about your sense of responsibility?" Chen Zinian did not give up brainwashing Zhang Yi. In his opinion, a young man like Zhang Yi has a passion for it. As long as he is brainwashed with national righteousness and family and country feelings, it is easy to impress him and make him stand up and contribute. But he didn't know that Zhang Yi's heart was harder than steel. After experiencing the hell of being a human being for 2 lifetimes, he just wants to live well. But helping others now means bringing danger to himself, and he will never do it. Stop talking here, Zhang Yi said to Chen Xinian with a sneer. If I were really the kind of person you said, I would have died in the early days of the end times. It's not like Zhang Yi has never seen such a person. At the very least, Uncle Yu in his previous life died because of dedication. He gave all his food to the old and the weak, women and children, causing him to freeze and starve to death. There are also kind-hearted young people who have done similar acts for the sake of justice in their hearts, including Zhang Yi himself. He also has a kind side. It's just that that part of goodness is not suitable to be kept in the last days. It was sealed by himself. And that part of kindness and tenderness, he only shows to those who are trustworthy around him. Chen Xinian was a little annoyed by Zhang Yi's lack of oil and salt. He finally realized that the cold-looking young man in front of him was not so easy to deal with. Since it's not enough to play the emotional card, we can only talk about benefits. Chen Xinian said to Zhang Yi again, actually, my main purpose of talking to you this time is to invite you to join our Zishan base. Zhang Yi was unmoved and just sneered. Join your Zishan base? I'm afraid I will have to pay a high price. Chen Xinian said, I can lower the standard as long as you take out half of the supplies in your hand. You can keep the remaining half for yourself. But believe me, what you can get must be more than what you paid for. Zhang Yi sneered and said, the materials in my hands are all collected by me after the end of the world, and they are only enough for the few of us to live for a few months. Are you thinking about such a small amount? Chen Xinian sighed. Hey, you are not being honest now. I already have the exact information, so you don't need to play tricks with me. Zhang Yi just sneered twice. I'm telling the truth. Believe it or not, it's up to you. But I'm a little curious, why do you think I will give up the current shelter and go to your base? Zhang Yi didn't know where Chen Xinian's confidence came from. How comfortable is he living now? There are all kinds of living and entertainment facilities in the shelter, sufficient food, and a group of lovely women to accompany them. This is simply living in paradise. As for the Zishan base, according to Liang Yu, it was just a huge fortification deep underground. Neither the level of comfort nor the living conditions are as good as the shelters. Chen Xinian showed a meaningful smile. Zhang Yi, so you are still young. Do you know what is the greatest happiness in this world for a man? Not money, not women, but having power. Chen Xinian clenched his fist and proudly said to Zhang Yi, as long as you come to Zishan base, I can make you my second in command. At that time, the entire Zishan base will be under one person and above 10,000 people. Think about it carefully. You can control the fate of thousands of people. Everyone will bow their heads sincerely when they see you, and everyone will do everything possible to please you and cater to all your preferences. Even if you fart, someone will chase after your ass to smell it. Everything you want, you don't even need to open your mouth. Someone will solve it for you with a look. All wealth and women will be within your reach. Do you think such a wonderful thing is not attractive enough? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284 Solicitation and Threat. Although Zhang Yi hated Chen Xinian, Zhang Yi had to agree with what Chen Xinian said. Zhang Yi recalled a series of things he experienced when he was in warehouse management. When you are a small employee, you have to be careful to please the leaders and old employees. Even if it's just a supervisor one level higher than him, he has to seriously consider the other party's ideas and then act according to his wishes. After a few years of hard work, he also became a supervisor, with 7 or 8 people in charge of him. That was the first time he felt how wonderful the taste of power was. The task assigned by just a casual sentence, others have to work hard to complete it. When eating together, always order dishes according to his preferences, and the fish heads have to be directed at him. When singing, girls always sit beside him. And this is just the power advantage that a warehouse supervisor can have. The higher the level, the greater the charm of power, and it can even approach the legendary law of speaking. You only need to move your mouth, or even have a similar hint, and someone will arrange everything for you. Zhang Yi listened to the beautiful blueprint Chen Xinian described, and to be honest, he really missed those days in his heart. However, he did not hesitate at all and decisively rejected Chen Xinian. What you said doesn't appeal to me at all right now. If it was before the end of the world, I would be happy to be a small leader with power. Because under a mature social system, the benefits of being a leader far outweigh the risks. But now, risks and benefits coexist. I'm not in the mood to intervene in the mess of your Zishan base. I have no interest in being the second in command for others. Zhang Yi is not an ambitious person. Perhaps his biggest dream in life is to be able to date a few girlfriends with childlike big breasts and A4 waist, and then have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of his life, and that's the end of it. This kind of flat temperament is destined to make him unable to be the leader of too many people. He is not Chen Xinian. He can blacken his conscience, eat delicacies from mountains and seas by himself, and then let most people at the bottom eat the protein liquid made by cockroaches and corpses. Moreover, he didn't believe Chen Xinian either. Go to Zishan base? Other people's territory? At that time, people will be swords and I will be fish, but it will not be as good as it is now. I reject. Zhang Yi said coldly. I enjoy my current life very much. I will not join any forces, and I don't want to be controlled by anyone. If you withdraw your troops now, I can let go of the past, and we will not violate the river in the future. What do you think? Although he was attacked many times by the Zishan base, Zhang Yi did not suffer any losses. On the contrary, many people were killed by the opponent. So Zhang Yi didn't intend to take revenge. He would be happy if it could end like this. However, Chen Xinian was not happy. Seeing Zhang Yi's reluctance, he finally changed his face. Soft is not enough. He is going to come hard. HMPH. Do you think that killing so many people in our Zishan base can be forgotten? Zhang Yi, I gave you a chance because I cherish you as a talent. If you don't know how to praise, I won't hold back anymore. With the strength of our Zishan base, it is only a matter of time before we capture that little shelter of yours. Zhang Yi sneered and said, it's just a matter of time. You sent so many people over with guns and explosives. But ask them, did they hurt me, Zhang Yi? On the contrary, they suffered heavy casualties. It's not you giving me a chance now, but I'm giving you a chance. Old Chen, stop. You have no chance to beat me. The sound of Old Chen showed Zhang Yi's contempt for Chen Xinian, and it also made Chen Xinian's heart boil with killing intent. He stared at Zhang Yi and said in a dark voice, do you really think that hiding in that bastard's cover, I can't do anything about you? I just need to mobilize a missile, and I can instantly turn you and that shelter into flying ash. Zhang Yi's heart skipped a beat. Missile? This is a big killer. If the shelter is really facing a missile attack, with its different space carrying capacity, it will definitely not be able to absorb that terrifying power. Even the shelter will be severely damaged, not to mention the complete destruction above ground, and the underground may be severely impacted. However, Zhang Yi had a relaxed expression on his face. Oh, really? This is the first time I've heard that Xianhe City has the authority to mobilize missiles. It's amazing. It's amazing. Zhang Yi clapped his hands while talking, with a playful smile on his face. There is no large military area in Xianhe City. Even if there is a missile base for defense, the authority cannot be delegated to the hands of the local government. Especially now that the end of the world is approaching, that kind of big killer will definitely be firmly in the hands of higher levels. What kind of fart are you, Chen Xinian? It's just the head of the local separatist forces, and you are also assigned to mobilize missiles? Zhang Yi concluded that Chen Xinian was just bluffing. He didn't believe it at all. Chen Xinian said with a gloomy face, what do you know as a little warehouse manager? I just don't want to see you and those supplies go up in flames, so I'll give you a chance. Zhang Yi, don't make mistakes. Otherwise, when the missile hits, you won't have a place to cry. Zhang Yi didn't say anything completely. Oh, really? Since you are so powerful, why don't you show me one? Show off your strength. Chen Xinian sneered. Missiles are so precious, you can shoot them as soon as you want. Zhang Yi spread his hands together. So, you actually don't have any evidence to prove that you have the right to launch missiles, right? Believe it or not, but at that moment, you have no chance to regret it. Chen Xinian continued to threaten. But when has Zhang Yi been threatened by others? There was a disdainful sneer on the corner of his mouth. I like to play a game of excitement sometimes. Otherwise, I'll take a gamble with you. I bet your base doesn't have missiles. If I lose the bet, I will give you my life, but you will get nothing. If I win the bet, my life will be preserved, and you will have nothing to lose. What do you think of this bet? Chen Xinian's face was gloomy and terrifying. Zhang Yi is very bachelor. No matter what Chen Xinian did, he couldn't win this bet. What he wants are the materials in Zhang Yi's hands, and the space system abilities that Zhang Yi personally owns. However, even if he can really mobilize the missiles, what happens after the bombing is over? He got nothing, but wasted a missile in vain. Not to mention, his so-called ability to mobilize missiles is also deceiving Zhang Yi. Although he has a way to try, but it will also have to pay a great price. It's not worth it just to let it out. Zhang Yi, I advise you young people not to be too arrogant. Joke, don't you still call yourself a young man if you are not arrogant? Zhang Yi did not retreat at all. He knew that there was no room for compromise between the two sides. He will lose everything if he takes a step back, but the other party can accept it if he takes a step back. The most classic prisoner's dilemma is to die and survive. Chen Xinian stared at Zhang Yi and said word by word, well, if you want war, then I will give you war. Zhang Yi responded quickly, you started the war, and you are responsible for everything. This unpleasant conversation ended hastily. Chen Xinian was furious. He couldn't bear to have his dignity being provoked by a warehouse manager. But Zhang Yi's expression was calm. He knew that the opponent's whole cards were running out. Otherwise, the leader of the Zishan base would not take the initiative to negotiate with him. But the missile, he said, is it real or not? Zhang Yi frowned, with a trace of worry in his heart. Although according to common sense, it is impossible for Xianhei City to have the power to control missile launches. But it's better to be careful about this matter. Zhang Yi immediately notified everyone to temporarily move to live in the stadium on the third floor of the basement. With this depth and the strength of the shelter, even a missile attack cannot destroy it. Of course, except for the ones carrying special warheads. However, this possibility is infinitely close to zero. Chen Xinian does not have that much authority to mobilize missiles with special warheads. Even if there is, it is impossible for someone to agree to let the entire Xianhei city be buried with Zhang Yi. In order to confirm whether there are missiles in the Zishan base, Zhang Yi sent a message to Liang Yu, asking her to help confirm. However, Liang Yu said that he did not have the authority to access that level at all. The time she went to the Zishan base was too short. Even though she received special treatment because of her superior force, she was not qualified to contact the core level of the Zishan base. Yang Xingxin made a suggestion to Zhang Yi. If you can hack into the internal network of Zishan base, you will know whether what Chen Xinian said is true or not. She handed Zhang Yi a black and gold chip. Just find her chance and connect it to the internal network of Zishan base. I can handle the rest. Zhang Yi took the chip and said with a smile, I'm afraid the only way to enter the Zishan base is through Liang Yu. After thinking about it for a while, he already had a plan in his mind. Zishan base. After Chen Xinian was rejected by Zhang Yi, his face was gloomy, as if a cloud was hanging over his head. He sat on the chair without saying a word, but the shadow in his eyes was like a pool of dirty stagnant water. Secretary Gerao carefully brought a cup of hot tea. Leader, let's have some tea. There's no need to be angry with such a small person who doesn't have eyes. Chen Xinian took the teacup and took a sip of the hot tea. The pleasant temperature of the tea made him feel a little relieved. No matter what, Zhang Yi must win. I originally thought he was a talent and wanted to take him under my command, but I didn't expect him to be so ignorant. Since he can't be used by me, then destroy him. Chen Xinian sighed with regret. Notify Ling Feng, no matter what method he uses or how much he needs to pay, he must take down that shelter. Zhang Yi himself, life or death does not matter. Gerao bowed and said, yes, leader. As for how Ling Feng would do it, Chen Xinian didn't care. He is the leader, and the job of the leader is to see the whole situation. As for the fighting, it was the responsibility of Ling Feng, the captain of the special force. It is enough that the leader will give the order. Gerao conveyed Chen Xinian's order to Ling Feng. Negotiations broke down. Zhang Yi didn't care about the leader's pity for talents and stubbornly wanted to fight against the Zishan base. The leader ordered you to take down Zhang Yi's shelter at all costs. It doesn't matter if you live or die. After receiving the leader's order, Ling Feng had a relieved smile on his face. To be honest, he was really worried that Zhang Yi would agree to the peace talks. In that case, if Zhang Yi enters the Zishan base, his status will definitely be higher than Ling Feng's. Ling Feng could only endure being a loser, but he couldn't avenge his dead brothers. Yes, I promise, I will take down that shelter. Ling Feng learned to be smart this time, and didn't give a time limit. He had suffered enough from Zhang Yi, and he didn't want to be slapped in the face again. Zhao was naturally aware of his little thoughts, but she didn't deliberately point them out. Ling Feng is the highest combat power in the Zishan base. Even Chen Zinian is very polite to him. There is no need to be too harsh on him. That night, Ling Feng called his most trusted people to his room. Discuss the countermeasures against Zhang Yi together. After the previous bitter battle, they have fully realized that this is an extremely difficult opponent, so they must go all out and even do everything. After a whole night of discussions, they worked out a new plan. Time came to the second day. Ling Feng called Zhu Dantang over and asked him to call everyone in the entire Zujia town, every household. Everyone must arrive. He has something very important for everyone to do. Zhu Dantang was curious, but he didn't dare to ask more questions, so he could only arrange for the village chiefs of several villages in Zujia town to go door to door to notify them. An hour later, the more than 1,000 people who were still alive in Zujia town all gathered in the snow square in the center of the town. After they came here, they found that the atmosphere at the scene was a bit serious. Dozens of soldiers in white combat uniforms were holding rifles and guarding the surroundings carefully. They were stern, without a hint of a smile, looking at the expressions of the villagers, as if they were looking at a group of prisoners. It turned out that what they were guarding against was not that there was an enemy attacking, but that the villagers did not obey orders. What are they going to do? Why do I feel a little scary? The timid villagers whispered. I'm timid, don't scare me. We have fulfilled all their demands, so they shouldn't hurt us, right? Don't think too much, that kind of thing won't happen. Someone was taken aback and hurriedly stopped that person from continuing to speak. Because if that person continued talking, the others would be scared to death. Everyone muttered in their hearts, very nervous. Ling Feng stood at the front, standing on a high platform with his hands behind his back, looking down at everyone. He asked the village chiefs of each village to confirm one by one, making sure that everyone was present. After confirming that everyone in Zujia town was present, he picked up a loudspeaker and shouted, "The villagers of Zujia town. You all know that we are here to help you all. On the other side of the river, there is a demon named Zhang Yi who has killed countless people. This man is extremely cruel. He killed hundreds of people in Zudong village. It's beyond words. In order to kill this beast, we now need everyone to cooperate with our work. From now on, everyone must hand over all communication tools such as mobile phones and computers. This is to ensure that our battle plan will not be leaked. When Zhang Yi is eliminated, we will return these things intact." After speaking, Ling Feng looked at Zhu Dantang and the village chiefs of each village. "Everyone, I will trouble you with this matter. Everyone's communication equipment must be collected. Once any hidden behavior is discovered, it will be dealt with as a crime of collaborating with the enemy. I hope everyone will not engage in petty tricks. It would be bad if they misunderstood." Chapter 285 Death Order. The villagers in Zujia town could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when they heard that only the communication tools were confiscated. Everyone had smiles on their faces. Although they would lose entertainment without their mobile phones, they didn't think there was anything wrong with what the special forces did. The biggest advantage of the people in this land is obedience. Of course, even more things that violate their interests, as long as they don't let them die, they can mostly bear it. Therefore, the scene was orderly, and the villagers were very cooperative, and handed over their communication equipment. Among the crowd, Fatty Zoo's heart was pounding. He was so nervous that he was dying. Others are not afraid, because they have no contact with Zhang Yi, and Fatty Zoo is Zhang Yi's undercover agent who stayed in Zujia town. Fortunately, he is very afraid of death. He has been fully prepared for this moment since the day he became Infernal Affairs. He deletes the chat records with Zhang Yi every day and even made a shortcut key to delete friends. When Zhu Dongtang brought someone over to collect the phone, Fatty Zhu quickly deleted Zhang Yi's friends. At this time, there was no trace left by Zhang Yi in his mobile phone, unless the other party does data recovery, but this probability is extremely low. There are thousands of people in Zhujia town, and I don't know how long it will take to recover one by one. What's more, they may not have professional equipment to operate. Zhu Dongtang led people up to Fatty Zhu. Chun-Li, do you have your cell phone? Fatty Zhu quickly put his mobile phone into the box. My computer is at home, I'll get it later. Zhu Dongtang's attitude towards Fatty Zhu is not bad. After all, Fatty Zhu will have the opportunity to go to the Zishan base in the future. Well, you will go back later after Captain Ling finishes speaking. After Zhu Dongtang left, Fatty Zhu felt that a lot of cold sweat had flowed from his body. Although he escaped a catastrophe, what should he do in order to be able to contact Zhang Yi? Could it be that the people at Zishan base have discovered that there is a traitor among them? After confiscating everyone's equipment, Ling Feng began to assign the following tasks. Ask everyone in Zhujia town to enter a wartime state to assist them in attacking Zhang Yi's shelter. I hope everyone can cooperate with our work. This is also for your own safety considerations. As long as you get rid of Zhang Yi, the murderer, your tomorrow will be happy. All the villagers were at a loss when they heard this, and they were terrified in their hearts. Wouldn't this be asking us to attack Zhang Yi's shelter? I don't want to go. So many people died before. We are just a group of farmers and fishermen. What are we going to fight with others? That's right, with you professional soldiers here. Well, let us go to war. The villagers were very unhappy at this time and raised their opinions. Ling Feng reassured everyone and said, you don't need to go to the front line. I just need your help to do some engineering work. Don't worry, we are here to directly confront Zhang Yi. He patted his chest hard. Trust us, protecting people's lives is the bounden duty of soldiers. The heads of the villages represented by Zhu Dongtang also spoke up one after another to support Ling Feng. The villagers were more or less dissatisfied in their hearts, but no one wanted to stand out and stand up against it, even if this matter is settled like this. In fact, what they think doesn't matter at all. Ling Feng just informed them and asked them to cooperate with the work. If they agreed, they had to agree, and if they didn't agree, they had to agree. Fatty Zhu was very disturbed. On the one hand, he was worried that his undercover identity would be exposed, and on the other hand, he felt that what Zhang Yi said was about to come true. In the beginning, the special forces from the Zishan base came to Zhujia town, just asking them to provide food. Later, it evolved into a large number of troops stationed permanently, needing shelter and food, and providing them with information about Zhang Yi, which put the villagers in Zhujia town in danger. Until now, they have begun to ask the villagers of Zhujia town to join the attack on Zhang Yi's shelter. According to Zhang Yi's character, as long as he can overcome this hurdle, he will definitely liquidate everyone in Zhujia town in the future. At the Zishan base, Fatty Zhu was not sure whether they would take more excessive actions against Zhujia town in the future. Behind Ling Feng, Liang Yu stood next to Zheng Zurong and Shi Dayang, feeling a little thankful that she had prepared 2 mobile phones. In case she is asked to hand in her mobile phone, she can avoid the search perfectly. However, Ling Feng did not suspect her at the moment. First, Liang Yu's strong strength has been recognized by the entire special forces. Second, Ling Feng did not expect Liang Yu to have a reason to betray the Zishan base. What Liang Yu enjoyed at the Zishan base was the treatment of the Second Life warehouse. According to Ling Feng's brain circuit, it is unimaginable that someone would give up a good life in order to save some irrelevant people. Liang Yu looked at Ling Feng, feeling a little wary in her heart. Because Ling Feng didn't have any warning about this action, and he didn't inform her in advance. It's hard for her to judge whether this has cast doubt on her, or is there some kind of overly secretive action. After thinking about it for a while, Liang Yu decided to ask Ling Feng. After all, as a member of the special forces, it is not too much for her to ask about the battle plan. Ling team, this time Gao has such a big battle, have we made any big moves? Ling Feng glanced at Liang Yu and said with a faint smile, the higher-ups have issued a death order and Zhang Yi's shelter must be taken down. So now, we must mobilize all the power we can mobilize. In order not to make Liang Yu feel isolated, Ling Feng said, I came up with this plan on the spur of the moment last night. I didn't inform you, because of the urgent time. Liang Yu said calmly, it doesn't matter, you are the captain, you just make up your mind. Ling Feng asked his soldiers to assign tasks, and then he called Liang Yu, Zheng Zurong and others into the room. He told several captain-level figures about his plan, and as for the think tanks of the special forces, they already knew about it. We have now carried out several tentative attacks on the shelter. Although the losses are huge, we have basically figured out what Zhang Yi's ability is. Ballistic weapons such as firearms and bazookas cannot be used, they will be absorbed and bounced back. But his attack methods are limited, he can only attack with a sniper rifle, but he dare not come out of the shelter. So, my plan is for a few of us to use our abilities to continuously attack from the shooting blind spot of his shelter. Ling Feng pointed to the 3D model of the shelter and said, the shelter is huge, and not every side has windows, so there are a lot of dead spots. My plan is, the next few of us will take turns to appear on the stage, and use our abilities, to launch an attack on the shelter. Shi Daong and Zheng Zurong looked indifferent, obviously they already knew about it. These words were actually for Liang Yu to hear. After hearing Ling Feng's words, Liang Yu frowned slightly. That's it? I'm afraid it's not that simple, she said lightly, although using supernatural powers to attack and produce results. Even if the four of us take turns to attack, it may take 1.5 years to achieve results. I don't think the base can allow us to spend so much time here. What's more, if you just let us do it, then why did you mobilize so many villagers? Hearing this, Ling Feng nodded with a smile. Mr. Liang, you are indeed very smart. You are worthy of teaching and educating people. Liang Yu crossed her arms and said calmly, I'm sorry, I'm a physical education teacher. Ling Feng waved his hand. It doesn't matter what kind of teacher you are. Anyway, what you said is fine. In fact, our superficial attack is just to attract Zhang Yi's attention. It's a bait. His finger points to the underside of the 3D model, where the dirt is below ground level. Our real offensive method is to blast from the ground. A look of determination flashed across Ling Feng's face. Facts have proved that TNT is the most effective against this kind of strong fortification. Liang Yu instantly understood Ling Feng's whole plan. Her body was cold for a while, and a layer of white sweat appeared on her back. You want the villagers of Zujia town to die, exploding from the ground. This method they have discussed before. But the general consensus is that this is extremely difficult to do without modern excavating machinery. After all, the surrounding area of the shelter has been blasted clean several times. The nearby field of vision is too wide. Even if you dig a tunnel, you have to start from a more distant place. The distance to excavate the tunnel must be at least 1500 meters upwards. In such a cold weather, letting the villagers engage in high-intensity underground excavation operations will definitely cause a large number of villagers to freeze to death and die of exhaustion. Ling Feng said coldly, I'm thinking of them. Before this, Zhang Yi had slaughtered hundreds of them. And once we leave this land, they will have no power to fight back against Zhang Yi. The sacrifice of some people is necessary for the final victory. We are soldiers, and the first discipline of soldiers is to obey orders. Since the leader asked me to take down Zhang Yi's shelter at all costs, I will spare no effort to complete it. Liang Yu clenched her fists angrily. Her body was shaking. At all costs, but you sacrificed at someone else's cost. Although she knew what position base was, she never thought that these soldiers could be so cruel. I'm not a soldier. I can't do it. You have been, since you joined the special forces. Ling Feng stared at Liang Yu coldly, his sharp eyes were like two knives. Unless you have a better way to break through the shelter, otherwise, just execute the order. Liang Yu choked for breath. What could she do? Now that she has reached an alliance with Zhang Yi, she hopes that the shelter will not be captured. But, can she just watch the villagers of Zujia town be sent to die? Liang Yu's eyes were full of grief and indignation. Her sense of justice made her unable to bear such a thing. But she also knew that her resistance was futile. Although she and Ling Feng have never fought against each other, judging from the attitude of other captain-level aliens towards Ling Feng and the rumors, Ling Feng's strength is terrifying, and she has almost no chance of winning. Secondly, there are 2 other powerful aliens and dozens of elite fighters. Once you do it, it is tantamount to seeking your own death. Seeing the tense atmosphere at the scene, Zhang Yi, who is also a woman, came over and took Liang Yu's arm. There is no way for us to do this. Zhang Yi holds supplies that can support the survival of thousands of people, which is very important to the Zishan base. Now is the end of the world, and there are only a few people who can survive. Rather than pity other people, it is better to protect yourself and the people around you first. For example, your students. Mentioning her students, Liang Yu's heart suddenly calmed down. It is definitely not a good thing for her and the students to have a stalemate with Ling Feng and others. Seeing Liang Yu's expression loosened, Zhang Yi persuaded with a smile, and it's just to let them dig tunnels, not to be cannon fodder. If they are really frozen to death and exhausted, where do we get labor? Don't worry, we are not sweet shop supervisors. Liang Yu took a slow breath, and then let it out gently. You arrange it yourself. But I hope you can put people first, and try not to let them die from overwork. Ling Feng smiled. Don't worry, we have all planned. There are so many people in the whole Zujia town. Dig a tunnel and let them take turns to be on duty, so that everyone will not be too tired. Liang Yu took a deep look at him, but didn't answer his words. Immortality is impossible. The excavation was okay at the beginning, but as the progress of the excavation increased, problems such as lack of oxygen, fatigue, and extreme cold would surely cause many people to die in the tunnel. Liang Yu secretly thought, let's inform Zhang Yi of this news later. If he can destroy the tunnel ahead of time, he can stop Ling Feng's plan. Liang Yu left Ling Feng's room holding Tang Dao. She didn't want to stay here any longer, otherwise she was afraid that she would be impulsive. But when he came outside, he could hear the chatter of the villagers in Zujia town. What? Let us go to work. Why? They come here, eat ours, drink ours, and live in ours. Now they make us work as coolies. Isn't that bullying honest people? Hey, big guys, don't make trouble, don't make trouble. The arrangement in the organization is also for our own good. If we don't eliminate Zhang Yi, the devil, can we have peace in Zujia town? Master Liu, but we don't want to do this now. That's right, Zhang Yi hasn't harassed us for a long time. Everyone scolded and cursed, and life is peaceful. Is it necessary to start a war with him? The villagers were very angry and complained in the square. Looking at this scene, Liang Yu had hoped that they would fight for their own interests. But when she thought about it carefully, she felt that it was not realistic. Now, it is not the time for them to decide. From the moment Ling Feng decided to force them to dig the tunnel, they either agreed, or they had to die. We must discuss this matter with Zhang Yi quickly. Otherwise, I don't know how many people will die. Similarly, this is also to inform Zhang Yi. Only when Zhang Yi successfully resisted the attack of Zishan base, could she have the confidence to escape with the students. Liang Yu quickened her pace and walked towards her house. Chapter 286. Wait for me. Ling Feng defended against everyone in Zujia town, including Fatty Zhu, but he did not expect that spies appeared in the special forces team. After all, when Liang Yu entered the Zishan base, her personal information had been investigated clearly. She didn't have any contact with Zhang Yi, and there is no record of the brief contact in Giant King College on the internet. But it was this negligence that made him think hard about the battle plan that was leaked in less than a day. After Liang Yu returned to the room, she immediately passed on the information to Zhang Yi. The special operations team plans to dig tunnels to blast from below your shelter. They gathered all the villagers in Zujia town, and the construction site is also far away from the shelter, so it's hard for you to find out. However, as long as you pay close attention, you will definitely notice some clues. After Zhang Yi received Liang Yu's news, he was also slightly surprised. Blow up from the ground. Needless to say, he had thought of this method himself. However, the construction progress will be quite long, and with the strength of the underground fortifications, the amount of explosives required is extremely large. Therefore, precautions are needed, but not particularly considered in the short term. After all, this method can be cracked easily. Blowing up the tunnel can get it done. In the original way of construction, if you are prepared in advance, you can detect the movement of the underground with a detector. Zhang Yi said to Liang Yu. I see. Thank you for your reminder. I will pay attention. Ling Feng's main plan was a one-handed sneak attack, but once the information leaked, this plan would become less lethal and extremely insulting, an insult to themselves. Liang Yu asked suddenly, then what are you going to do next? Zhang Yi smiled disapprovingly. They like wasting effort so much. Let them work hard. It's freezing outside right now. Actually the coldest season of the year as we've entered the depths of winter. They chose to break ground at this time, and many people would definitely die. Not to mention the villagers in Zujia town. Even the well-trained soldiers of the Zishan base can't stand it. If you like to work, do it well. I wish you could die of exhaustion yourself. A wicked thought came to Zhang Yi's mind. That is to let them dig more than halfway, wait until they are 300 meters away from the shelter, and then blow up the tunnel. At that time, the expressions on the faces of the Special Forces team and the villagers of Zujia town will definitely become very interesting. Zhang Yi is immersed in his wonderful plan. But after Liang Yu finished listening, she said anxiously, no way. They didn't do it themselves, but asked the villagers in Zujia town to dig the tunnel. In this way, even if it is a sacrifice, those innocent villagers will die. Zhang Yi, you'd better do it as soon as possible to avoid the sacrifice of innocent people. Zhang Yi scoffed at Liang Yu's words. Although he admitted that Liang Yu was a kind-hearted person, Liang Yu didn't know the grievances between him and Zhu Jiazhen at all. Let's not talk about Zujia town's attack on the sanctuary before. It is only said that later, those people chose to provide assistance to the soldiers at the Zishan base, and they were already on the opposite side of him. Zhang Yi wished that those people would die in retribution. Seeing them being forced to work and then dying tragically in the tunnel is the ending that Zhang Yi most desires to see. Zhang Yi lazily said to Liang Yu, Teacher Liang, you are right. But if I destroy their tunnels quickly, wouldn't that be equivalent to exposing you? You said everything. Everyone in Zujia town has their communication equipment confiscated. Only you and the special forces at Zishan base have the ability to communicate with the outside world. So once things come to light, they will definitely suspect you in the first place. I can't sacrifice you for the lives of those villagers. Zhang Yi folded his arms, with a playful smile on his face. Hey, how about this? Let me give you a suggestion. You can talk to their captain Ling Feng and ask him to give up this plan. Or you can fight him and force him to agree to your opinion. It's a little more realistic. At least he won't kill you if he fails. It's better than being found out as a spy, right? Don't you think so? Zhang Yi's words made Liang Yu speechless. She just thought of saving those innocent villagers, but she forgot that once the incident was exposed, she would be in danger immediately. If she was the only one, she could just leave. With her ability, it is very possible to survive in the last days. But in that case, the group of students who stayed at the Zishan base would surely die. How the Zishan base will treat the traitors can be imagined with your toes. Could it be? Can we really just watch them die? Liang Yu's tone was full of unbearable. But Zhang Yi only replied calmly, the person who asked them to die is from the Zishan base, not you. You don't need to blame yourself. Zhang Yi's comfort relieved Liang Yu's guilt a lot. Of course, she couldn't sacrifice herself and her students for the sake of the villagers in Zujia town. Hey, I can only hope that they won't be too seriously injured. Liang Yu sighed helplessly. Zhang Yi originally wanted to ask about Fatty Zhu's situation. But think about it carefully. Do not contact this line for the time being. Anyway, with Liang Yu as an undercover agent, he can also keep track of the movements of the soldiers at the Zishan base at any time. By the way, I have a question for you. Which one is your house in Zujia town? Zhang Yi changed the question. Liang Yu was a little puzzled and subconsciously looked into the distance. From this direction, it is impossible to see Villa 101 of Youngman several kilometers away. Why are you asking this question? Is it possible that you still want to come to me? Who knows? But if there is a chance, I need you to do one thing for me. Zhang Yi smiled mysteriously. It is the key to whether you and your students can escape. Liang Yu took Fatty Zhu's gorgeous two-dimensional castle as a reference and told him the room she lived in. Fine, I see. Liang Yu couldn't help asking, what exactly do you want to do? Zhang Yishan said mysteriously, you will know when the time comes. Don't worry, I will never covet your beauty and risk my life to run to attack at night. Liang Yu rolled her eyes. At such a time, he still has the mind to make colorful jokes? If you have the courage to come here, what if I accompany you for a while? She said defiantly. Okay, just wait for me. Zhang Yi answered bluntly. He has always been open to such requests. Chapter 287 Digging Tunnels. Under Ling Feng's command, the entire race special forces and people from Zujia town were mobilized. Ling Feng, Liang Yu, and Shi Daong were responsible for attacking the shelter. They saw that the different space did not actively collect the effect on the human body, so they wanted to open a hole by brute force. Of course, they just showed a desperate posture, but in fact it was just to confuse Zhang Yi. They have to do a full set of acting, and they even mobilized a large number of special forces to carry out fire attacks in various ways from a distance. Except for not using a large amount of explosives, the offensive in other aspects is very sufficient. If Zhang Yi hadn't obtained the inside information in advance, he might have thought they were stupid and crazy. On the other side, on the river embankment about 1500 meters away from the shelter, the Special Forces team members held guns and began to supervise the excavation operations of the people in Zujia town. Everyone from Zujia town came over with tools, but no one knows what they are going to do. This was Ling Feng's order, and they couldn't let them know from the beginning that they were going to dig a 1500 meter long tunnel. Otherwise, these villagers will definitely be in turmoil. Ling Feng didn't want to kill a group of people to build his prestige first. He cherished every labor force very much. After all, most of these people will be sent to the Zishan base in the future to work in the Fourth Life warehouse. And because these villagers didn't know what to do and saw that the people in the whole town were divided into many groups, all of them had to come to work, so they didn't feel so sad and angry. There are professional engineers in the special operations team who guide them and tell them how to dig. The basement 3 floors of the shelter. Zhang Yi was sitting on the sofa, wearing loose sportswear, and the 4 women next to him were dressed more casually, all dressed in pajamas. Zhang Yi had already told them the plan of these people, so when they learned that there would be no large-scale attack for the time being, they became more relaxed. Through the camera embedded in the wall, Zhang Yi could clearly see Ling Feng and others roaring and hitting the back wall. It was a dead spot for shooting, and Zhang Yi couldn't use a sniper rifle to attack. But when Ling Feng punched down, it only left a shallow mark on the solid and thick wall. Shi Daong's attack marks were shallower. Although he looked terrifying after transforming, his strength was still much weaker than Ling Feng's. Liang Yu, on the other hand, brandished the newly acquired Tang Dao and slashed vigorously, leaving a slightly deeper but very thin scratch. After Liang Yu swung the knife, she didn't stay any longer. She looked tired and quickly backed away. Among the 4 captain-level characters, Zheng Zurong was not a powerful alien, so he was only in charge of sweeping the formation and did not actually make a move. According to their progress, even if they don't stop for 24 hours, it will take a year and a half to achieve results. Zhang Yi sat on the calfskin sofa with his legs crossed, staring at the screen intently, as if enjoying a good show. Next to him were Zhaoke and Yang Mi in sexy pajamas. The 2 of them peeled melon seeds and pecans with their slender hands and stuffed them into his mouth. Water. Zhang Yi spit out a word, and Yang Mi expresses a glass of warm water with quick eyes and hands. And Zhaoke, who was half a step behind, gave her an angrily look. Yang Xingxin and Lu Karen, who were watching the 2 women fighting for favor, felt strange. Lu Karen scratched his head, breaking the awkward atmosphere. These aliens are so powerful. Their attack power has surpassed many hot weapons. Are aliens so powerful? Zhang Yi ate the nuts with a crack. Bang, bang, and said, these people are all the elite of the Zishan base, and it's not surprising that they have such strength. Immediately, he said to the women around him, so you see, the outside world is so dangerous, and there are such perverted aliens. Let's never go out casually in the future. We can eat and drink here, don't we? Isn't it beautiful? Several women nodded in agreement when they heard the words. These days, they listened to the gunshots and explosions outside, and they were really worried. Yang Mi asked curiously, Zhang Yi, although we know their battle plan, but we can't go out, how do we know how far they have dug? Zhang Yi smiled slightly, looking at Yang Xingxin who was sitting there very ladylike. Xingxin, please explain. Yang Xingxin glanced at her cousin, lifted her chin proudly and replied, sound travels faster in solids than in air. Since they are excavating from the ground, the vibrations they can feel are even stronger obvious. As long as there is a receiving device, I can use a computer to analyze their construction distance. She gracefully took a sip of the coffee in her hand. This is just a little skill. Yang Mi suddenly realized. So, we don't have to do anything right now? The only task is to wait. Zhang Yi nodded. Yeah, basically, nothing to do. Because all they do is a waste of time. Let's recharge our batteries and watch them waste their time and their lives. It's not that Zhang Yi doesn't want to do something, but as the defensive side, it is the wisest choice to let the opponent take the first shot to reveal his flaws, and then he will act. All he needs to do is to keep an eye on the other party's movements, not to miss any suspicious movements. After all, he couldn't rule out the possibility that Liang Yu was a double agent. The first day passed so peacefully. In order to cooperate with their acting, Zhang Yi showed his head and shot a few bullets with a sniper rifle. But soon he went back to the basement, playing cards with the women at home board. Under his guidance, the women in the family can at least use their poker skills to join the game. Especially Yang Xingxin. Her mind is so clever that she has almost reached the level of photographic memory. So soon, she became the person with the best card skills in the shelter. When playing cards, since gambling money is meaningless, everyone adds some other prizes. For example, the loser will perform a show or talk about embarrassing things in the past. Zhang Yi and the others lead an ordinary and interesting life, but the outsiders are not as comfortable as they are. The fighters at Zishan base, such as Ling Feng, were not forged with iron. Even wearing a special combat uniform, which has a strong anti-low temperature effect, cannot completely ignore the extreme cold temperature. Ordinary soldiers also need to take shifts after performing tasks for 2 hours and return to the house to recover their body temperature. As for Ling Feng and other strangers, they found a corner and built an igloo. The igloo was built by Zheng Zurang. Her ability is different from that of Fatty Zhu. She can condense water molecules or ice and snow condensate in the air out of thin air to shape entities. The abilities of the two have the same place, but they are not the same in essence. Fatty Zhu's abilities depend on terrain and can only be used in areas with ice and snow. However, his ability covers a larger area, and because he uses local materials, the power consumption is also smaller. Zheng Zurang can create a freezing environment in an environment without ice and snow. Therefore, the igloo she built was stronger than Fatty Zhu's. Even if she wanted, the igloo could defend against even small shells. Inside the igloo, several people lit a fire to keep warm and waited until their body temperature recovered before harassing Zhang Yi. At the end of the day, they only left shallow traces on the outer wall without causing a substantial breakthrough. But Ling Feng was very patient. While he was warming up the fire, he took out the bacon he got from Zujia village and roasted it for everyone to replenish their strength. In the midst of the barbecue, with the cracking flames and the strong smell of meat, he began to tell a few people the story of his time as a soldier in Zhejiang. When not fighting, Ling Feng seemed to be a very humble person. He was not tall, and he really didn't look like a decisive special forces captain. But under this unremarkable appearance, there is an extremely pure heart of a soldier. When I first joined the army, the company commander taught us a lesson. He said that an excellent soldier does not need to have his own mind. Of course, this does not refer to combat thinking, but strategic thinking. In war, the most taboo thing is that individual will overrides collective will. Even if you clearly know that something is wrong, everyone must move in one direction, and only then will there be a chance of victory. If everyone acts according to their own ideas, it will be completely over. When Ling Feng said these words, he looked at Liang Yu with a smile in his eyes. The division of any organization from within is always the deadliest. Liang Yu glanced at him, reached out and threw a piece of firewood into the fire. But if you know it's obviously wrong, and you still have to continue to do it, wouldn't it be even worse? You should understand the truth of opposites. She alluded to Ling Feng disregarding the life and death of the villagers in Zujia town and forcing them to dig tunnels. Ling Feng humorously drew a circle with his hand. But don't forget, this planet is round. If we walk in one direction, even if the direction is wrong, we can walk back sooner or later. After the sophistry, he said in a deep tone, but the team's hearts are scattered, and if everyone's strength is not directed in one direction, it will be difficult to succeed, even if they find the right direction. We've tried a lot, and we can't afford to lose again. There was no need for Ling Feng to say this to Liang Yu. Just like he didn't need to explain to Zheng Zurong and Shi Dayang, no matter what he did. However, he still showed enough patience with Liang Yu. Because she is not a professional soldier, and she has outstanding abilities. He wanted this subordinate to be convinced to him, so that it would be convenient for future management. Liang Yu remained silent. After a long time, she looked at Ling Feng and asked in a playful tone, "Then, are you sure that our action will succeed this time? If we fail, and so many people die from overwork and frostbite, who will be responsible for this?" The atmosphere in the igloo was a bit dull. Ling Feng lowered his head and thought for a while, then slowly said, "I'll be in charge." The next moment he looked up with a big smile on his face. "I will remember those who died, and live on with their portion." Chapter 288 Management Measures. Ling Feng's explanation made Liang Yu completely speechless about this man. She didn't even know how to describe Ling Feng. Because he has his own set of behavioral logic in doing things. It was an emotion, so pure that, no matter what he did, he never felt wrong. Even sacrificing others to achieve his own goals. Ling Feng also has a way to justify himself. The point is, Ling Feng is not trying to quibble, he is thinking from the bottom of his heart, that he is right. Pure goodness or pure evil are both things that frighten people. Liang Yu kept her mouth shut, and stopped communicating with Ling Feng. At night, the temperature plummets. Ling Feng said to Liang Yu and the others, "Let's go back to rest at night. Now that the vision is getting worse, I don't worry that Zhang Yi will notice anything abnormal." He took the special forces back and passed by the tunnel excavation site on the way to inspect the work. There are more than 1,000 surviving residents in Zujia town, and nearly laborers can be dispatched. But authenticity is impossible for so many people to dig together at the same time. Batches must be divided, and 20 people work in each batch. Shifts are then made every half hour. The digging at the beginning is the most tiring. Because a certain depth below the surface is frozen into permafrost, it is very difficult to excavate only by manpower. Ling Feng came over with the captains and asked Academician Wu, who was in charge of the project, "How is it going? Did the work go well on the first day?" Academician Wu said, "Everything is proceeding according to the original plan. If there are no accidents, we will be able to open this 1500-meter long tunnel in a month's time, if we continue to excavate around the clock like this." And boom. Academician Wu made an explosive gesture and said with a smile, "We will use 2,000 kilograms of explosives to send Zhang Yi's shelter up into the sky." Ling Feng nodded in satisfaction. He looked at the construction site, which looked busy and bustling. There are several soldiers with guns watching over them. And not far away, the people waiting to hand over their shifts were already waiting with shovels and bamboo baskets in their hands. Suddenly, Ling Feng frowned. He quickly walked up to a villager and stopped him. "You, look up and let me see." The villager had a scarf wrapped around his face, but was small in stature. Hearing Ling Feng's order, he tore off the scarf, revealing an immature face. Ling Feng's eyes widened all of a sudden. "How old are you?" "I'm 13 years old." The boy answered honestly. Ling Feng was suddenly furious and shouted at Zhu Dongtang and Academician Wu, who were nearby, "Didn't I say that children under the age of 16 should not be allowed to work? Do you know that children are the future and hope of the nation?" Zhu Dongtang hurried forward and said, "Team Ling, we are all farmers." Even though he is only 13 years old, he is no worse than an adult in the city in terms of strength. However, Ling Feng said angrily, "If I say no, I won't. No matter how tight the project is, we must have a bottom line in doing things." He pointed at the boy. "Bring him back to me immediately. This is a battlefield. Children cannot join." Zhu Dongtang hurriedly pulled the child aside. Yes, I will take him back right away." The boy looked at Ling Feng with gratitude and admiration in his eyes. Not far away, Liang Yu witnessed this scene and felt even more speechless. She really didn't know how to evaluate Ling Feng. Ding crab. Liang Yu was speechless, but the two were indeed very similar. Zhu Dongtang ordered the child to be taken away. Ling Feng said to him. In order to speed up the progress of the project, our tunnel must not stop for 24 hours. Mayor Zhu, I hope you will take the lead and let everyone work hard to overcome it. Zhu Dongtang was dumbfounded. Ling Feng had never told him about this matter. No, Ling Feng never considered the opinions of him and the villagers of Zujia town, including coming to dig tunnels. Now these people don't know what the role is. Hearing that it will take 24 hours to rotate continuously, Zhu Dongtang was frightened. Team Ling, isn't this workload too much? Ling Feng asked back, is it big? There are 40 people in 2 shifts per hour, and about 1,000 people in one day. Is this reasonable? Zhu Dongtang argued, but in this kind of weather, even if you only work for half an hour a day, the body of ordinary people can't bear it. What's more, if it really turns around, we don't know how long this project will take. Team Ling, what on earth are you going to do? Zhu Dongtang plucked up the courage to ask. Ling Feng didn't explain to Zhu Dongtang, but just patted Zhu Dongtang on the shoulder lightly. Old Zhu, you just need to cooperate with our work well. Do you understand? Everything we do is for the good of your Zhu family town. If you don't get rid of the devil Zhang Yi, you will all die in the future. Be smart. Don't think I'm hurting you. After Ling Feng finished speaking, he turned around and left without giving Zhu Dongtang any chance to bargain. In other words, in his eyes, Zhu Dongtang has no right to bargain. Let's go back and rest. We will continue to come here tomorrow. Ling Feng smiled and said to Liang Yu and the others. As the main force of the frontal feint attack, they launch a supernatural attack, which consumes a lot. Liang Yu saw through Ling Feng at this moment, so she didn't say anything, and followed him across the river back to Zujia town. After returning, someone immediately ordered the women in Zujia town to prepare food for them. Not long after, a table of food was served in front of Ling Feng and the others. The main foods are steamed buns and grilled fish. After all, these 2 foods are the most stocked nowadays. Ling Feng ate with big mouthfuls, and he could bite off more than half of the handmade steamed buns with one mouth. For the next period of time, life became unpretentious and boring. Ling Feng led a few strangers, feigning attacks around the shelter every day as usual. Then on the other side, all the villagers in Zujia town became coolies, digging tunnels hard. Because Fatty Zhu is a stranger, he will be brought back to the Zishan base in the future, so no one asked him to participate in the work. But after losing the communication equipment, he also completely disconnected from Zhang Yi. Time to the 3rd day. The tunnel was successfully excavated to more than 100 meters. At this time, the difficulty of the working environment was reflected. The deeper you go, the thinner the oxygen. There is no oxygen supply equipment, and the most primitive method can only be used to transport air into it through rubber tubes. Similar to the most primitive diving equipment, the air is pumped into the tunnel by artificial shaking. However, this method is obviously far less effective than modern equipment. Coupled with the cold temperature and high labor, someone finally fell down first. There were shouts in the tunnel, and everyone panicked and carried him out. There was a military doctor in the special forces team, and after checking it out, he shook his head. Acute myocardial infarction, can't be saved. The person who died was Zhu Yaozi, a 52-year-old construction worker. Older people are most likely to cause myocardial infarction and cerebral infarction in a low temperature state. This disease is not impossible to treat, but it needs to be sent to a place with a good medical environment quickly for bypass surgery. Zishan base has such medical conditions, but there's no need to go through such trouble for an ordinary villager. So Zhu Yaozi was directly sentenced to death. The villagers of Zujia town looked at Zhu Yaozi's still warm body, feeling sad and angry. Zhu Yaozi wasn't dead yet, but he was already dead, and he took his life to work at the Zishan base. A young man yelled at the surrounding special forces members, "It's inhumane for you to do this. You're using us like cattle and horses. I quit." As he spoke, he dropped the shovel in his hand angrily. Seeing this, the surrounding villagers of Zujia town also dropped their tools one after another, clamoring to give them an explanation. And Shen Hong, the supervisor, frowned and said coldly, "The order of the organization must not be violated. Everything we do is to avenge you. Now that we have come to this point, anyone who dares to retreat is tantamount to a deserter." The word deserter was bitten a little hard by Shen Hong. He shook his assault rifle, aiming the muzzle at the villagers vaguely. This simple action is like pouring a basin of cold water on their heads, cooling down the hot blood in everyone's bones. Zhu Dongtang sighed. Bring him back. Replace him. With sorrow in their eyes, the villagers could only carry away Zhu Yao's body and prepare to take it back to Zujia town for burial. However, when one person dies, the follow-up things become uncontrollable. As the tunnels get deeper and deeper, the conditions and intensity of the work are also changing rapidly. The second, the third, the fourth. More and more villagers in Zujia town died in the process of digging tunnels. Some people were working hard, and suddenly they fell to the ground. There are also people who come home after a day's work and lie in bed, and never wake up. The human body is inherently fragile. They have already tried their best to survive in the extremely cold low temperature. Now being forced to work in a harsh environment is like the last straw that broke the camel's back and made them lose their lives. At the back, several corpses are carried out of the tunnel every day. The mood of the villagers in Zujia town also became irritable as the number of corpses increased. Although they didn't dare to directly clash with the gun-wielding special forces, there were constant verbal conflicts and petty actions in private. After Ling Feng learned of this situation, he was unusually calm. Because everything is within their expectations. Just pick a few leaders and beat them to death. Some people won't know how to be afraid if they don't see blood. In addition, we only ask for the progress of the project and let their own village and town chiefs manage it. They are the best at managing their own people, better than us. Chapter 289 Negotiations need strength. Conflicts come quickly, but also disappear quickly. There is a group of young and energetic villagers who plan to attack the special forces and snatch their weapons to resist. But what do these villagers use as an enemy against well-trained fighters? A group of people were caught immediately, and the three leaders were shot dead in public. Seeing the three people's heads blooming with their own eyes, and the red and white fluid flowing on the snow, steaming hot, this also woke up the villagers in Zujia town. They are not qualified to challenge the Zishan base. They realized that the Zishan base was not the ideal organization. Many people regretted the green intestines and regretted the warm reception they had given them. Most people are cursing the leader led by Zhu Dongtang. But they didn't think about it. Even if they refused to receive people from the special forces, would the result really be different? No, it doesn't. Ling Feng didn't mind firing a few more shots and taught them to obey the rules with blood earlier. So, life went on as usual. Everyone's heart in Zujia town is covered with a layer of haze. Continue to dig the tunnel. They may die in the depths of the oppressive tunnel at any time. But if you don't cooperate with the work, you will be beaten to death by the supervisor of the special forces team immediately. After Ling Feng executed the prisoner, the relationship between the two parties is now on the table. They didn't bother to continue to cover up and directly used force to dominate the entire Zujia town. Time flies, and 10 days have passed. 32 people died in Zujia town, and this number is increasing every day. The excavation depth of the tunnel has reached about 500 meters. The number of shifts has increased, and I have to come out to take a breath after digging in for more than 10 minutes. According to this progress, can we dig to 1500 meters? Liang Yu asked Ling Feng. Judging from the remaining physical strength of these villagers, if they climb 1500 meters in the tunnel, they will be exhausted, let alone continue to work. Ling Feng said coldly, we have no choice. Without modern tools, this is the only way. Since you have chosen to sacrifice, then keep going. At that time, I will help them get rid of Zhang Yi. This will be regarded as revenge for them. Liang Yu was extremely speechless towards Ling Feng's divine logic. Now people in Zujia town hate you even more than Zhang Yi. I really don't have a little self-consciousness in being a human being. Liang Yu sighed in his heart. Next, every meter of excavation progress needs to be filled with human life. Inside the shelter, through the dialogue with Liang Yu, Zhang Yi grasped the situation outside in real time. Liang Yu's mentality was tempered and calmed down a lot. After all, she would see people dying of exhaustion every day, and listening to Ling Feng's self-justified theory, it was already difficult for her to be stirred up by anything in her heart. According to the current progress, it will take more than half a month for them to dig to the designated site. But by then, at least hundreds of villagers will have to die. Zhang Yi, are you still planning to take action? Be careful to play things off, and it will not end well at that time. Zhang Yi smiled faintly. Of course I have my plan. You can rest assured about that. No matter what I do, what I promise you will definitely be done. You don't need to worry about other aspects. The implication is that you have too many things to manage. We are just the object of cooperation, and you are not someone to me, and you have no right to direct me to do things. Liang Yu frowned slightly. I just kindly remind you. Well, I would really appreciate it. Zhang Yi casually asked. By the way, in the past few days, I found that there are fewer and fewer people attacking the shelter. There are only a few strangers like you. Where are the others? Do they have other tasks? Liang Yu replied, no. Most of them are on standby in Zujia town. After all, they can't help with anything now. Well, what I insist on has a role, that is, to maintain law and order in Zujia town. Liang Yu couldn't help laughing when she said that. Maintaining law and order is nothing more than worrying about riots in the villages of Zujia town, so that they can be suppressed at any time. Zhang Yi nodded and made a long voice. Oh, I understand what you mean. The two ended the call, and Zhang Yi also had a plan in his mind. After waiting so long, it was time for him to act. Presumably after a long confrontation, Ling Feng and others have relaxed a lot of their wariness towards him. At least they felt that Zhang Yi could do nothing but hide in the shelter. It's time to give them a little shock, Zhang Yi said with a smile. Zujia town. Ling Feng was in the room, munching on food and discussing the follow-up actions with Shi Daong and the others. There was a large table in front of it, and the food piled up into a hill. And these are just the food intake of the 5 of them. Ling Feng, Shi Daong, Zheng Zurong, Shen Hong, and Yu Language. The appetite of aliens is usually much larger than that of ordinary people, because most of the power they release with abilities comes from the transformation of food. Due to the faint attacks on the shelter every day in the past few days, the food they consume has also increased exponentially. Everyone eats as much food as a dozen ordinary villagers. This also made the villagers in Zujia town feel miserable. Seeing the food they hoarded so hard being wasted by others, their hearts are bleeding. And if they continue to consume like this, their food reserves will bottom out in a few months. So, Zhu Dongtang came to Ling Feng's residence, intending to talk to him about this matter. Zhu Dongtang walked into Ling Feng's room through the notification of the guard. After entering the room, he saw the table full of food and couldn't help staring. The food consumed by these 5 aliens was equivalent to a meal for 7 or 8 people. Ling Feng glanced at Zhu Dongtang and greeted him with a warm smile. Old Zhu, you are here. Come, let's have some food together. Zhu Dongtang quickly waved his hand and said, no, I've already eaten when I came. Oh, why are you being polite? If you are told to come and sit, you can come and sit. Ling Feng said enthusiastically. He completely forgot that in this place he was the guest and the other was the host. Zhu Dongtang had no choice but to walk carefully and sit next to Ling Feng. Old Zhu, I have worked hard for you recently. Ling Feng looked at Zhu Dongtang and said sincerely, you must be under a lot of pressure, right? I understand your hard work. But who made you the mayor? The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. You have to continue to work hard in the future. Do you understand? Zhu Dongtang smiled awkwardly and nodded. After a few simple and polite words, Zhu Dongtang got to the point. Team Ling, how long will it take for you to win Zhang Yi's shelter? Hearing Zhu Dongtang's question, everyone's eyes turned to him. Shi Daong asked in a low voice, why, don't you want us to stay here any longer? Ling Feng glared at him immediately and said coldly, old Shi, what are you talking about? Is Lao Zhu such a person? Besides, we are here to help them. How could he drive us away? Don't you think so, old Zhu? Ling Feng looked at Zhu Dongtang with a smile. Yes, of course I didn't mean that. Recently, a lot of people died in the town, and in terms of food consumption, Zhu Dongtang means, you eat ours, live in ours, and let our people go to work as cool as to die, so I hope you can leave quickly. But before the words finished, Ling Feng interrupted him directly. By the way, when it comes to food, I have to say a few words about you. The quality of food is getting worse day by day. Ling Feng picked up a grilled fish. Look, we've been eating fish for almost a week. Although this grilled fish is pretty good, it's boring to eat too much. We are all soldiers, and we need to go to the front line. Don't be ambiguous about food. Come back and order more red meat. Zhu Dongtang was dumbfounded. He came here to let Ling Feng and the others reduce their food consumption, but why did the other party think that the food was not good enough? Team Ling, I'm here this time to say, can you make it simpler when it comes to food? We don't have much food in Zudong village, and every household depends on the fish in the Lujiang river. Now when you come, most of the fish will also be given to the soldiers. Ling Feng raised his eyebrows slightly after hearing what Zhu Dongtang said. Oh, so you don't have enough food right now? Zhu Dongtang bit the bullet and nodded. It's really difficult for us. Ling Feng put down the fish in his hand, and after a moment of silence, he said, I can also understand your hardships. After all, life is hard for anyone in these days. Zhu Dongtang breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you can understand us, Team Ling. Ling Feng patted his thigh. Let's do this. Since you are working so hard now, why don't we bother you? Tomorrow, I will leave here with the team and go back to the Zishan base. Zhu Dongtang was surprised. What, are you taking someone back? There was some excitement and joy in his heart. It is easy to ask God to send God away, but if he can send away these great gods, Zujia town will not have to live such a hard life. Living at gunpoint can be exhausting. Ling Feng said, but after we leave, you have to strengthen your precautions. After all, we have been in Zujia town for so long, and Zhang Yi knows it well. We have continued to attack his shelter for many days, blowing up the area around his shelter. With this person's personality, he won't let it go so easily. We can still intimidate him when we are here. But if we all leave, who do you think he will seek revenge on? Ling Feng turned his head and stared at Zhu Dongtang with a half smile. Old Zhu, what do you think? A bone-piercing chill enveloped Zhu Dongtang's whole body. How could he not understand that once Zhang Yi learned that they had helped the Zishan base, Zujia town would definitely be liquidated in the end? They have already learned from the past. Chapter 290 Give them a little shock. Zhu Dongtang's whole body was stiff and tense. He didn't know how to answer Ling Feng's words. Ling Feng smiled and said to him, so you see, we still can't leave. We must stay here to protect you. Then starting tomorrow, the amount of food will be doubled. We must also maintain our strength to fight against the enemy. Zhu Dongtang looked astonished. What? Double the amount? In this case, our villagers may not have enough to eat, and they will starve to death. Ling Feng stared into his eyes. His dark grey pupils were as cold and indifferent as stainless steel. The villagers are dead, but your Zhu family can still live here. But if those of us soldiers are dead, the whole Zujia town may not be able to survive even a blade of grass. So, there is nothing wrong with my request. Zhu Dongtang opened his mouth and didn't say a word for a long time. Now he is the mayor of Zujia town on the surface, but in fact he is just a puppet supported by Zishan base. He has no right to negotiate with Zishan base. That night, Zhu Dongtang notified the villagers of the incident in the smoothest possible way. There was constant scolding in the night, and everyone wanted to cut the members of the special forces into pieces. But after the scolding was over, everyone didn't do anything. On the second day, they honestly offered food according to Ling Feng's request. Even if the food is looted, it doesn't matter, at least they can still eat a little, so they won't starve to death. Even if you are forced to work in extremely cold and low temperature, and face the threat of death, it doesn't matter. After all, you are not sure to die. As long as they are not forced to a dead end, they can only scold in their hearts at most, and few people dare to stand up and resist. The group of people who dared to resist had been executed in public, so that the bones of those who were alive were broken, their heads were lowered like ostriches, and they endured all injustices. Time passed slowly, and the movement around the shelter was the same every day. In order not to make Zhang Yi suspicious, Ling Feng would still come to attack the shelter on time every day. What about Zhang Yi? Occasionally, he would come out, pretend to be desperate and yell, and then shoot indiscriminately with a gun. But he will never come out of the shelter. Most of the time, he, Yang Mi, Zhao Ke and others lived very leisurely in the shelter. Food is plentiful and entertainment is not lacking. In fact, as long as there are enough people, it will not be boring. After they finished fighting the landlords, they played points, and after they finished playing points, they beat the eggs. Even sometimes, they went to the stadium on the third basement floor to play badminton together. The underground space is large enough, as long as they are willing. Activities with a large number of people can also be carried out. Slowly, more than half a month passed like this. According to monitoring, the excavation progress of that tunnel has reached 700 meters outside the shelter. The number of Zhujians sacrificed for this has already exceeded 100. The villagers were so numb that they even forgot the purpose of digging this tunnel in the first place, but they were escorted by the special forces with guns every day and went to work. Day after day, 24 hours a day in shifts, without a moment's rest. As for Zhang Yi, Ling Feng and others almost all believed that Zhang Yi could only hide in the shelter and dare not come out. An environment that is too comfortable will inevitably make people relax. Then the only ending waiting for him is death. Another morning, Zhang Yi got up very early, lifting the quilt. Huahua stretched lazily, opened her eyes slightly, glanced at him, and then yawned. Get up. How about taking you out for a walk? Zhang Yi touched Huahua's head and said. Huahua was a little reluctant, but she still got up slowly, her body stretched out like a noodle. Zhang Yi sat by the bed and began to change clothes in an orderly manner. What he was wearing was not everyday casual clothes, but a whole set of pure white clothes taken out from a different space. 2 sets of inside and outside. The inner lining is the kind of close-fitting clothing that Zihuan wears. The whole body is pure white. The zipper and decorative buttons are made of pure gold. There is a golden sword logo on the chest, which looks simple and noble. After the inner lining is worn, the next step is to wear the combat uniform. Combat uniforms and linings are matching, both in color and style. The difference between the two is that the combat uniform worn on the outside focuses on defensive capabilities, while the inner lining focuses on heat preservation. There are built-in constant temperature systems and batteries in the clothes, and there are heating modules in various parts of the body, which is the key to ensuring body temperature. This style is a complete imitation of the special combat uniform of the Zishan base, but the workmanship materials are many times more detailed than the original ones. This set of clothes is not complicated to wear. After all, combat uniforms need to take into account various complicated combat situations. If they are complicated, it is not conducive to performing emergency tasks at night. Zhang Yi put on his clothes and put on his white combat boots. In addition, he also had a matching combat helmet, bulletproof, equipped with communicator and tactical eyepiece, anti-fog and other functions. Then, he checked all the firearms and bullets in his hand. This process lasted for more than half an hour. Zhang Yi took a few cans of high-end cat food and put them beside the bed. Huahua cut open the cans with her sharp claws and enjoyed the food alone. Zhang Yi finished checking the weapons and equipment, took out a beef cheeseburger from the different space, and went to the kitchen to heat up a cup of soy milk. He ate breakfast unhurriedly, then put Huahua on his shoulder and walked towards the third basement. Most of the places prepared for evacuation will leave emergency exits. This emergency exit is very secret, and it is prepared to avoid abnormal situations such as being invaded by enemies. The shelter also has emergency exits, and only Zhang Yi knew of its existence. It was located on the third basement floor, under the corner floor at the left front of the stadium. It is a 2.5 kilometer long underground tunnel, from which you can go directly to the back of the dwarf mountain in the north of Yang Manor. The exit is in a very hidden forest. After Zhang Yi figured out the action rules of the special forces, he decided to take the initiative, to attack once to give them a little shock. The aliens in the special operations team would come to feign attacks every day. In order not to make Zhang Yi suspicious, they had to come. Therefore, the soldiers who stayed in Zhujia town were just ordinary fighters, and there would be at most a few reformers. But these people are not a threat to Zhang Yi today. After all, not to mention Zhang Yi's own ability, for safety's sake, he also brought Huahua. To be honest, in close combat, Huahua was at least 10 times stronger than him in terms of cleaning up miscellaneous soldiers. Zhang Yi came to the corner of the stadium and lifted the floor in the third column and fourth row on the left. The original mechanical lock is still used here. He took out the yellow key and inserted it into the lock. After one door was opened, it was followed by a second door and a third door. Although the process is complicated, the security level is very high. The triple doors opened one after another, and what Zhang Yi saw was a white staircase. The sensor light inside has automatically turned on. Zhang Yi walked down the steps. There is also a very thick silver grey metal door blocking the exit. The material is the same as that of the gate, and it has extremely strong defensive capabilities. It can even withstand fierce artillery attacks. A black motorcycle was parked by the door. After all, such a long passage required a vehicle to get out quickly. What's more, leaving from here is usually to runaway point. It's not possible without a car. In this regard, the people who built the shelter thought very carefully. Zhang Yi walked over, recognized his iris and palm prints, and the door spun open with a rumble. Behind the gate, rows of soft light yellow lights lit up on the walls on both sides, illuminating the long passage. Zhang Yi got on the motorcycle, and after a closer look, he realized that it was electric. After all, the movement of electric vehicles is relatively small, and now with the development of new energy technologies, the battery life and speed will not be much worse than fuel vehicles. The car does not have a key, and the way to start the tram is to scan the iris. Zhang Yi rode on the tram and galloped towards the end of the passage. The passage is slowly upward, just enough to reach the ground at the exit position. Before long, he reached the end of the passage. In front of him was an alloy door that opened outwards, and Zhang Yi opened the door in the same way. Boom. The door opened towards the inside, and as soon as it was opened, a large amount of ice and snow poured in. Zhang Yi had been prepared for a long time, and he quickly hid aside. A cold breath came in. Even though he was wearing a combat uniform, he could still feel a little bit of coolness. Hua-hua on her shoulder yelled very unhappily. Zhang Yi touched its head, then stepped on the snow under his feet, pushed the door and walked out. This location is in a half-mountain forest that is basically completely covered, and the snow is about 5 meters thick. The trees are all bare, with some branches exposed. Zhang Yi climbed up on the snow and reached out to close the passage door behind him. But when he saw the appearance of the door clearly, he couldn't help being stunned for a moment. From the outside, it looks like a tall tombstone. It's really hidden. Zhang Yi was very speechless. Maybe there was a cemetery forest under his feet. He looked around. It was dead silent. No one was there. Zhang Yi put Hua-hua down and whispered something to it. Hua-hua let out a meow and grew bigger reluctantly, then used her big claws to scrape a piece of ice and snow, covering the tombstone, which is the door of the underground passage. After doing this, Hua-hua returned to her normal body shape. Zhang Yi shook his head at it, and it walked to Zhang Yi's side. One person, one cat, braved the wind and snow, and walked towards the distance without haste. An hour later, around 8:30 am, Ling Feng and the others finished their meal, then came outside the shelter as usual, and started their daily harassment. An assembly line has been formed on the bank of the river. The people inside send out the soil one by one, basket after another, and the people outside are responsible for cleaning up the soil, and the air is sent inside through a hand-operated machine. The only ones staying in Zhujia town are the old people and children who are really unable to work, and some women who cook. Apart from them, the rest are the members of the special forces at the Zishan base. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291, Stealing Towers. The atmosphere in Zhujia town is clearly polarized. The villagers were apprehensive, with numb expressions on their faces. Although they don't need to go out to work, if they stay in the village, they also have tasks assigned by the special forces team to complete. For example, preparing food, or the personal requirements of some special forces members. In the past, they were all well-trained and disciplined soldiers. But after the end of the world, human nature will gradually be wiped out in distorted events one after another. Especially when you can control the life and death of others, the boundaries of morality will become more and more blurred. The weather was too cold, there were few people outside, and only a few soldiers on duty were in charge of guarding. But the long time of comfort made them not think that there would be an enemy attack. Who are they? They are the most elite special forces team at Zishan base. Even looking at the entire Xianhe city, it is one of the most powerful armed forces. In this mission, what needs to be dealt with is a coward who is huddled in the house and dare not come out. So no one could have imagined that the aliens in that shelter would dare to come out, and even went around to attack the base camp of their special operations team. A soldier in charge of security stood at the edge of the village with a gun, slowly pacing back and forth. Suddenly, he saw a white figure not far away. When he looked carefully, he found that there was a captain-level Venus logo on the opponent's shoulder. Zhang Yi's combat uniform was modeled after Liu Xiang and Zihuanhun, so the captain's logo was also made. The soldier thought it was the captain from the front line who had returned, so he quickly saluted him. Team leader. The man in combat uniform came over and nodded slowly at him. Just as he was relaxing, an indescribably fast blade light suddenly crossed his neck. Forehead. The vigilant soldier held his neck in disbelief and then fell down on the snow with a look of horror. Zhang Yi walked over and pierced his head with a knife to ensure his death. The fourth one. In this way, all the security personnel around Zujia town are dead. Zhang Yi said lightly. Although with his and Huahua's strength, they could forcibly kill all the special forces in the village. But if the opponent is alarmed, the battle will become complicated, and unnecessary risks will be added. It will even attract several captain-level figures on the other side of the river. That's completely unnecessary. Zhang Yi is only here to kill, not to be a hero. He put the corpse into the different space. So far, there is no security around Zujia town. He cleaned up the blood on his body with snow, and then walked towards the village, as if nothing had happened. In the southwest corner of Zudong village, a special forces member suddenly and swiftly broke into a snow house. The man in this family was conscripted to dig the tunnel, and only his young wife was in the family. After the special forces entered the igloo, they immediately covered her mouth to prevent her from screaming. Sister, I've been working very hard recently. Help. The eyes of the special forces team members flicked over her body, and there was a trace of blazing heat. Although she was bloated, and her little face was pale from the cold, she was not very beautiful, but it was enough to quench her thirst for a special soldier who had been abstinent for many days. The woman was startled, trembling with fear. You can't do this. The special operators pushed her down on the bed impatiently, and roughly tore her clothes. You'd better cooperate obediently, otherwise, the consequences are not something you can afford. He didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Although this incident was known to the top officers of the special forces, at most it was just a few criticisms of him. But being called out for such a thing would embarrass him in front of his colleagues. The woman sobbed softly, but she also knew that she was powerless to resist, so she closed her eyes tightly and let him do what she wanted. After the special forces team members untied several thick layers of clothes, they finally saw her fair skin, and their breathing immediately became short of breath. It's cold. It's cold. Can you put on a quilt first? The woman's skin was exposed, and she was about to lose consciousness from the cold. It's really troublesome. You have to grind your teeth to do something in this crappy place. It's far worse than the base. The special forces team member said with some displeasure. But at critical times, it can only be resolved quickly, mainly to release the pressure. I'm afraid I can't experience more processes. Soon, there was a deliberately suppressed sob and whisper in the room. This caught the attention of passers-by. The shape of the snow house is semi-embedded in the ground, without a door, and it is blocked with ice bricks when sleeping at night. But it was daytime now, and the special forces member was in a hurry, so he didn't cover up. As soon as the passing person lowered his head, he saw the movement inside. He smiled and walked in slowly. The special forces member who was working heard some movement, stopped his movements, and looked back. As a result, I saw a well-dressed special forces member. The only strange thing is that he obviously didn't go out to perform missions, but he wore a helmet firmly on his head. Dude, don't disturb my good business. If you want a woman, go out and find it yourself. I'm not interested in threesomes. The special forces soldier said with a smile. Then he turned around indifferently and continued to work. But at the next moment, a bright light shot out from his left chest, piercing him and the woman on the bed, nailing him firmly to the bed. It was a long knife, piercing through the bodies of 2 people and then through the bedboard. Steaming blood flowed down the knife. Zhang Yi pulled the knife back with a little force and threw it to the ground. All the blood on the knife fell to the ground, and the special forces member who was committing misdeeds had his heart pierced and died on the spot. The woman under him was also pierced through her lungs, and her mouth was full of blood foam. She soon lost her vital signs due to excessive blood loss and loss of body temperature. Zhang Yi had to kill her, otherwise she would definitely yell, because she was frightened, which would expose herself who sneaked in quietly. Anyway, she is from Zhujia town, so there is no such thing as innocent. The enemy's helper is the enemy. In order to avoid alarming the enemy, Zhang Yi brought the 2 corpses into the different space. Then he walked out of the igloo, as if nothing had happened, and walked towards the place where the soldiers at the Zishan base were. Zhujia town has been peaceful for too long, and the soldiers staying here have no sense of crisis at all. When they are free, they gather together to play cards, or play some next generation game consoles. He had already asked Liang Yu where these soldiers lived, so he didn't need to look for them like headless chickens. Zhang Yi walked swaggeringly in the village. Although he was wearing a helmet, which seemed a bit strange, but the white combat uniform on his body made the people around him not doubt his identity. The only strange thing is that beside him is a strong raccoon cat nowadays. Cats are basically food, because they are not as practical as dogs. Such a strong Sahuameo is even rarer. Zhang Yi strolled in the courtyard and walked to a snow house where a soldier lived. As we approached, we could hear lively voices inside. "My lord. Do you want it? If you don't want it, I'll run away. Run. I'll blow you up. Make you go crazy. I'm going. You really have a bomb." It can be heard that the card game inside is lively. Zhang Yi walked in directly. There were 5 or 6 soldiers inside. 4 of them were fighting the landlord around the table, and 2 others were watching, pointing fingers from time to time. Someone noticed that Zhang Yi came in, but he just said lightly, "Doesn't it feel boring to wear a helmet? It's cold outside though, so wearing a helmet isn't particularly strange." Zhang Yi didn't speak, but walked slowly beside them. A group of people were playing cards vigorously, and no one was in the mood to talk to him. Because the bet was cigarettes, which were scarce even at the Zishan base, they were blushing and all their attention was on the poker table. Quadruple speed. Zhang Yi activated the supernatural power instantly behind them, and at the same time, took out Looming from the supernatural space with his right hand. The bright knife light streaked across the air, instantly beheading 2 heads. The huge head rolled down on the card table, disrupting the game. The remaining 6 people reacted very quickly. After being shocked, they immediately wanted to draw their guns to fight back. But even a well-trained fighter is still not fast enough in front of Zhang Yi, who is 4 times faster. Zhang Yi's figure was like a ghost, and he rushed over and took away 2 soldiers with 2 knives. Before the remaining 2 survivors could pull the trigger, a black shadow flashed in front of them, tearing their throats apart. Hua lightly landed on the card table, her eyes glistening with bloodthirsty red light. In an instant, the 6 soldiers here were completely wiped out by it and Zhang Yi. And from beginning to end, they didn't even have a chance to make a sound. Zhang Yi still put away the bodies of the 6 people and simply cleaned up the blood. Combat uniforms are waterproof and bloodstains are easy to clean. After finishing all this, he leisurely walked out of this house and continued to the next house. It was freezing cold, and the soldiers didn't like to be outside, so Zhujia town seemed extraordinarily quiet. This also facilitated Zhang Yi's shot. The next room is where the liaison officer in the special forces lives. These people's force value is average, but they have superb computer technology. They are mainly responsible for contacting the Zishan base and solving various network problems for the special forces. There were 2 female soldiers in the room, and a male soldier wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Zhang Yi walked in, none of the 3 people doubted his identity, and saluted him respectfully. And Zhang Yi's feedback to them is to send them on the road without pain. The process is very simple. Pretend to be their teammates, then activate the ability to kill, and finally clean up the battlefield. Then proceed to the next room, as if nothing had happened. Call them one by one, and kill the special forces members of the Zishan base one by one quietly. But after Zhang Yi killed more than a dozen people, the strong smell of blood attracted the attention of the military dogs in the nearby kennel. They started roaring crazily towards the outside, and the dogs barked together, which also aroused the vigilance of the remaining Special Forces members. Chapter 292. The Gap in Strength. The roar of the military dogs caught the attention of the Special Forces. These well-trained military dogs are very alert, and will never bark for no reason. Once they are alert, there must be danger. Due to the severe cold weather, most animals are extinct. Only the cold-resistant sled dogs can still survive, and have many functions, so they have become extremely precious. However, all the sled dogs raised in Zhujia town were brought there, to help dig the tunnel. The military dogs of the Special Forces are kept in snow houses by soldiers who love them. Although they are all dogs, there is still a big gap between whether they have a formal job or not. There is a situation. Go out and have a look. The remaining soldiers quickly put on their equipment, then rushed out of the igloo with their guns in hand and their dogs. Wang, wang, wang. The roar resounded throughout the town, and the villagers in the igloo trembled in fear after hearing it, and dared not go out at all. These soldiers soon discovered that several comrades in the igloo were missing, but bloodstains that had been hastily covered up were found on the ground. There is an enemy attack, an enemy attack. Quick alert. A squad leader radioed everyone the news. These well-trained fighters are instantly alert, guns in hand, and ready to face any enemy. But none of them noticed that the enemy they were guarding against was standing behind them in the same clothes as them. Zhang Yi didn't talk nonsense. He raised his knife and killed 2 Special Forces members in an instant. The looming knife made of Edmund metal easily cut their necks. The others reacted, turned their heads immediately, and the gunshots rang out. Zhang Yi has disappeared behind an igloo. He noticed that the only distinguishing mark on the combat uniform was the gold star on the shoulder, so he took it off. Then Zhang Yi disappeared from everyone's sight with his ghostly movements. Not long after, he sneaked into another team again from another direction. At this time, everyone was nervously fighting the mysterious man, so they all put on their tactical helmets. In this way, Zhang Yi is like a drop of water melting into the sea, making it even more difficult to be discovered. He's wearing our clothes. A squad leader shouted on the radio. Everyone pay attention to the people around you. Ever since, such a strange scene appeared on the white road of Zudong village. All soldiers raised their guns and aimed at every comrade in arms around them. No one knows whether it is a teammate or an enemy under that pair of helmets. Listen to my password and make covert gestures. The team leader was very smart. Even though they were all wearing the same clothes, the gestures of the special operations team could not be grasped by outsiders. Sure enough, as everyone made gestures in unison, Zhang Yi, who had done nothing, was immediately exposed. All guns were aimed at him. Without any order, the fighters instinctively pulled the trigger. The gunfire was as dense as a thunderstorm. But these soldiers were horrified to find that when those bullets approached that person, they were like mud balls entering the sea, without any effect. It disappeared so strangely. The soldiers suddenly came to their senses. He is Zhang Yi. He is that Zhang Yi. When Zhang Yi's name was mentioned, a dark cloud appeared in the hearts of these soldiers. Because it was the man in front of them that made them suffer one after another, and lost more than 20 comrades in one battle. Isn't he huddled in the shelter? How did he come out? Why did he appear here? Such doubts have appeared in the hearts of all soldiers, but it is obviously not the time to consider these questions. The intensive firepower is useless to Zhang Yi. When they realized that the problem was wrong with the ceasefire, Zhang Yi bounced the bullets they fired back with his backhand. Bullets have no effect on Zhang Yi, but they do. Even though they were wearing bulletproof combat uniforms, under such a dense hail of bullets, these soldiers who were caught off guard were instantly beaten into sieves. The gunshot alarmed Fatty Zhu, who had been staying at home to avoid reality. He opened the window and looked out on the snow-covered street, and then saw that very familiar scene. Boss. Fatty Zhu was dumbfounded. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, thinking that he had made a mistake. There's nothing wrong with that ability. The boss is definitely here. Fatty Zhu was actually moved in his heart. Did he come to take me away? I have to say that, if people are more confident, they can live a happy life. Over there, the battle between Zhang Yi and the Special Forces team members is still going on. Zhang Yi directly obliterated 7 or 8 soldiers by rebounding bullets. The fighters behind them quickly hid to the side with the help of their teammates' bodies, and used the igloo to cover them. Among the crowd, Zhang Yi saw two ghostly figures. That feeling is very familiar to him, and it is the same ability as Liu Xiang and others before. Transformation of people. A team leader, Liu Tao, yelled at the team members, "Don't shoot." His ability restrains firearms, but it doesn't work on the human body. Use cold weapons. When Zhang Yi heard this, a mocking smile rose from the corner of his mouth. Ineffective on the human body? Is your judgment wrong? It is true that my different space cannot actively accommodate the human body, but it does not mean that your melee attacks can have an effect on me. It was too late to say it, but from the four corners, 4 special forces members with military thorns burst out suddenly. The speed of the 2 people in the front left and the rear right is significantly faster, and they are all reformed people whose physical strength has been improved. A gleam flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. His different space can only be opened in one direction. If he faces 4 people attacking from 4 different directions at the same time, it will indeed be a little troublesome. However, there are many people on the other side, and he didn't come here alone. Zhang Yi completely ignored the attack from behind and opened the gate of dimension straight ahead. And in the back, the 2 special forces members who were armed with thorns suddenly felt black on the top of their heads. A huge black shadow fell from the sky, and 2 huge claws directly pressed them to the ground. Felines are better than swift. The 2 special forces in front of Zhang Yi quickly came to Zhang Yi, raised their military thorns, and stabbed Zhang Yi's vitals. Then the next moment, they all entered a different space. Zhang Yi closed the gate of the dimension. As long as it was closed for a while, they would die inside. Behind him, Huata, who had grown into a giant, grabbed the 2 special forces members, stuffed them into his mouth, and ate them with a crackling sound. Transformers are still too weak in the face of real mutated life forms. The remaining special forces members had already been scared out of their wits. Facing a powerful enemy with completely unequal strength, they lost the courage to fight and fled one after another. Chasing is not Zhang Yi's forte. He shouted, "Hua hua." Without further explanation, Hua hua understood what Zhang Yi meant and chased after him excitedly. Cats love to tease their prey. Not long after, there were shrill screams from all directions in Zujia town. The entire Zujia town was full of blood and corpses. All the special fighters who stayed here were completely killed by Zhang Yi. Without wasting any time, Zhang Yi quickly found Liang Yu's house and put a chip and a mobile phone card under her bed. After doing all this, Zhang Yi knew that he couldn't stay here for long, so he quickly left the room. "Huata, let's retreat." The gunshots here must have attracted the attention of the other side of the river. At most 5 minutes, Ling Feng and others will rush back. Zhang Yi doesn't want to confront 4 powerful captain-level aliens head-on. Bullying the soft and fearing the hard, Zhang Yi's work style is mainly steady. Hua Hua turned into a small form and followed Zhang Yi to leave Zudang village quickly. When they came, they took a long detour to avoid being discovered. Going back now also intends to take a detour. Just when they left the village and Zhang Yi was about to take out the snowmobile and leave, suddenly a fat man came after him. "Boss, wait a minute." Zhang Yi was taken aback when he heard this familiar voice. He looked back at Fatty Zhu, frowned and scolded, "Aren't you stupid? Come after me at this time. Be careful not to be discovered by them about our relationship." Fatty Zhu was out of breath, ran up to him and said, "Boss, didn't you come here to find me?" Zhang Yi gave him a look to let him experience it for himself. Fatty Zhu felt a little lost in his heart, but he quickly smiled and said, "Haha, I know you definitely want to come and see me, right? Go back quickly, I don't have time to chat with you. When they come back, there might be some trouble." Zhang Yi said lightly. But Fatty Zhu hurriedly said, "Boss, but you killed so many soldiers, they will be furious when they come back. I think it will be dangerous to stay here." Zhang Yi looked at him. "Then do you plan to leave with me?" Fatty Zhu's ability is very useful. Zhang Yi can keep him as a younger brother. Fatty Zhu's expression was slightly hesitant. "I still want to take a few people with me." Zhang Yi's eyes have become impatient. "I don't have time to waste here now, or leave with me now. Or you can find a way to find me yourself." He threw Fatty Zhu a new mobile phone. Through Liang Yu, he learned the reason why Fatty Zhu couldn't contact him during this time. Then Zhang Yi took out the snowmobile and left Zujia town with Huata. Fatty Zhu looked hesitant, looking reluctantly at the snowmobile going away. cowardly and afraid of death. He knew that with so many soldiers killed in Zujia town, a huge storm would surely usher in. He didn't dare to stay here any longer. He had to go. Fatty Zhu gritted his teeth and ran towards Zulila's house. He wants to persuade Zulily to leave with him, go to a safe place, and spend the second half of his life happily together. Lily must be willing to leave with me, Fatty Zhu thought confidently. After a while, he came outside Zulila's snow house. But before he could knock on the door, he heard a conversation coming from inside the room. Chapter 293 The Furious Lingfeng. Fatty Zhu stopped outside Zulila's house. He eagerly wanted to tell Zulily that Zujia town was very dangerous now, and no one knew what the furious special forces would do. He wanted to take Zulily away. However, he didn't realize, until he came here, that he hadn't asked Zhang Yi for instructions on whether he could take someone there. Even if you can bring people there, how many can you bring? What should Zulila's family do if they only take Zulily? While Fatty Zhu was struggling, the voices of Zulily and her family came from inside the snow house. Mom, a lot of people died outside. Are we going to be okay? Silly girl, what can we do? Didn't you see that it was their own people who killed their own people? This matter has nothing to do with us. They always have to be reasonable. Let's entertain them with delicious food and drink, and nothing will happen. That's right. Otherwise, I'll look for that fat man. As long as I say something nice to him, he will definitely protect us. That's right. Although that fat man is a bit stupid, he has the ability to protect our family's safety. Lily, why don't you marry him? What? Zulila's voice suddenly became sharp. Mom, what are you talking about? He is fat and ugly. If you didn't persuade me to curry favor with him, I wouldn't even bother to talk to him. Outside the igloo, Fatty Zhu's heart felt as if he had been stabbed by a knife. In Zulila's eyes, did he look like this? It turned out that he was not the hero in Zulila's eyes. The discussion in the igloo continued. What do you know? Marriage is for living. Although others are not very good, they can protect our family's life now. Forget it. If I lie on the same bed with him, I won't have nightmares every day. Facing that greasy, fat face, I'd be so sick to puke. But you don't please him. How can we let him protect you? Mom, don't worry. That fool is very stupid. As long as I show him a little favor, he will be happy. It's best to deal with the dead fat house. Their minds are full of fantasies. As long as women treat them a little better, they can't wait to give you their hearts. Outside the igloo, Fatty Zhu's heart was icy cold. All the beautiful fantasies at the beginning were all shattered at this time. And at this time, the people in the room noticed Fatty Zhu's arrival. Zulila's mother was a little embarrassed. Well, Chunli is here. Come in and sit for a while. Zulily also saw Fatty Zhu, and her expression changed slightly, but she didn't bother to put it on when she saw that the matter had been revealed, and instead had a haughty expression on her face. Fatty Zhu smiled shyly and said, "No, auntie. I'll have a word with Lily. Can you let her come out?" Zulila's mother poked her, and Zulily walked out of the igloo. She brushed her hair, trying to show a sweet smile, in order to let Fatty Zhu continue to protect her and her family wholeheartedly. "Brother Chunli, when did you come here?" "Oh, I just arrived." Zhu Chunli looked at the girl with a sweet smile in front of him, feeling a little dazed. He couldn't imagine that those vicious words just came out of her small cherry mouth. "Brother Chunli, what do you want from me?" Zhu Chunli's lips were a bit bitter, but he did not turn his head and leave angrily. After all, a pighead caught in a relationship will not give up the fantasy in his heart so easily. "Lily, come with me. The village is not safe. So many people have died. There may be great danger in the future." Fatty Zhu persuaded. After Zulily finished listening, she smiled faintly. "Brother Chunli, where can we go after we leave the village?" Fatty Zhu didn't say anything about going to Zhang Yi. "If you believe me, I'll take you away. Don't worry, I'm here to protect your safety." With his ability, at worst he can find a supermarket buried in ice and snow. Supplies and shelter are easy to find. Even if he doesn't go to Zhang Yi, he can survive. The world of ice and snow belongs to him. Zulily was silent for several seconds. Then she smiled apologetically and said, "I'm sorry, Brother Chunli. Isn't it a bit too risky to do this? This is not an idle drama. Why is it like elopement?" The gentle smile on his face and the unconcealed pity in his eyes deeply hurt Fatty Zoo's heart. It's like an adult woman comforting a first brother who can't last. It was a condescending look down. Fatty Zoo still refused to give up at this moment and continued to explain, but now that so many soldiers have died in the village, what do you think they will do when they come back? Zulily thought about it and said disapprovingly, this matter has nothing to do with us, right? It shouldn't be affected. Besides, she came forward suddenly, smiled and took Fatty Zoo's hand, stared into his eyes and said pitifully, even if we are in danger, brother Chun-Li, you will definitely protect us, yes ba? Fatty Zoo's body was a little stiff. He didn't know what he said or did in the end. Probably just nodded numbly, then watched Zulily return to the house. But after he came back to his senses, he turned his head and ran out of the village without hesitation. He had to leave here and go find Zhang Yi or hide like an ostrich. Because he is afraid of death, he has a particularly keen sense of danger. He himself is Zhang Yi's undercover agent and he doesn't know when he will be discovered. Run away. Escape is shameful, but useful. As for Zulily, fuck Zulily. Fatty Zoo called Zhang Yi while running. Boss, I figured it out. I'll go back with you. Across the river, Ling Feng brought several captain-level aliens and some members of the special forces here to harass the shelter on a daily basis. By the way, supervise the work of the villagers in Zujia town. The sudden intensive gunfire from Zujia town attracted the attention of the other side of the river. Whether it was the members of the special forces or the villagers who were working, they all looked back subconsciously. In the village, why are there gunshots? Could it be that someone set off firecrackers? How is it possible? Who would be so bored as to set off firecrackers at this time? When Ling Feng heard the gunshot, his face immediately became serious. The sound of gunfire meant that there was something wrong with Zujia town. However, Zhang Yi was already trapped in the shelter, and there was no way to get out. So why did the gunshots start? Could it be that there are other forces nearby that have not been discovered by Zishan? Ling Feng immediately asked someone to contact the people in Zujia town to ask what happened. Immediately, some team members used the communicator to contact there. However, all the soldiers there were dead at this time, and no one answered at all. The team members reported the news to Ling Feng, and Ling Feng's face instantly became extremely solemn. The special operations team is strictly disciplined, and it is impossible for such a situation of not replying to messages, unless it is force majeure. Come on, let's go back and see what happened. 4 captain-level aliens and 6 remodeled warriors are here to attack Zhang Yi's shelter. There are also more than 20 special forces left by Zhu Jiazhen, but if they encounter powerful aliens, such as captain-level aliens, they will have no resistance at all. As a top-level foreigner, Ling Feng knew this very well in his heart. He ordered Shi Daong and others to stay here and continue to attack the shelter in order to avoid being discovered by Zhang Yi. And he took 5 soldiers and rushed back to Zujia town on a sled. But just after crossing the river, a bloody corpse lay at the entrance of the village. His body was separated, as if it had been crushed by something huge, bloody. The ground was already stained red with blood, and it condensed into red ice cubes like fried ice. Until he died, his right hand stretched out towards the other side of the river with all his strength, as if there was some terrifying monster in the village. Ling Feng's eyes suddenly became sharp. Alert. He gave orders to the soldiers around him, and all of them raised their guns and looked around cautiously. But Ling Feng himself walked towards the village with great strides. At this time Zhang Yi had already run away. The corpses of many soldiers lay here and there on the road in the village. There was blood splattered everywhere, and the tragic scene was unbearable. The villagers stood by the side of the road, pointing at the corpses and chattering about something. Seeing Ling Feng and the others coming back, they quickly moved out of the way. As Ling Feng led the people along the way, his complexion became more and more ugly, and bloodshot eyes appeared in his eyes. Dead again. These good comrades in arms and good brothers for many years died tragically in front of him again. Ling Feng brought 50 people with him this time, plus more than a dozen people from the rescue team, a total of more than 60 people. The last detonation outside the shelter failed, killing 22 people. Now all the soldiers staying behind in Zujia town were killed, and there were only 13 people around him including the captain. With such heavy casualties, the most elite fighters of Zishan base died. How would he explain to Chen Xinyan? Ling Feng walked to the battlefield, where the most soldiers died in battle, looked at the familiar faces on the ground, and the killing intent in his eyes frantically burst out. What? He couldn't help roaring, and it turned into a wave of sound, and rushed in all directions. The snow fell heavily, and the nearby villagers fell to the ground. Who did it? Who killed my brothers? Ling Feng's eyes were bloodshot, his figure flitted out like a ghost, and then grabbed an old man's neck. Say, who did it? The old man was so frightened that he hesitated for a long time, but he didn't even say a complete sentence. Crack. As soon as Ling Feng exerted force, it was like pinching a rubber man, directly cutting off his head from the neck. The villagers watched this scene in disbelief, then screamed like crazy, and ran for their lives in a hurry. Don't run. Whoever runs, I will kill him. Because of the two tragic deaths of Special Forces members, Ling Feng's sanity was almost wiped out. At this moment, he was very annoyed seeing this group of villagers shouting like chickens and ducks. With a few dodges, Ling Feng smashed 7 or 8 villagers to pieces like clay figurines. In order to release his emotions, he didn't hold back his hands, and the bodies of these ordinary people were really more fragile than mud in his hands. The villagers of Zujia town never imagined that they died at the hands of these soldiers who were kindly entertained by them, even though they had done nothing. Chapter 294 Doubt. Ling Feng wantonly killed the villagers of Zujia town. He has lost his mind at this time, and only through killing and blood can he release his inner mania. After he felt that the emotions in his heart had eased, the ground was already full of broken corpses. He held 2 parts of his body in his hands, covered in blood, like a demon walking out of hell, and those villagers were forced by other special forces to prevent them from escaping. Ling Feng glanced at the trembling villagers and suddenly felt that he seemed to have gone too far. He quickly explained, "Look at you, I just want to ask if you have seen the murderer. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Obviously knowing that I have died so many brothers, I'm in a bad mood now. It's okay, don't be afraid, everyone." Although Ling Feng felt that it was a little wrong for him to kill so many villagers, but when he thought that he had such an impulse because of the tragic death of his brothers, he felt that this approach could be explained. He asked the villagers again with a straight face, "Now you all give me an honest account. You must have seen the fighting in the village. Tell me, who is the murderer?" The villagers looked at Ling Feng, who suddenly changed his face and thought that this man was a real devil. How could they dare to answer his words? Ling Feng said angrily, "If you don't say it, then you will do it. Then the whole town will die." As soon as these words came out, someone was startled and said, "I saw that they were killing each other." Ling Feng raised his eyebrows when he heard this. "You're talking nonsense." He walked over and grabbed the man by the neck and picked him up. "It is impossible for our people to fight among themselves. Are you trying to hide the truth? Believe it or not, I will kill you." The old man kicked his legs wildly, his neck was stuck, his face was flushed, and he was about to be strangled to death. His daughter next to him couldn't help it and cried and said, "What my father said is true. Those who kill people wear the same clothes as you. But he killed everyone else by himself. By the way, he also has a strange cat that can become bigger than the house." Ling Feng's eyes widened. "An alien?" He dropped the old man in his hand, pulled the woman over, pointed at her and said, "Hey, I'm very fair. As long as you honestly tell what you saw, I won't kill innocent people indiscriminately." How ironic these words sound. It is reasonable to co-author him to kill just now. The woman trembled and told what she saw. However, the villagers were very scared at that time, so they could only observe secretly, and the women saw not much of the fighting process. Fortunately, other villagers also added some, and finally filled the puzzle of the story. After listening to the villagers' narration, Ling Feng was dumbfounded and took 2 steps back in disbelief. Spatial ability, it's Zhang Yi. Isn't he in the shelter? How did he get out? Shen Han walked over and reminded him, "Captain, could there be another channel?" Ling Feng's eyes lit up. Yes, it must be like this. A qualified shelter cannot have only one road. The same goes for their refuge. There must be at least 2 passages just for escape, not including Chen Xinyan's. If we can find that way, we can fight into the shelter. Damn Zhang Yi, you killed so many of my brothers, and so many villagers in Zujia town. I must kill you. After Ling Feng finished speaking, he did not forget to say to the villagers in Zujia town, remember, it was not I, Ling Feng, who killed your relatives today. It was Zhang Yi. He did all of this. I will avenge you. The villagers lowered their heads and did not dare to speak, but they already regarded Ling Feng as a more terrifying demon than Zhang Yi in their hearts. At the very least, Zhang Yi fought back after they took the initiative to provoke him. And what about Ling Feng, the special forces members of the Zishan base? They tried their best to serve each other, but Ling Feng and others still treated them like pigs and dogs. They regretted it terribly, but it was too late now. Because they don't have the strength to fight against special forces at all. Ling Feng immediately ordered his soldiers to search for traces of Zhang Yi's departure. There is heavy snow everywhere outside. As long as someone passes by, there will be marks left behind. Follow it to find Zhang Yi's way back, which is where the secret passage is. At this time, Zhang Yi had already taken Fatty Zhu away from Zujia town. But before taking him back, Zhang Yi wanted to confirm whether this guy had really completely let go of the people and things in Zujia town. Fatty, you have to think about it. After entering the shelter, you must obey my orders unconditionally. Can you really abandon your beloved Zulily? When Fatty Zhu heard Zulila's name, he clenched his fists tightly. Tears splashed from the corners of his eyes, and he shouted, of course. Three-dimensional women are really untrustworthy, and I will never believe in love again. That's the best. Zhang Yi started the snowmobile and made a detour back to the entrance of the back mountain passage. He opened the door of the passage and walked inside with Fatty Zhu and Huata. Fatty Zhu looked behind cautiously and then asked, boss, when we came here, the wheel marks on the road were too obvious. Will this passage be discovered? Zhang Yi glanced at him. As long as the other party is not a complete idiot, he will definitely be able to find out. Fatty Zhu suddenly became a little nervous. This is not a good thing. If they attack from here, it will be terrible. A meaningful smile appeared on the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth. I can't wait for them to come. Fatty Zhu blinked his eyes and immediately understood. Boss, so you have prepared a trap here to wait for them. I never fight unprepared. Zhang Yi brought Fatty Zhu to the gate of alloy, and after unlocking it through complicated procedures, he entered the shelter with him. On the other side, Ling Feng and others quickly found traces of the snowmobile. Shen Han was eager for revenge. He gritted his teeth and said, Captain, let's chase after him. Get rid of Zhang Yi, that damned bastard. Ling Feng said calmly, we have fought against that guy so many times. When did you see him suffer? This is an extremely dangerous opponent. It is impossible for him to leave such an obvious loophole unless other means are prepared later. Upon hearing this, Shen Han nodded in agreement. But we can't miss this opportunity. After half a day, this trace will be covered by heavy snow, and we will never find that passage again. Ling Feng pondered for a moment, then said coldly, of course we have to chase, but we can't be too impulsive. He took a deep breath, his cold tone full of sadness. We can't afford any more casualties. The elite team of more than 60 people has now killed more than 50 people. The remaining 10 or so were either aliens and reformers, or engineers responsible for supervising the progress of the project. The death of one of these people is more serious than the death of 30 ordinary soldiers. Ling Feng stood up and said in a deep voice, call everyone back. Shen Han was stunned for a moment, but our tunnel is still being dug, so can the project be shelved? Ling Feng took a deep look at Shen Han. Think about it carefully. Why would Zhang Yi dare to come out and attack our headquarters? Shen Han frowned slightly and began to think along with Ling Feng's words. After a while, he raised his head abruptly, with shock in his eyes. Captain, what do you mean? There are traitors among us. It was he who passed on our information to Zhang Yi. That's why Zhang Yi took advantage of the emptiness behind us and came to attack alone. Ling Feng said with a dark look, that's right, it must be like this. Otherwise, with his level of caution, he wouldn't have left that shelter Ashley. If our information is really leaked out, do you think it's still meaningful to dig a tunnel? Shen Hong's breathing became rapid. In other words, has their work for more than half a month been in vain? The only good thing is that, although they wasted time, the work was done by the villagers of Zujia town. No, wait a minute. Shen Han suddenly realized something. He blurted out, but in this way, who among us is a traitor? They searched all the villages in Zujia town and confiscated the communication equipment in anyone's hands. Even if someone wanted to hide it privately, members of the special forces retrieved it with instruments. What's more, Zujiasan itself had a deep hatred with Zhang Yi, and they didn't have the means and reason to report to Zhang Yi. So, the traitor is among the members of the special forces? But most of the members of the special forces are already dead, or are they among the remaining dozen or so? In Shen Han's mind, a figure immediately appeared. Among them, the most suspicious person was undoubtedly Liang Yu, who had just joined the special forces. After all, Liang Yu had publicly opposed Ling Feng's plan, and she was not very close to anyone in the special forces. Thinking about it this way, she is definitely the biggest suspect. Shen Han whispered to Ling Feng, could it be Liang Yu? Ling Feng narrowed his eyes, just call them back and you'll know. As long as you take Liang Yu's mobile phone and give it to the technicians to retrieve it, you will naturally know the answer. Even if she deletes the communication records, they can restore all the data. It is impossible to hide something. So Ling Feng issued an order to everyone on the other side of the river, asking them to return to Zujia town immediately. After hearing the gunshots, the people on the other side of the river knew that something must have happened, so they hurried back. Liang Yu had some doubts in her heart, but she didn't know anything about Zhang Yi's plan, but she just vaguely sensed that the situation seemed to be a little bit bad. So on the way back, she quietly hid the mobile phone she used to communicate with Zhang Yi in the hole of a dead tree. Chapter 295 Constant Temperature Barbecue. The people on the other side of the river returned to Zujia town. Seeing the bloody and brutal scene in front of them, everyone was dumbfounded. The villagers in Zujia town screamed for land, and many of their relatives died in Ling Feng's hands. The atmosphere on the special forces side was equally dignified. Shi Daong's veins bulged, and he almost couldn't control his anger, so he turned into a giant ape of ice and snow to destroy it. Their people are almost dead, but until now, they haven't touched a finger of Zhang Yi, which is a great shame. But Ling Feng and the others walked in front of Liang Yu, with a piercing chill in their eyes. Mr. Liang, can you give me your mobile phone to check? Ling Feng asked. As soon as these words were uttered, the atmosphere at the scene became tense. Everyone understood that the reason why Ling Feng said this was because he suspected that Liang Yu had tipped off Zhang Yi. Liang Yu frowned. Ling Dui, do you mean to doubt me? She was already a little nervous, but the warrior's good qualities kept her calm on the surface. Fortunately, she did not use her usual mobile phone when contacting Zhang Yi. Ling Feng said, we have killed so many people, why does Zhang Yi have the guts to run out and attack our rear? There must be an undercover agent who tipped him off. With a sneer, Liang Yu took out the phone from her pocket and handed it over generously. If you want to check it, you can check it carefully. After handing over the phone, she stood aside holding Tang Dao with a sneer on her face without saying a word. It seemed that he didn't bother to say one more word. This kind of generous attitude made Ling Feng and the others a little suspicious. Could it be that they guessed wrong? But at this moment, Shi Daon looked around and suddenly said in surprise, hey, why is that fat man surnamed Zhu missing? Fatty Zhu has supernatural powers and was originally one of the Quasi members of their special forces team. Once the incident here is over, he will be taken back to the Zishan base. So on weekdays, Fatty Zhu also had contact with them. It's been a long time since they came back, but they didn't see Fatty Zhu. That's why Shi Daon asked this question. As soon as these words came out, Ling Feng immediately sensed that something was wrong. Zhu Chunli, what about others? Someone immediately called Zhu Dongtang over. Old Zhu, where is your eldest grandson? Ling Feng stared into his eyes and asked. At this moment, Zhu Dongtang felt sad in his heart. After returning, they saw that so many villagers died in the village, and the death conditions were extremely miserable. The corpse was ravaged so badly that it was impossible to even tell who it was. I thought it was a foreign enemy invasion, but after asking the village, I found out that all of this was done by Ling Feng. Zhu Dongtang didn't answer Ling Feng's question, but mustered up the courage to look him in the eyes. Captain Ling, isn't our Zujia town mean enough to you? Why do you want to kill our relatives? Ling Feng looked surprised. I didn't kill them. They were all killed by Zhang Yi. Old Zhu, you are usually very smart. Why are you so confused now? No, you have to be reasonable. If Zhang Yi didn't run over to kill my brothers, and your Zhu family didn't report it, would I be so angry? So you have to blame Zhang Yi for this matter. Cooperate well with my work, I will solve Zhang Yi and avenge you. What Ling Feng said was straightforward, and he even had a righteous look on his face. This is not sophistry, but he thought he was right from beginning to end. Zhu Dongtang's lips were trembling with anger. Facing this kind of person, how can you reason with him? He suddenly remembered Fatty Zhu's previous warning. Too much trust in these people in the Zishan base may bring great danger to Zhu Jiazhen. And are they really just organizations? Zhu Dongtang has already begun to regret his original choice, but now it is too late. The wolves have lived in the sheep village, and it is impossible to leave without eating every sheep. Hey, don't be dumb. Tell me, where did Zhu Chunlei go? Ling Feng stared into his eyes and asked. Zhu Dongtang was a little scared. I don't know. Isn't Chunlei the one you recruited? He doesn't go to work on weekdays, so I don't know where he went. Ling Feng took a deep breath. Everyone find him for me. If someone suddenly disappeared after Zhang Yi's attack, then that person is likely to be an undercover agent. If that person happens to be a different person, this possibility is even greater. Soon, they found a clue. It was a girl named Zhu Lily who reported Fatty Zhu. She admitted that she knew Fatty Zhu was leaving Zujia town, but she didn't know where he was going. By now, the truth has come to light. The person who tipped off Zhang Yi was Fatty Zhu. Ling Feng took a deep breath and punched an iglo angrily. This damn traitor. I must kill him. Liang Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fatty Zhu must have left with Zhang Yi. In this way, he has become her blame man. Liang Yu's suspicion was cleared. However, Liang Yu still showed a look of disdain and stood aside coldly. Ling Feng dragged Zhu Dongtang over and asked with a puzzled expression, didn't you say that your village has a blood feud with Zhang Yi? Then why are there traitors colluding with Zhang Yi? Zhu Dongtang actually knew something inside. Fatty Zhu actually made the peace with Zhang Yi. However, in order to take credit for it, he declared to the outside world that he talked about it himself. Therefore, others do not know that there is a connection between Fatty Zhu and Zhang Yi. And now, of course, he couldn't tell the truth. Otherwise, Ling Feng would definitely kill him. He could only say, then Zhu Chunlei is a cowardly, and fearful waste. It's not surprising that he did anything. Ling Dui, this matter has nothing to do with the rest of us. We hate Zhang Yi so much, it is impossible to help him deal with you. In Ling Feng's heart, he basically believed that there was something wrong with Fatty Zhu. However, if they want to arrest Fatty Zhu, the troops they have now are definitely not enough. Besides, they had other things to do. Ling Feng said to Zhu Dongtang, since you say that you and Zhang Yi have no collusion, then prove it to me with facts. Zhu Dongtang didn't understand what Ling Feng wanted him to do. Ling Feng asked people to gather all the villagers in Zujia town to the square. 4,000 people were chased away by more than a dozen people like sheep. All of them were very honest and did not dare to resist. Ling Feng randomly selected 100 people from it. You people went with me to do a very important thing. If things go well, I will give you great credit. The rest of the people stay here honestly and do what they should do. Because of the lack of manpower, and also because he was afraid that Zhang Yi would kill someone else if he placed an order, Ling Feng decided to take all the members of the special forces to act together. And these 100 people, he also has a very important use. As for the others, he wasn't worried about them escaping at all. Because in this extremely cold world, if one is not fully prepared, fleeing anywhere is courting death. The current Zujia town is a natural cage for the villagers in Zujia town. Ling Feng thought for a while, and walked up to Liang Yu who was looking displeased. He explained to Liang Yu, I know you feel uncomfortable, but so many of our brothers have died. I will investigate anyone who is suspected. Not only you, but everyone else is the same. Too many people in the special operations team died, and everyone who remained was precious. Especially for an elite with outstanding combat power like Liang Yu. Ling Feng naturally had to do a good job of wooing her. Liang Yu said with a cold face, I understand. Ling Feng nodded. Okay, let's go there together. If you're lucky, you'll be able to find the weak point of that shelter. a group of people left Zhujia town and set off along the track left by the snowmobile. Zhang Yi made a big circle, which was 4 or 5 kilometers long. But he has a snowmobile, and people like Ling Feng don't have so many vehicles to use. The members of the special forces ride on sleds, and the villagers in Zhujia town can only walk on 2 legs. 2.5 hours later, they finally reached the back mountain and stopped in front of the big tombstone. So it's here. Ling Feng judged the location of the tombstone and the distance from the shelter, and it was basically determined that it was here. Immediately, he asked the villagers to come over and opened the tombstone. The villagers were all haggard, tired and hungry, but they didn't dare to complain, so they could only come to work. Everyone worked together and quickly pushed open the door disguised as a tombstone, revealing the deep and narrow passage below. Ling Feng said to the villagers, "Please go down and explore the road first." He had been pitted too many times by Zhang Yi, and he was a little scared in his heart. The villagers scolded the street in their hearts, but on the surface they did not dare to resist at all, and could only enter the passage honestly. A special operator gave them a communication device and asked them to take it in so that they could check the scene from the outside at any time. 100 villagers entered the underground passage one after another. I found that the building here is very beautiful. There are lights on after entering, and the walls are also silver grey special metal, which looks very strong. The only disadvantage is that it is not wide enough and too narrow, giving the impression of a tomb passage. The villagers walked forward cautiously, like a group of sheep being driven forward. Outside the passage, Ling Feng and others held instruments and monitored everything inside. It was very quiet at first, and the villagers walked slowly inside. Nothing happened. But when they reached the middle of the passage, there was a sudden rumbling sound. 2 metal walls fell from overhead, cutting off their front and back. The villagers suddenly panicked and shouted hastily. But the next moment, Ling Feng and others saw raging flames gushing out of the wall like a long dragon from the camera. What? The screams seemed to come from hell, and the video stopped abruptly here. Zhang Yi, what a vicious guy. Sure enough, he is still here to keep his back. Ling Feng gritted his teeth and said, if it wasn't for his wit and knowing how to use people from Zhujia town to explore the way, wouldn't it be that several special forces members would have died? Chapter 296. Will love disappear? The shrill screams in the passage kept coming, and the video had been cut off, but the sound was still so clear along the passage to the entrance. Liang Yu felt pity for those villagers who died tragically, but what she saw after leaving Shine King Academy made her heart become numb and cold a lot. The human heart has a strong ability to adapt. Things that are unbearable at first, after a long time, you will get used to it. Shi Dayan asked Ling Feng, "Boss, what should we do? This road is obviously impossible." Ling Feng said coldly, "If we can't leave, just blow up this place. If we can't get in, he can't even think about coming out." When they came, they were prepared and brought the remaining explosives. At this time, Liang Yu suddenly said, "Is the explosive really useful? Don't blow up the passageway when the time comes, but give it to him for nothing, and it will become a weapon against us in the future." As soon as these words came out, Ling Feng and Shi Dayan also frowned. Yes, this possibility cannot be ruled out. At this time, Zheng Zuran came over and said lightly, "This is easy. As long as this passage is blocked, and he is not allowed to come out, isn't that enough?" She walked to the entrance of the passage, with a smile on the corner of her mouth. Then she bent down and put her right hand on the passage. Frozen. A deep blue light enveloped her hands. The snowflakes flying in the air stagnated for a moment, and then poured into the passage, as if guided by something. A thick layer of ice quickly condensed on the silver grey metal wall. When the ice layer invaded the depths, it was melted by the blazing high temperature inside, and turned into water. Not long after, Ling Feng and others outside heard the sound of crashing water coming from inside. Smart. Really smart. In this way, it is impossible for Zhang Yi to leave the base from here. Academician Wu couldn't help clapping his hands. This passage is downward. As long as it is filled with water, when the temperature drops, ice will form to block the passage. Then this door will not be able to be opened again. Moreover, even if Zhang Yi wants to use high temperature combustion to melt ice and snow, it will not help. Wonderful. Academician Wu was not stingy with words of praise. Zheng Zurong smiled slightly and said proudly, "It's just a trick." There was no trace of joy on Ling Feng's face. Although Zhang Yi's secret passage was blocked, they also had no way to break through the shelter. If they can't catch Zhang Yi, they won't be able to complete the mission of the base, and they won't be able to avenge the more than 50 Special Forces brothers who died in battle. As the team leader, Ling Feng was still angry and restless in his heart. What we want is not just to block him. It's to break his tortoise shell and destroy him completely. Liang Yu remained silent, but watched with cold eyes to see what else they could come up with. But now that Fatty Zhu has left with Zhang Yi, she needs to be more cautious in her subsequent actions, so that she can no longer be found abnormal. The others were also silent, thinking hard about countermeasures. All conceivable methods have failed now, but the special forces suffered heavy losses. They didn't even have many men, so what else would they use to fight Zhang Yi? None of the group of people had any good ideas, so they could only return to Zujia town to rest for the time being, and then discuss countermeasures. After returning to Zujia town, the villagers found that the 100 people who had gone with them had not returned, so they asked Ling Feng where they had gone. Ling Feng replied flatly, they were all killed by Zhang Yi. Zujia town was crying again. After one day, they didn't know how many families had lost their loved ones. Ling Feng said, "We are a little hungry, please hurry up and prepare food for us. Don't delay." Anyway, he had come to this point, and he didn't bother to pretend anymore. After all, these villagers have no strength to resist. Just as he thought, the villagers should cry as much as they should, and hate as much as they should, but they still serve them honestly. That night, everyone pulled out the white cloth from their homes, hastily burned the bodies of their relatives, and held a simple funeral. But in the shelter on the other side of the river, there was a lively welcome banquet at this time. Perhaps it was because they hadn't seen outsiders for a long time, but everyone still welcomed Fatty Zhu's arrival. At least that's how they acted. Yang Mi and Zhao Ke prepared a sumptuous dinner, and Zhang Yi also took out a few bottles of good wine from his collection. Yang Xingxin and Lu Karen have seen him before, so they are no strangers to him. After Fatty Zhu came to the shelter, like everyone else, he was shocked at first and couldn't recover. In the last days, when the external environment is so harsh, they actually lived in a palace-like palace and enjoyed delicious food. They were so blissfully blissful. Especially Zhang Yi. He was surrounded by 4 beauties, a real winner in life. Fatty Zhu admired Zhang Yi more and more in his heart. If it wasn't an extraordinary character, how could it be possible to live so chickly in the last days? It's just that when facing these beauties, he was very reserved, and he didn't even speak very neatly. No wonder, after all, he was so excited that he couldn't help himself just facing a slightly pretty Zulali. What's more, the women in Zhang Yi's family are all stunningly beautiful and talented. However, when Fatty Zhu saw them, he felt a little scared in his heart. He had just suffered the blow of a broken relationship, but now he was completely disappointed in the 3-dimensional. The more beautiful a woman is, the more she likes to lie. Fatty Zhu firmly believed in this. Instead of spending time communicating with 3-dimensional women, it is better to spend more time watching fan. At least 2-dimensional girls will never cheat on him. Zhang Yi handed over the wine glass and touched Fatty Zhu. Fatty, since you are here, we will be a community of interests from now on. No matter what enemy you face in the future, you must fight it with all your strength. Zhang Yi smiled and said to Fatty Zhu, "This fat man's ability is very useful, but he is as timid as a mouse, and he doesn't know how to develop and utilize it. But after he became Zhang Yi's follower, Zhang Yi would naturally help him develop it and become a great force in his hands." Fatty Zhu giggled. "I know. There is no such thing as a free dinner in this world. Fatty Zhu is just a nerd, not stupid." But during the meal, Fatty Zhu also expressed the doubts in his heart. "Boss, besides me, do you have other eyeliners in Zujia town?" "Oh, why do you think so?" Zhang Yi smiled and looked at him. Fatty Zhu chuckled. "Boss, I know your character very well. Without full confidence, it is impossible for you to take such a risky behavior as leaving the shelter. Unless you are very clear about the situation in Zujia town." Zhang Yi didn't hide from Fatty Zhu either. "Do you still remember teacher Liang from Shanking College?" When Fatty Zhu heard what Zhang Yi said, he slapped his thigh excitedly. "I guessed it was her, and it really is." Not only Zhang Yi, several women also looked at Fatty Zhu curiously. How did you guess that? Fatty Zhu smiled and said, it's actually simple. Didn't we meet her when we went to Shine King Academy to save people? Later she followed the people from Zishan base to Zujia town. When I saw her, I was scared to death. Because she knew about my relationship with the boss. However, she acted as if she didn't know me, and she didn't tell other people about me. So I guess, she must not be sincerely loyal to the Zishan base. If there is an undercover agent for you, the boss, it must be her. Zhang Yi looked at him admiringly. You are quite smart. Come on, just go for this. Let's go together. Hey, good boss. Fatty Zhu was very happy to be praised by Zhang Yi, and happily emptied his glass of wine. Everyone drank very happily, not because Fatty Zhu came, how welcome they were. But when Fatty Zhu came, everyone had a reason to have a drink. Fatty Zhu drank boldly. The alcohol content of the red wine was not high, and he didn't feel much at first. But after a while, the alcohol began to pick up. Fatty Zhu staggered from drinking. His face was flushed, he was smiling, and suddenly he lay down on the table and started crying. Wow, I thought she liked me, but I didn't expect her to treat me as a fool. Sure enough, love will disappear, right? How poor. Holding the wine glass, Yang Xingxin commented lightly. Zhang Yi just smiled and asked Yang Mi to prepare a bedroom for Fatty Zhu on the first floor. And he and the other girls lived on the second floor. Letting Fatty Zhu live in the shelter is only temporary. He doesn't like having other men living in his home, so this is just a stopgap measure. After solving the problem at the Zishan base, Zhang Yi will let Fatty Zhu live in a nearby villa that was not bombed. Next, what means will you have to attack me? Zhang Yi shook the red wine glass in his hand, thinking so. The soldiers came to block, and the water came to cover him. This time he took the initiative to attack, and dealt a major blow to the special forces at the Zishan base. And their plans to dig tunnels are probably coming to a halt. As for the escape route blocked by Zheng Zurong, Zhang Yi was in no hurry to move it. The 2.5 kilometer long channel was filled with water, and at this time it condensed into ice, which was difficult to clean. However, Zhang Yi now has Fatty Zhu as his helper. With him here, cleaning up the ice and snow is a piece of cake, and there is no need to worry about it at all. Zhang Yi was very curious about Team Special's next move, feeling a little nervous, and looking forward to it. People are always full of curiosity and fear of the unknown. It would be great if Liang Yu could bring that chip back sooner. Zhang Yi glanced at Yang Xingxin and said with a smile. Yang Xingxin was sitting on the sofa seat, wearing a black Lalita dress. Apart from her inability to walk on her legs, she looked no different from a normal girl. Again, the elegance of red wine never goes out of style. Yang Xingxin is very confident towards Liang Yu. This task will not be too difficult for teacher Liang. Brother, don't forget what she did before. If you just have good skills, you can't be the bodyguard of that place. Chapter 297 Crazy. Ling Feng and the others returned without success. After returning, the atmosphere was extremely depressed, and no one wanted to speak. Since they joined the army, they have never been so aggrieved by losing. However, this is not because they are incompetent. The external conditions are too limited. Facing the shelter like an iron barrel, there is no way to break through with these individual combat weapons half a century ago in their hands. Even in military theory courses, fixed point bombing is used to solve this kind of strong fortress. It's not the last century. How can anyone break through a fortress with a single soldier? But the conditions were here, and the task had to be done, so they had no choice but to bite the bullet. So much so that now, Ling Feng and the members of the Special Forces team under him have all the abilities, but they have no way to display them. On a cold night, a huge full moon hangs in the sky. Since the end of the world, it has been a long time since I have been able to see such a bright moon. It's just that the cold moonlight sprinkled on the ground, like sprinkling a handful of salt on the wounds of Ling Feng and others' hearts. After the group returned to Zujia town, they simply finished their meal, and Ling Feng asked everyone to go back to rest first. Remember to be vigilant at night, and don't sleep too hard. Everyone nodded, knowing in their hearts that this was not only to guard against Zhang Yi, but also to guard against the villagers of Zujia town who might turn back at any time. Liang Yu returned to her snow house. but as soon as he reached the door, she frowned. Someone came to her room. Since contacting Zhang Yi, she has always been vigilant about her affairs being discovered. So in her room, she made some small tricks. As long as anyone else entered her room, she would find out. Liang Yu remained calm and walked into the room slowly. After carefully checking the few things in the room, he realized that his bed had been touched. Liang Yu stretched out her hand to check carefully on the bed, and sure enough, she took out a dark gold chip and a silver phone card from under the bedboard. This is. In Liang Yu's mind, Zhang Yi's words about the location of her room emerged. She suddenly realized that this thing was left to her by Zhang Yi. This chip is a storage device and needs to be connected to a computer interface before it can be used. As for the mobile phone card, it should be used for encrypted calls to prevent the conversation between the two from being monitored by the Zishan base. Thinking of Yang Xingxin's computer technology, it is not difficult to do this. Liang Yu's mobile phone was hidden between a dead tree on the other side of the river, so there was no way to contact Zhang Yi for the time being and ask him about the function of the chip. She had no choice but to stuff the chip and phone card into her pocket first, and then wait for a chance to retrieve the phone before asking Zhang Yi. After finishing these, Liang Yu sat on the bed and fell asleep with all her clothes on. Early the next morning, after Liang Yu got up, she went to have dinner with Ling Feng and others as usual, and then discussed the next action plan. But today, the area where the special forces were stationed was extremely deserted, and there were not many people in sight. Only then did Liang Yu realize that most of the people had been killed by Zhang Yi, and there were only a dozen or so of them left. Liang Yu came to the dining place. At the dinner table, Ling Feng was saying something to Zhu Dantang. "Gather all of you later. There is something I want to ask you to do." Zhu Dantang's face was pale, his lips were chapped, and he looked reluctant. "Ling team, what else do you need us to do?" As long as Ling Feng is looking for him, nothing good will happen. Ling Feng just said coldly, "Just do what I ask, and I will tell you when the time comes. Go." He waved his hand and asked Zhu Dantang to leave, not to disturb them for breakfast. Ling Feng was not afraid that the people from Zujia town would escape. If the monk can run, can the monk still run to the temple? Your Zujia town is here, and only here can you survive. If you leave here, where else can you escape? The entire Zujia town has been regarded as something in the pocket by the Zishan base, and it has been manipulated to death. Zhu Dantang's face was pale, and he left the room trembling. A look of helplessness flashed across Liang Yu's eyes, and then she restrained her sympathy for them, sat down at the table and ate breakfast. It is still the daily white flour steamed bun with pickles and stewed fish, and steaming rice porridge is cooked in another pot. The rice is definitely not edible, because it gets cold too fast. Liang Yu came to the side of a few people and ate in silence, still not saying a word. Yesterday, Ling Feng and the others had already become suspicious of her. It was only because of Fatty Zhu's self-explosion that they were not in a hurry to investigate her. But too many members of the special forces had died. Ling Feng was extremely suspicious at this time, and he was afraid that no one would believe him except for a few confidants. Of course, he couldn't trust Liang Yu either. After breakfast, Zhu Dantang gathered all the villagers in the square of Zujia town according to Ling Feng's request. Ling Feng walked over to take a look, and he clearly noticed that some people were missing. Those who did not come were basically women and children. Obviously, the people in Zujia town didn't know the purpose of the special forces, so they hid part of the women and children. Ling Feng didn't care. He just said to everyone, "Yesterday, Zujia town was attacked by the villain Zhang Yi, causing heavy casualties. As soldiers, it is impossible for us to sit back and ignore this situation. But now we are short of manpower, and I hope everyone can help. Now draw 100 people and go to the other side of the river with us." As soon as Ling Feng's words fell, all the villagers in Zujia town panicked. Every time the special forces came to them, nothing good happened. It has been more than a month, and their originally stable and happy life has been disrupted. Now they can't eat enough, and they will face threats to their lives at any time. If they weren't afraid of the force of the special forces, they would have resisted long ago. But as the first batch of rebels were killed, the spines of the rest were also broken. As long as the butcher's knife did not fall on their heads, they would not have the courage to fight. It was a mess below, and everyone whispered behind their backs to express their dissatisfaction. But Ling Feng didn't care about them. He just told Zhu Dongtang, "I will leave this matter to you. I want 100 people." What else can Zhu Dongtang do? Just follow through. But Ling Feng specifically said, "There are a few people you have to bring to me." He whispered a few people in Zhu Dongtang's ear. Zhu Dongtang thought for a while and nodded helplessly. Liang Yu watched silently from behind, wondering what Ling Feng was going to do again. But she also knew that Ling Feng and others must have made some plan behind her back. Liang Yu didn't ask either. Anyway, she would naturally know when the time came. But what can these 100 ordinary people do? Shelter here. In the morning, after everyone had finished their breakfast, Zhang Yi took Fatty Zhu to play games with him. The other women in the family can play a little bit, but their skills are so good that Zhang Yi doesn't bother to take them after playing for a long time. But now that there is Fatty Zhu, the two-thorn ape, at least he will have a good partner for playing games in the future. Fatty Zhu was very moved. "Boss, it's great to hang out with you, and you still have time to play games." He originally thought that Zhang Yi, who was under siege, must be holding a gun all day long, nervously waiting for a challenge at any time. Did not expect his daily life to be so easy. Play when it's time to play, and be busy when it's time to be busy. As long as there are no enemies in trouble. In fact, most of the time I'll lie flat and enjoy the beautiful life. Zhang Yi smiled and said, "What's more, with their current strength, they can no longer pose a threat to my sanctuary. Why should I waste more time on them?" That being said, it doesn't mean that Zhang Yi is slack. There are people watching the surveillance video outside at any time. Zhao Ke and the four of them don't just know how to play. Fatty Zhu admired it very much. He even regretted a little why was he so obsessed with ghosts back then and gave up the chance to enter the shelter for Zhu Lily. It's just a woman. How can it be compared with the latest version of PS15 and thousands of 3A masterpieces? Fatty Zhu looked at the huge pile of cassettes under the TV with a greedy look in his eyes, wishing he could play them all at once. "Boss, can I?" He. Fatty Zhu scratched his head and pointed at the cassettes. Zhang Yi understood what he meant. "Okay, just look for what you want to play." Fatty Zhu used to choose cassettes. But at this moment, Zhao Ke, who was sitting on the sofa watching the monitor, suddenly said, "Zhang Yi, someone is here. They are very, very strange." Zhao Ke looked at the monitor with a trace of fear and confusion in his eyes. Zhang Yi's eyes were fixed. "What's wrong?" He got up from the sofa and walked over to watch. "I feel like a group of walking dead are coming this way." Zhao Ke pointed to the image on the screen and said. Zhang Yi took a closer look and saw a group of people slowly creeping towards the shelter several hundred meters to the south of the shelter. Their pace was very slow, like zombies in movies. But if it's really a zombie, Zhang Yi is not afraid. This thing can be done with a hot weapon. Coming closer, Zhang Yi asked Zhao AI to zoom in on the camera and take a closer look, only to find that it was not a zombie at all, but a group of pale-faced stiff-moving humans. Zhang Yi waved to Fatty Zhu who was looking for cassettes over there. "Fatty Zhu, come over and see if they are from Zujia town." Fatty Zhu was slightly taken aback when he heard the words, then hurried over. After seeing the faces of those people, he immediately said, "Ah, it's really them. Why did they appear here?" Fatty Zhu's face also turned pale, and a layer of white sweat appeared on his back. Although he didn't know what was going on, he was keenly aware that this was definitely not a good thing. Zhang Yi checked the surveillance video carefully, but did not find Ling Feng and the others. Apparently they were hiding in secret, and he didn't receive Liang Yu's reminder, so he didn't know what the situation was. Why are they here? It's impossible to get into a trap. The nearby mines have already been emptied by them. Zhang Yi felt that things were very strange, but seeing the pale faces and trembling bodies of the villagers, he knew that something must be tricky. "Let's go and have a look." Zhang Yi patted Fatty Zhu on the shoulder, motioning him to go together. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298 Human Body Bomb. No matter what conspiracy or tricks the other party has, the ones who come here are just some ordinary people, and it's over if they are killed. Zhang Yi didn't panic at all, and skillfully changed into a suit of equipment, which was a counterfeit and enhanced version of the Special Forces combat uniform. Seeing this, Fatty Zhu asked enviously, "Boss, what about me? I'm also afraid of death. Is there any protective gear for me to wear?" From the point of view of fear of death, Fatty Zhu and Zhang Yi are quite comparable. Zhang Yi threw him the body armor he didn't wear and gave him a helmet. "Hurry up and put it on. Let's go over and see what's going on. Although I don't know what plans they have, they must not be allowed to approach the shelter." The two came to the first floor, and through the one-way glass, they could see the villagers of Zujia town who were slowly approaching. Fatty Zhu lay down in front of the window and looked one by one. Many of them were his familiar neighbors. Suddenly, Fatty Zhu's eyes widened. Lily. Among the crowd, he saw Zhu Lila's figure. She had a bitter look on her face, her body was trembling, and she looked like she might fall to the ground at any moment. But she didn't dare to stop, as if something behind her was forcing her to move forward. Zhang Yi sensed Fatty Zhu's expression was wrong, but he just gave him a casual look. "We have to kill them all." Just one sentence scared Fatty Zhu into a shiver. Huh? Kill them all? All of them? The expression on Fatty Zhu's face seemed to be about to cry. Although he chose to abandon Zujia town and run for his own life, it was still difficult for him to kill the villagers with a gun. After all, most of the villagers in Zujia town have the surname Zhu, and they belong to the same clan, so it's because of their relatives that they just pick someone out. Zhang Yi looked at this cowardly fat man and let out a long sigh. "If this shelter is breached, do you think we can survive? It's the end of the world now." Zhang Yi emphasized one sentence heavily, so he didn't say anything more. He didn't want blood on his hands, if he could. But the sky's not in control. If you want to live, someone else has to die. Zhang Yi also did not force Fatty Zhu to kill his own clan. He opened the dimension door in front of the window to protect it, then opened the window, raised a pistol with both hands, and began to burst fire. Immediately, 5 or 6 villagers fell down like cutting wheat. The speed of the villagers' actions suddenly slowed down, and screams of fear came from their mouths. However, some people saw Zhang Yi and Fatty Zhu through the window. "Zhu Chunlei, it's Zhu Chunlei. Zhu Chunlei, we are all from your same clan. How could you shoot us? Chunlei, I'm your 4th aunt. Don't shoot, save us." The begging and scolding came to Fatty Zhu's ears, making him sweat, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Especially when he saw Zhu Lili. She was looking at him with pleading eyes. "Brother Chunlei, save me, please. Don't you like me? I can marry you as my wife. Save me." Zhu Chunlei was sweating more and more. However, Zhang Yi's shooting speed did not slow down at all, and he was still cleaning up the villagers in Zujia town at fixed points. He is a little confused now. What is the purpose of these people coming here? It can be confirmed that it must be Ling Feng's Zishan base who are secretly playing tricks. Boom. A hole was cut in the head of an old man, blood spattered, and the screams became much louder. "Zhu Chunlei, what are you doing? I know you're inside. Stop now. Do you really want to watch us all die?" "Woohoo, brother Chunlei, I'm Gangzi. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Zhu Chunlei, you sinner of the Zhu family, look at what you have done. It is you who caused the Zhu family town to become what it is today. If you hadn't colluded with Zhang Yi, how could so many people have died in our Zhu family town?" An old woman yelled at Fatty Zhu. Zhang Yi frowned and glanced at Fatty Zhu. He felt that these people seemed to come here to die, which was very strange. Could it be that Ling Feng was going to use their blood to open the door of the shelter? Unfortunately, this is completely impossible. Zhang Yi turned around and continued to shoot, but this time, after a corpse fell to the ground, something under the clothes suddenly appeared. Zhang Yi took a closer look and immediately understood what these people were here for. They even had explosives tied inside their clothes. Ling Feng originally wanted to use the villagers of Zujia town as a cover to blast the shelter. This time, Zhang Yi stopped shooting. After clarifying the other party's purpose, he calmed down instead. "Fatty, have you seen what's on them?" Zhang Yi gestured to Fatty Zhu with his eyes. When Fatty Zhu heard the words and looked over, he could naturally see the explosives tied to the villagers. He widened his eyes in disbelief. This bunch of scum. Fatty Zhu didn't have any good feelings for the Zishan base. But in his opinion, these soldiers at the Zishan base should have the minimum moral bottom line, so as not to kill innocent people indiscriminately. But now, they turned the villagers of Zujia town into human bombs. This thing is inhumane. It is worse than a beast. As I said before, they betrayed their own beliefs and are a group of desperados. Therefore, we must deal with them more ruthlessly than they do, Zhang Yi said calmly. Fatty Zhu's heart was about to collapse. In other words, these people were all victims, and they had to die here no matter what. And he had to watch this scene helplessly. He couldn't do anything. Zhang Yi handed the pistol in front of him. The situation is obvious now. You know what to do, right? Fatty Zhu struggled for a long time, then gritted his teeth, and took the pistol resolutely. Since they all end in death, it's not my fault to give them a ride. It's all the bastards at the Zishan base. After convincing himself, Fatty Zhu took the gun, aimed at the crowd, and pulled the trigger. With no psychological burden, Fatty Zhu shot very decisively. If it is said that he was a little sad at the beginning, but after the first shot was fired, he felt an unprecedented pleasure in his heart. Boom. The second aunt in their village died. She was his mother's distant cousin. The family business was very powerful, and she often boasted about her children in front of his parents, belittling Fatty Zhu as a waste both openly and secretly. After beating her to death with his own hands, Fatty Zhu actually felt very happy. In fact, some relatives did not have much affection for him. Subconsciously, Fatty Zhu really wanted them to die. Ha ha. Fatty Zhu laughed in a low voice. His body began to tremble with excitement. The speed of his shooting is also getting faster and faster. As a fat man, he has almost no friends in Zujia town, and no one thinks highly of him. Later, when the end of the world came, he had supernatural powers and helped the village do a lot of things. But even then, he still didn't feel that he was respected by others. Especially the way other people looked at him. That kind of contempt, jealousy, and indifference made him sad the most. For countless nights, he tried to comfort himself that he was thinking too much. But is he really thinking too much? Fatty Zhu knows better than anyone else that it's not like that. They just really despised him. But now, look, the lives of these villagers who have brought him so much pain are completely in his hands. And right now, he didn't need to feel any guilt for killing these villagers. After all, even if he didn't kill them, these villagers would be killed by bombs. Then it makes sense to do so. Ha ha ha. A ferocious smile slowly appeared on Fatty Zhu's face. Soon all the bullets in the shuttle were shot. Zhang Yi handed him the magazine from the side, signaling him to continue. Fatty Zhu's marksmanship is terrible, but at a distance of more than 100 meters, and the density of people is so high, even if he shoots with his eyes closed, he can kill many people. Zhang Yi asked Fatty Zhu to shoot himself, not to submit any certificate. But he knew in his heart that Fatty Zhu had always felt inferior and longed to vent. He is obviously a powerful alien, but he is despised everywhere in the village, and he doesn't even have a single person to speak his mind to. It's no wonder that Fatty Zhu has no problems in his heart. Fatty Zhu was completely relieved by killing all the villagers who once looked down on him and brought him deep pressure. The group of villagers screamed in terror, some cursed, some begged, some tried to run back. However, the bullets directly behind were more accurate, directly piercing through the heads of everyone who wanted to escape. Ling Feng and others were right behind them, forcing them to approach the shelter step by step. Ling Feng's purpose was to use the relationship between Fatty Zhu and the villagers of Zujia town, so that the bombs could get closer to the shelter. These 100 people have enough explosives to complete a blast. Once they get close, Zhang Yi's ability cannot take the initiative to collect the human body, so it loses its effect. In this case, the shelter can be blown up and then rushed in to take Zhang Yi's life. In order to complete the task, Ling Feng at this time has been completely distorted, regardless of all consequences. He didn't even mind throwing the lives of the entire Zujia town villagers into it. However, the dense gunfire ahead shattered his illusion. They even killed the villagers of Zujia town. They are simply beasts. Ling Feng said angrily, then raised his hand and killed a villager who was trying to escape. Liang Yu was very speechless watching from the sidelines. Obviously you forced them to be bombs in the past, but now you have the face to call others animals? Ling Feng has his own logic. In his opinion, he killed these villagers for righteousness, and Fatty Zhu killed his own clan because he was inferior to animals. However, he did not expect that Fatty Zhu would be so decisive in making a move, and it even made people feel that there was a sense of personal grievance in it. Seeing the rise of Fatty Zhu's killing, Zhang Yi directly took out an assault rifle from the different space and handed it to him. Let's use this. It's more enjoyable. Fatty Zhu took the gun over, and Zhang Yi instructed him how to use it. Don't hold the gun, hold it down with one hand. It has a relatively strong recoil. After Fatty Zhu learned it, he set up a gun on the windowsill and shot at the villagers he was familiar with. Chapter 299 Give Your All. 100 villagers with explosives tied to their bodies were suddenly wiped out by Fatty Zhu alone. Among them was Zhu Lily, whom he had been madly infatuated with in the past. But looking at Zhu Lily, who fell on the ground at this time, his heart was very calm, and he even had a kind of self-doubt. How could I have been obsessed with ghosts and fell in love with this kind of woman? Looking at Zhu Lily at this time, she is not very beautiful. Some of the villagers who fell on the ground were still alive. After all, Fatty Zhu's marksmanship was really rubbish, and those people were still struggling. If you don't do it, you will never stop. Fatty Zhu gritted his teeth and went to repair the knife one by one. He even said to Zhang Yi with some embarrassment, "Boss, I'm really sorry, my marksmanship is a bit bad. I wasted your bullets." Zhang Yi said very magnanimously, "It's okay, I'll take it as a practice for you." He does not lack such things as bullets, and there are enough materials in the different space. Liu Karen can continuously forge them. Many people have an inexplicable awe of guns and bullets, and always feel that the value of such things must be particularly precious. In fact, their cost is very close to the people, otherwise they would not be held by many families abroad. Seeing that more than 100 people were killed and no one had time to approach the shelter, Ling Feng from behind gritted his teeth angrily. Damn it. This was already his last resort, and if it didn't work out, he would have to admit that the mission failed this time. Half of the special forces team at the Zishan base was pulled out by him, except for a few people. The rest were all killed. And next, it was impossible for Chen Zinian to hand over the remaining half of the special forces team to him. As for ordinary soldiers, they were sent here as cannon fodder. Based on their fighting qualities, they are not even qualified to confront Zhang Yi. Ling Feng vented his grievance angrily, and the few people around him didn't dare to say anything. Although they were also simmering with anger in their hearts, they wanted to drag Zhang Yi out of the shelter, and then ruthlessly cut him into pieces. But their strength does not allow them to do so. Team Ling, let's go back, Academician Wu suddenly said. Among this group of people, he was not Ling Feng's subordinate, but someone who was appointed by the higher-ups to assist Ling Feng because of this mission. So it is most appropriate for him to speak. We are almost exhausted of all our weapons and ammunition, and even our soldiers are gone. There is no point in continuing to stay here. Shi Dayang, Zheng Zurong, Shen Hong, and Yu Lang were startled and quickly looked at Ling Feng. They were really afraid of the anger of the proud captain. However, Ling Feng did not make any extraordinary moves. He just looked at the shelter standing on the scorched earth like an unbreakable fortress from a distance, and didn't speak for a long time. Ling Feng didn't speak, and everyone didn't dare to say anything. They could only let him, the captain, make up his mind. After all, for this operation, Ling Feng was in charge of everything. The waiting time is a bit long, especially in this depressing atmosphere. But a few minutes later, Ling Feng said slowly, "Tell me, can we go back?" There was a trace of fatigue in his tone. Tired. He was really tired. After being a soldier for so many years, it was the first time he encountered such a helpless situation. It can be said that he was a complete fiasco. The task was not completed, and so many soldiers under him died. He even felt ashamed to go back and face Chen Zinian. Or I'll die here. After Ling Feng finished speaking, he suddenly pulled out his pistol and aimed it at his temple. No one expected him to come out like this. Liang Yu's eyes flickered, hoping that he would really die. She is very clear about Ling Feng's strength. If this person is alive, he may pose a huge threat to her subsequent escape plan. Moreover, the hands of this executioner were stained with the blood of too many innocent people, and he would not regret his death. But of course Shi Daiyang and others would not just watch this happen. Several people quickly snatched the gun from Ling Feng's hand. "Captain, you must not be confused. This action is not your fault. In the last days, we don't have modern weapons for tackling tough situations. In addition, Zhang Yi's ability is very strange. It is understandable that the mission failed. You are an important guardian of the Zishan base. If something happens to you, it will be an irreparable loss to the Zishan base." A group of people spoke to persuade Ling Feng one after another. It's just that Liang Yu felt a little contemptuous for this super strong team leader to have his gun taken from him so easily. Ling Feng didn't want to die at all. He was just putting on a show for everyone to see. This is the same reason that when Ko's horse trampled on the farmland, he cut off the head. You see, it's not that I, Ling Feng, are afraid of death. It's that everyone's kindness is hard to resist, so I will try to live. Ling Feng struggled twice. "Let go. You all let me go. The task assigned by the leader has been made like this by me. What face do I have to go back to see him alive?" Academician Wu coughed and said, "Actually, we didn't gain anything from this trip. As long as these people from Zujia town are brought back, it can be regarded as an explanation to the leader. In the last days, it is very difficult to find a village like Zujia town that has a large number of living people and is very easy to control. The Zishan base has always been consumed by people. Whether it is used for the transformation experiment of aliens or placed in the fourth life warehouse as a labor force, there is a large manpower gap." Academician Wu continued, "What's more, the special operations team has already suffered heavy losses. If you can't think about the Ling team, it will be an unbearable loss for our base. So for the sake of the base, you still have to live well. I believe the leader can understand you." Several members of the special forces nearby also echoed and persuaded him. Ling Feng hesitated for a while before sighing helplessly. "Since this is the case, I can only save this life and go back and plead guilty to the leader." Although Ling Feng was unwilling, he also knew that this mission could only be declared a failure and it was pointless to continue entanglement. Let's go back to Zujia town." Ling Feng regained that indifferent expression on his face and then took the lead to walk back. But before leaving, he detonated all the explosives tied to the villagers of Zujia town. The flames shot up into the sky and the dazzling light could blind people's eyes if it were not blocked by the glass of the shelter. Zhang Yi closed his eyes not to look at the light of the explosion. Although the house is trembling, but such a long distance cannot cause damage to the shelter. On the contrary, because Fatty Zhu was caught off guard, his eyes were stabbed, his eyes were red, and he burst into tears. Never mind. Zhang Yi knew that this operation failed, and it was impossible for people like Ling Feng to come back in a short time. Even if he wants to come back, he must regroup and bring more and more powerful weapons to compete with Zhang Yi. On the side of Zujia town, the villagers in the town heard the explosion on the other side of the river, and they were already frightened into panic. How much do they want to escape at this time? But it's freezing outside. If there is no house and enough food, I'm afraid it will be difficult to live for 3 days after going out. When people face a cruel living environment, they will subconsciously huddle together to keep warm. Even if they die, they will die together. At this time, Zhu Dongtang, as the nominal mayor of Zujia town, was also in deep anxiety. He never dreamed that the people at Zishan base would do such a thing to them. If he had known the result would be like this, he might as well listen to Zhu Chunlu's words. But, does he have a choice? Zhu Dongtang frowned, and after thinking for a long time, he discovered an astonishing fact. It turns out that no matter what he chooses at the beginning, today's ending cannot be changed. Because their Zujia town has a large population and food, but they don't have a strong force to protect themselves in the last days. So whether they are facing a powerful alien like Zhang Yi, or facing a powerful organization like Zishan base, they have no choice but to kill them. It is no longer a civilized society, and big fists are the last word. Ling Feng and the others returned to Zujia town. When they saw that the 100 villagers they had taken away had not returned, they already knew what had happened. But this time, everyone didn't say anything, just looked at Ling Feng and the others with almost dead eyes. It was like thousands of dead bodies staring at a group of grave robbers in the cemetery. Ling Feng walked up to the crowd and said, "We are leaving here." As soon as these words came out, a light finally appeared in the eyes of the dead villagers at the scene. These devils are leaving. Are the bad days coming to an end? God knows how they got here for more than a month. Although the special operations team only has more than 60 people, the food consumed is equivalent to 600 of them. Moreover, those who were directly killed by them, those who were forced to work as laborers to death, and as many as 400 people were killed for unknown reasons. So much so that in Zhujia town, which had a large population in the past, not many villagers died because of the extreme cold weather, but they lost nearly 1/3 of its population. The eyes of the villagers were full of excitement, thinking that the dawn had finally come. Zhu Dongtang also burst into tears of joy. Oh, good. It's been a hard time for everyone. Do you need us to help pack things? Of course it is. Ling Feng said, let them pack up the things they can use every day, and then prepare to go back to the Zishan base with us. By the way, I mean all young people over the age of 16, and under the age of 35. Zhu Dongtang's smile suddenly froze on his face. Team Ling, what do you mean? Without even looking at him, Ling Feng said in an orderly tone, not everyone can go to the Zishan base, if they want to. This is a great opportunity and a gift for you, so you must grasp it. Zhu Dongtang was dumbfounded, and finally confirmed that Ling Feng was not joking. He shouted excitedly, Team Ling, these young people are the lifeblood of our Zhujia town. If they leave, there will only be old and weak women and children left. How can we survive? Ling Feng finally glanced at him, but the eyes were full of reprimand, as if looking at an ignorant child. In the last days, it is unrealistic to let everyone survive. You should have the spirit of dedication, and let the people with the best physical conditions survive to continue the blood of your family. Chapter 300. Ling Feng was particular about picking people back. Whether it is doing experiments to transform people, or staying in the fourth life warehouse to work, we need healthy human beings. If you are too old or too young, it will be useless to take it back. It can only be a waste of food. Even if it is used as a protein meal replacement, the cost performance is not very high. Ling Feng, was a man of conscience. He would not take someone's life for no reason. That's right, Ling Feng has always firmly believed that he is a good person. From now on, all able-bodied and non-disabled people between the ages of 16 and 35 should pack up their things, and we will take you to the Zishan base. It's a place with plenty of food and a comfortable environment. When you get there, you won't be bothered by hunger and cold. Ling Feng shouted to everyone with a loudspeaker. The people who heard these words immediately began to chatter like a flock of frightened birds. Some people think that this is a great opportunity because they have already learned about the existence of the Zishan base from the soldiers. According to the soldiers, there is a refuge with an excellent living environment. As long as you go there, you will be able to survive well in the future. However, some people expressed their concerns. After all, Ling Feng and others have used very cruel methods against them during this period of time, causing many of their relatives to die. So whether they can still trust the special forces, they also have a question mark in their hearts. However, their opinions don't matter at all. Ling Feng was just telling them to do something, not asking for their opinions. He glanced at his watch and said, I'll give you half an hour to pack your things, and everyone must gather here after half an hour. He glanced at the bewildered crowd and said emphatically, if I find anyone who dares to disobey orders and try to escape, he will be punished by military law. The atmosphere at the scene became tense. A young man boldly shouted among the crowd, then what about our family members? Should we keep them here? As soon as this remark came out, it also expressed the aspirations of many people. Who doesn't have old people and children in their homes? As long as there are young adults between the ages of 14 and 40, it means that other old and weak children have to stay. In such an environment, there are no young and middle-aged people to go fishing and protect the safety of the town. They will most likely die in the extreme cold or be killed by others. Therefore, even with the fear of the special forces in their hearts, the villagers of Zhujia town shouted their dissatisfaction. We can't leave our families. If you want to take us away, take them all. Can you leave your family behind? If that's the case, I'd rather stay here and die with my family. Yes, we do not agree. The shouting became louder and louder, covering the wind and snow blowing in the distance. But Ling Feng gradually frowned. Suddenly, a deafening gunshot in the air stopped the noise of the crowd. Shi Daong held a gun in his hand, and a wisp of smoke slowly rose from the muzzle, while among the crowd, the young man who first protested fell to the ground, blood staining the ground. This is an order, not your opinion. At this very moment, if you resist the decree of the Zishan base, there is only one result. Ling Feng said to everyone coldly. There is only one expression left on the faces of the villagers, despair. In the face of absolute strength, their resistance is meaningless, and Ling Feng is already broken. The failure of the task made him not even bother to do superficial perfunctory. Anyone who challenges his authority at this time, he will obliterate them without hesitation. Ling Feng winked at Shi Daong. Shi Daong walked up to the front of the crowd with a gun in his hand, and shouted loudly, people between the ages of 16 and 35, including those aged 16 and 35, as long as they are in good health, and have no disabilities, all go back, and pack their things for me. The others stay at the scene, do not move. Don't be shrewd, and don't try to take the opportunity to escape. Once I find out who dares to escape, he will be killed on the spot as a deserter. There was no sound at the scene, and those young and middle-aged men who originally planned to resist also lost their courage, lowered their heads, and obediently went back to pack their things. Go back to Zishan base with them, and there is still a chance of survival. But if you are the first bird at this time, it will be a dead end. So such a scene appeared in the square of Zujia town. More than a dozen special forces members held guns, and ordered thousands of people to obey their orders. It's like a dozen sheepdogs guarding thousands of docile sheep. Some people did not dare to resist the special forces, but they were unwilling to leave their families, and chose to self-mutilate, breaking their own legs with stones. But what greeted them was not the forgiveness of the special forces, but a cold bullet. In this way, after half an hour, the villagers in Zujia town were divided into two groups. There are more than 400 young and middle-aged people, all of whom are the backbone of the family. And those who can survive the cold end of the world until now are all physically strong. People with poor health would have died long ago. Seeing that the family was about to be separated, there was a lot of crying at the scene. They said their final goodbyes to their families helplessly, but they didn't even have the courage to cross the line in the middle to hug their wives and daughters. After counting the number of people, Shi Daong came over and said to Ling Feng, Captain, we are all here. Do you want to bring the food too? Zujia town has a lot of food in stock. Although they have scooped up a lot, the remaining weight is also considerable. If they can bring a large amount of food back, they can also reduce their guilt. Ling Feng was a little moved, but finally gave up on this plan. Let's stay here for now. This time, I mainly take people back. The journey is far away, so it's inconvenient to carry. If we need it later, we'll come back and get some. Shi Daong sighed, you are still too kind. Immediately, the people of the special forces escorted the more than 400 young men, left Zujia town, and headed towards the Zishan base. The rest of the old and the weak watched them go away, and did not start crying, until they were far away. A few hours later, Ling Feng returned to the Zishan base with this group of people. The soldiers guarding the base saw that the captain brought back so many people. They were surprised, but also very happy. Captain, you have found so many survivors. This is a great achievement. The soldiers looked at the more than 400 people, not to mention how happy they were. With these people, the source of soldiers can be replenished, let alone the labor force of the Fourth Life Warehouse. After all, in the Zishan base, the consumption rate of the Fourth Life Warehouse is still very fast. In addition to the consumable materials that need to be used as experiments, there are often people who choose to commit suicide because they cannot bear the huge psychological drop. This caused great distress to others. After all, without these lower level people responsible for the work, the upper level people would not be able to enjoy the supply of various services. Ling Feng's face was still icy. He turned a blind eye to the soldiers' compliments and just nodded lightly. This made the soldiers guarding the gate feel a little strange. And because of Zhang Yi's massacre before, all the communication soldiers were killed, so the Zishan base has not known that their soldiers are almost dead. Ling Feng led these people back to the base, and Liang Yu followed them silently. Although Ling Feng already had doubts about her as a powerful alien, it was impossible for her to be arrested directly without sufficient evidence. It's not because there are any fair rules in the Zishan base. It's just that a powerful alien like her is the key target of the Zishan base. If it is not forced, they will not do things too extreme. Liang Yu wasn't afraid either. Anyway, the phone she handed in didn't contain anything suspicious. After a group of people entered the Zishan base, the personnel in charge of quarantine immediately came to test the young and strong in Zujia town, just like the procedures that Liang Yu and the others had come to before. The chief secretary, Jero, was already waiting for their arrival in the basement. Her eyes fell on Ling Feng, with a professional smile on her face as always. Ling team, the leader asked you to go to his office. Ling Feng nodded with a straight face. What should come will always come, and he has no way to escape. And if he wanted revenge next, he had to get Chen Xinian's support. Shi Daong and Zheng Zurong were a little nervous. Shi Daong said in a low voice, the captain will be fine, right? Everyone knew in their hearts that the loss was so severe this time, and Ling Feng, as Team Ling, must be to blame. Chen Xinian is a person who distinguishes rewards and punishments. If he was in the army back then, he would definitely punish Ling Feng severely. Zheng Zurong shook her head. A scolding meal is definitely inevitable, but now the leader needs to use the Ling team. Shi Daong felt that what Zheng Zurong said made sense, so he stopped worrying. Sure enough, as they expected, Ling Feng came to Chen Xinian's office and reported to him the situation of the mission in detail. After learning that more than people from his most elite special forces team had been killed, Chen Xinian slapped the table angrily and broke his water glass. Ling Feng, I handed over half of the elite of the special forces to you, but did you give me such an answer sheet? Do you know how difficult it is to train more than 50 people? They are worth 1,000 ordinary soldiers. You are the sinner of Zishan base. Thinking back to when Ling Feng took the task back then, he swore that he would be able to complete it. Chen Xinian became even more angry. Ling Feng stood at attention and let Chen Xinian scold him. After Chen Xinian finished cursing, he slowly knelt down on the ground, then put his hands on his knees, lowered his head, and said word by word, Leader, I'm guilty. If you think I deserve to die, you can execute me now. But I hope you can give me a chance to make meritorious deeds. If I don't kill Zhang Yi myself, I won't die in peace. Chen Xinian's chest heaved violently. He looked down coldly at the hero under his command, really wishing he could be shot. But thinking of the current situation, he couldn't do without this handy knife. Chen Xinian quickly softened his tone and said lightly, forget it, you can't blame you for this matter. Let's record your fault for now and see how you behave later. If you commit the crime again, you will be punished for several crimes. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.